Chapter 72 Awkward Moment. Bai Yi watched Fang Yuxin pick up the bag containing the yuan stones and couldn't help but ask, I want to know, what exactly is the use of yuan crystals? Since the reward he offered was generous, Fang Yuxin wasn't stingy with the information. She frankly stated, you should know that everyone's aptitude is different. That's why some people can successfully awaken as ability users, while most remain ordinary. But with yuan crystals, these ordinary people can have the possibility of awakening, and ability users can also improve their ability aptitude by absorbing yuan crystals of the same element. So good luck. She smiled meaningfully, then called Bai Qianqian to prepare to leave. Bai Qianqian was reluctant to part with Bai Yi and sat on the bed, unmoving, his face full of hesitation. Fang Yuxin suddenly realized that she and Bai Yi had decided Bai Qianqian's current fate without asking his opinion, which was unfair to him. She looked at Bai Qianqian with difficulty, but suddenly didn't know how to speak. Instead, Bai Yi said, Qianqian, why don't you stay with mommy for now? Bai Qianqian glared at him with red eyes, then suddenly jumped off the single bed, ran quickly to Fang Yuxin's side, and grabbed her hand, refusing to let go. Seeing Bai Yi standing there watching Bai Qianqian, Fang Yuxin nodded to him as a farewell. Then she pulled Bai Qianqian and turned to walk towards the door. Although she had her back turned, she knew Bai Yi was watching Bai Qianqian. Just as they reached the door, Bai Qianqian suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at Bai Yi, and after a long while suddenly said, I'll come back to find you. Bai Yi remained motionless, silently watching. Hearing Bai Qianqian's words, a rare tenderness appeared in his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. However, immediately afterward, he suddenly strode over and took out a necklace from his pocket. It was a seemingly ordinary necklace, with a golden bullet hanging from a black cord. The bullet was small and delicate, even somewhat cute. However, after a closer look, Fang Yuxin discovered that the seemingly ordinary cord was actually quite extraordinary, made of a special material. Even the bullet itself seemed unusual to her. It emitted a very faint energy fluctuation. Had she not used her spiritual sense to examine it closely, she would have almost missed it. Remembering how Bai Yi had previously condensed a bullet using his metal-based abilities, Fang Yuxin figured this golden bullet must have come from the same source. Bai Yi had deliberately placed this necklace around Bai Qianqian's neck. It certainly wasn't just for decoration. There must be something hidden inside the bullet. However, she said nothing, simply standing silently to the side and watching. Bai Qianqian was clearly delighted to receive the gift, her large eyes sparkling. But thinking that Bai Yi wouldn't even be with him, he deliberately put on a serious face, pouting and making a disgusted expression. What are you doing? So ugly. I don't want this, take it off now. Although he said that, he didn't resist at all. He only twisted his body symbolically. After Bai Yi put the necklace on him, he stuffed it into his clothes. The bullet was very small. From the outside there was no trace of it. After he finished, he patted Bai Qianqian's shoulder and said, There's a locator in the bullet, which will keep sending signals to tell Daddy your location. Daddy promises to come see you often. Remember to be good when you're with Mommy. Okay. Bai Qianqian snorted, thinking that Bai Yi was talking nonsense. He had always been a good boy and listened to his mother the most. However, Bai Yi's gift and promise satisfied him, so he decided to reluctantly forgive his stupid father for the sake of the gift. He slapped Bai Yi's hand away, turned his head, and took Fang Yuxin's hand and walked outside. Fang Yuxin glanced at him furtively and saw his lips slightly upturned, clearly overjoyed. Seeing his smug expression, Fang Yuxin couldn't help but smile as well. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw 4 men and 1 woman standing outside. The woman was clearly hostile towards her, her gaze filled with ill intent. Then their eyes fell on the black bag she was carrying. They all recognized it as the bag Bai Yi used to carry those black stones. They didn't know what those black stones were. They had only collected some because Bai Yi thought they would be useful, and Bai Yi had collected the most. Seeing that Fang Yuxin was holding the stones Bai Yi had collected, their gazes towards her became even more hostile. Meng Qingluo felt that Fang Yuxin and Bai Yi's relationship had gone beyond ordinary. Bai Yi was being far too kind to this woman. She felt uneasy. Even if Fang Yuxin was Bai Qianqian's blood mother, she still had a close relationship with Qiu Yiming. Bai Yi should have distanced himself from her, not entangled with her. This was incredibly irrational. Although she knew the package was definitely from Bai Yi to Fang Yuxin, she couldn't help but block Fang Yuxin's way and ask, "Where did you get this?" Fang Yuxin looked at her, confirming once again that this woman harbored strong hostility towards her. Her eyes flickered, recalling the interaction between this woman and Bai Yi, and she suddenly understood something. Before she could speak, she heard Bai Ye's voice behind her. "Qingluo, the package in Miss Fang's hand was given to her by me. Don't make things difficult for her." She turned her head slightly and saw Bai Yi standing in the doorway. With a thought, Fang Yuxin smiled meaningfully and said pointedly, "Captain Bai is quite the lucky man to have such an outstanding companion." Bai Yi frowned, feeling that Fang Yuxin had misunderstood. He instinctively wanted to explain, but saw that Fang Yuxin had already pulled Bai Qianqian away. The 5 men didn't dare to stop them, but their expressions were very unpleasant. The 4 men subconsciously looked at Meng Qingluo, only to see her face turn red and then pale, full of embarrassment and anger. Over the years, Meng Qingluo had never hidden her feelings for Bai Yi, and they weren't stupid. They had all seen it. At that time, Bai Yi didn't have a single close woman besides his teammates, yet he already had a son. As year after year passed, Bai Yi didn't seem to care about finding a partner, and they couldn't help but suspect that he had some hidden illness or a problem with his sexual orientation. So, although Bai Yi had always been indifferent to Meng Qingluo and never accepted her advances, they all secretly hoped that Meng Qingluo would succeed. After all, Meng Qingluo was someone they knew well. She had a good personality and strong abilities, and was also a stunningly beautiful woman with a hot figure, making her a very good match for Bai Yi. Who knew that this mission in the market would lead them to discover Bai Qianqian's biological mother? And to make matters worse, this woman's identity was complicated. She was Bai Ye's adversary, Qiu Yiming's fiancé. The relationships were all messed up. Because of Qiu Yiming, apart from Hosanna, no one wanted Bai Yi and Fang Yuxin to develop any special feelings for each other. Although Fang Yuxin was Bai Qianqian's biological mother, they held a deep prejudice against her, and wished Bai Yi would stay as far away from her as possible. Even Hosanna, while he had indeed considered having something happen between Bai Yi and Fang Yuxin, had ulterior motives. He simply wanted to see Qiu Yiming make a fool of himself and have Bai Yi cuckold him. However, after meeting Fang Yuxin in person, he abandoned that idea. This woman felt too dangerous. He wanted to see Qiu Yiming fail, but he didn't want Bai Yi to be implicated by her. So after hearing Fang Yuxin's pointed remark, these men felt uneasy. Although they knew Fang Yuxin and Bai Yi had no relationship, the way she was holding Bai Qianqian's hand made her look like Bai Ye's legal wife. Her words gave them a strange feeling that Bai Yi had been caught cheating by his wife. Meng Qingluo was even more furious and embarrassed. She was the one who had always been by Bai Ye's side and had known him for several years. What right did Fang Yuxin have to insult her indirectly? She raised her eyebrows, her gaze turning cold, about to say something when Bai Qianqian, standing beside Fang Yuxin, gave her a cold glare. The words Meng Qingluo was about to say suddenly caught in her throat. She felt wronged, but Bai Qianqian was just a naive child, pampered and spoiled by Bai Yi. If she dared to show even the slightest malice towards him, not only would Bai Yi not let her off, but the rest of the team would definitely not let it go. She could only suppress her surging anger, soften her ugly expression, and prepare to say something to soften and coax Bai Qianqian. But before she could even open her mouth, the brat spoke first. "Aunt Meng, please don't try to steal Daddy from Mommy, okay?" Hearing this, Meng Qingluo was so angry she almost vomited blood. What did he mean by not trying to steal Bai Yi from Fang Yuxin? Bai Yi has absolutely no relation to Fang Yuxin. Seeing her increasingly grim expression, Fang Yuxin was both shocked and furious, and quickly pulled Bai Qianqian away. She herself felt quite embarrassed. Although Bai Yi was Bai Qianqian's blood father, the two of them had absolutely no relation whatsoever. Bai Qianqian's words made it seem as if her relationship with Bai Yi was anything but innocent. Worried that Bai Qianqian would continue spouting nonsense, she quickly took the brat away. Seeing the two of them walk away, Bai Yi, worried that zombies would gather again below, glanced at Hosanna and said to him, "You follow them and escort them to rejoin the group. Be careful not to be discovered by others." Hosanna had awakened a speed-based ability, perfect for tracking and protection. Knowing that Bai Yi was worried about Bai Qianqian's safety, he nodded solemnly and quickly followed. Bai Yi then looked at Meng Qingluo. Qingluo, Qianqian is still young and doesn't understand. Don't take what he just said to heart. Meng Qingluo glanced at Bai Yi. Although she was still aggrieved and felt a bit dissatisfied with Bai Qianqian, she didn't dare to show it. She obediently nodded, then asked worriedly, "Big brother, how is fourth brother?" Thinking of Chen Si, Bai Ye's expression relaxed. He was about to speak when he saw Fang Yuxin, not far away, suddenly freeze. Chapter 73 Mutant Zombies. Bai Ye's observation was keen. Fang Yuxin's stiffness was only fleeting, yet he still caught it. He sensed something was wrong and instinctively walked towards Fang Yuxin. However, before he could even take a step, Fang Yuxin had already crouched down and said to Bai Qianqian, "Qianqian, you stay here first, I'll come back for you after I'm done." She turned and glanced at Bai Yi from afar, adding, "Protect Qianqian." Leaving those words behind, Fang Yuxin put her bag on the ground and rushed downstairs. Bai Qianqian panicked instantly. He cleverly realized something might be wrong and instinctively tried to chase after Fang Yuxin, but Ho San'er grabbed him tightly from behind. Bai Qianqian was stunned at first, then struggled violently. "Let go! Let me go! I need to find mommy!" Ho San'er ignored Bai Qianqian's struggles, holding him tightly and refusing to let go, only saying, "Qianqian, your mother will be all right. Didn't you hear what she said? She'll come to pick you up after she's finished her business." Bai Qianqian couldn't hear her at all. He thought of Fang Yuxin's stiff appearance just now, and his heart grew more and more frightened. He had a feeling that Fang Yuyang and the others must have encountered danger. Otherwise Fang Yuxin wouldn't have left him here unattended. Thinking that Fang Yuxin might be in danger, and that he might never see mommy again, he became more and more panicked, and struggled even more violently. But just then a warm hand was placed on his head. He looked up and found that Bai Yi had been standing beside him at some point. He immediately pushed Ho San'er away, rushed into Bai Ye's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and looked up anxiously saying, "Daddy, please go save mommy. Mommy must be in danger." Bai Yi pulled Bai Qianqian into his arms with a strong pull. He glanced at Ho San'er, told him to take the bag, and then told the others to stay and watch over Chen Si. Then he carried Bai Qianqian downstairs. Meng Qingluo opened her mouth to stop him, but was stopped by the person beside her who said, "Forget it. The boss has his reasons for doing this. Miss Fang is Qianqian's mother after all. If something happens to her, Qianqian will definitely be upset. Let the boss go." This delay meant that Bai Yi had already taken Ho San'er downstairs. Meng Qingluo had no choice but to give up. She said, "I'll go see how fourth brother is," and quickly went inside. The others exchanged glances, sighed silently, and then followed Meng Qingluo. They quickly went inside, all very worried about Chen Si's condition. After entering the room, the four of them found that Chen Si's complexion had improved considerably, no longer as pale as before. He had regained some color. However, for some reason he remained unconscious. Meng Qingluo harbored a great deal of resentment towards Fang Yuxin. He frowned deeply, his face grim, and said, "Why hasn't fourth brother woken up yet?" Just then, someone with sharp eyes noticed some blood-stained cotton and torn gauze in the trash can in the corner. The person's expression changed. Instinctively, they pulled back the blanket covering Chen Si. Then everyone saw that the gauze wrapped around Chen Si's waist was gone. The area where the wound had been was completely smooth, without even a trace. It was as if he had never been injured at all. They were astonished, but the thin young man's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He narrowed his eyes slightly, reaching out to touch the spot where Chen Si had been injured. His expression as if he had seen a rare treasure or a stunning beauty. Meng Qingluo sensed his unease and immediately became alert, forcefully slapping his hand away, saying unhappily, "Chen Shi, what do you want to do?" Chen Shi frowned, narrowing his eyes and looking at Meng Qingluo with displeasure, very unhappy that she had interrupted him. After thinking for a moment, he explained, "I just wanted to see if his wounds had truly healed completely. Don't you want to know? Miss Fang's treatment method is truly amazing." He smiled slightly, a keen interest flashing in his eyes. If the situation allowed, he would have loved to keep Fang Yuxin and study how she treated Chen Si. However, thinking of what had happened earlier, his brows furrowed even more. He had been so eager to know how Fang Yuxin treated Qianxi that he had secretly released his spiritual energy to try and peek. But unexpectedly, Fang Yuxin had discovered him. Not only was his spiritual energy reflected back, but he had also been injured. After that, no matter how much he tried to peek, he could only see a hazy green area. Nothing at all. Clearly Fang Yuxin had tampered with it. But more than anger, he wanted to know how Fang Yuxin had managed to do it. Seeing his increasingly strange expression, the others became even more wary. Meng Qingluo bluntly said, "Mr. Shun, you'd better go back to your original seat. You don't need to bother with Qianxi." A hint of displeasure flashed across Shanxi's face. He looked at the other two, who were also watching him warily, clearly unwilling to compromise. Remembering that he still needed their help, Shanxi had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and return to his original seat. Even after sitting down, he didn't stop there, continuing to relentlessly stare at the unconscious Qianxi. The other three, though displeased, didn't say anything more, only watching him warily. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Yuxin entrusted Bai Qianqian to Bai Yi and rushed downstairs. Because of the haste, she couldn't put the yuan stones into her spatial storage in front of Bai Yi and the others, so she had to leave them behind. Just now she suddenly felt a pang of fear. The leaf she used to send a message to Fang Yuyang was enchanted and thus connected to her. If it were destroyed, she would know immediately. Just now she sensed the leaf being destroyed. That's why she suddenly froze. She knew Fang Yuyang's character. Even if it was just an ordinary leaf, he would definitely keep it and wouldn't intentionally destroy it. Therefore, the leaf's destruction meant Fang Yuyang was in danger. She clearly remembered everything in that dream. She had deeply experienced the pain of losing loved ones, and would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. When she left, she wasn't sure how confident she was, so naturally, she didn't dare take Bai Qianqian with her. After rushing downstairs, she found that zombies had gathered again at the entrance of the school hospital. As soon as they saw her rush out of the stairs, these zombies greedily surrounded her. A flash of disgust crossed Fang Yuxin's face. Without hesitation, she swung her knife, charging through the zombies, narrowly avoiding their sharp claws, and slashed off their arm. After breaking free, she didn't continue attacking the zombies, but instead sprinted away at top speed. Bai Yi, carrying Bai Qianqian, emerged just in time to see zombies relentlessly chasing Fang Yuxin. Bai Ye's eyes turned cold, and his fingers flashed, instantly producing fine bolts of lightning that pierced the zombies' brows, obliterating them completely. The next moment, the zombie's skull exploded, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 crystal cores landed in his hand. Strangely, these crystal cores were completely clean, without a trace of rotten flesh. Bai Yi collected the crystal cores without pausing, continuing his pursuit of Fang Yuxin with Bai Qianqian in his arms. Fang Yuxin was incredibly fast. She barely paused, effortlessly dispatching any zombies she encountered along the way. Soon after, she arrived at the dormitory building in Nanyuan. Just as she reached the bottom of the stairs, she heard screams coming from upstairs. This building was no longer the one she had previously cleaned. It was the one next door. Clearly, Fang Yuyang and the others had finished cleaning the previous building, and were now cleaning the remaining one. But in this building, they had encountered danger. Fang Yuxin paused briefly, then continued rushing upstairs. She quickly discerned that the screams were coming from the 4th floor, so she ran straight up there. The zombies in the stairwell had already been cleared out by Fang Yuyang and the others, but when Fang Yuxin went up, zombies reappeared. These zombies had all come from the narrow stairwell. They had sensed the fresh smell of flesh and blood coming from upstairs and had unconsciously moved upwards. Now they were blocking Fang Yuxin's path. Fang Yuxin's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The screams and cries coming from upstairs made her panic, and she had no time to deal with these zombies. She quickly swung her sword several times, each strike extremely cunning and ruthless. In her haste, she didn't lose her composure. Instead, her strength surpassed her usual level, and she dispatched all the zombies blocking her way with just a few strikes. Afterwards, she didn't have time to dig for the crystal cores. After kicking aside the zombie corpses, she quickly ran upstairs. Finally reaching the 4th floor, She had just turned the corner when she saw Chu Qianhe being knocked backwards by a dark figure. The dark shadow might be indistinguishable to the average person, but she could clearly see it. It was a speed-mutated zombie. Fang Yuxin was astonished. She hadn't expected it to be a level 1 zombie. The apocalypse had only begun 3 days ago, and most zombies were still at the beginner level. Here, an evolved level 1 zombie with a speed mutation had already appeared. Chu Qianhe was knocked to the ground by the zombie, and then the zombie extended claws sharper than those of a beginner zombie, reaching for Chu Qianhe's delicate neck. "Qianhe! Mom!" Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang cried out in alarm at the same time. Fang Jintang almost used his special ability. Just then they heard a gunshot. The bullet struck the zombie's palm, pierced through, and then entered its chest. The level 1 zombie looked down at its bullet-pierced palm, then let out an angry howl, threw down Chu Qianhe, and pounced on Fang Yuxin with lightning speed. It was incredibly fast. The others could only see a blur. Fang Yuxin possessed spiritual sense and easily located its position. She fired several shots in quick succession, each hitting the zombie squarely between the eyebrows. Although this zombie had only evolved in speed, its physical strength also increased during the evolution process. The pistol Fang Yuxin had obtained was just an ordinary pistol. Although the bullets hit the zombie's forehead, they only lodged in the bone and couldn't penetrate. Seeing that it was already charging towards Fang Yuxin, she fired the last bullet. Bang! Chapter 74 Infected by the Virus. Gunshots echoed through the narrow stairwell like a thunderclap, shocking everyone inside. Some couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to bear watching Fang Yuxin being clawed by the mutated zombie. The others, however, stared wide-eyed at Fang Yuxin and the mutated zombie. Among them, the 3 members of the Fang family were particularly furious, their eyes bloodshot, wishing they could rush to Fang Yuxin's side immediately. Then, to their astonishment, they found that the mutated zombie had frozen in place. Its outstretched claws were just a hair's breadth away from touching Fang Yuxin's delicate face, but now they could no longer move forward. Fang Yuxin raised her foot and kicked the zombie, and then the mutated zombie fell backward. Only then did the others see that its brow was completely sunken. Fang Yuxin drew her knife, the tip of which pierced the sunken area between the mutated zombie's brows, and then with a forceful flick, a crystal core larger than a primary crystal core sprang out, landing on the ground with a crisp sound. This was a level 1 crystal core, entirely white, larger and purer than a level 1 crystal core. More importantly, its energy fluctuations were stronger and more mysterious than a level 1 crystal core. Anyone who saw it would instinctively know it was a speed-type crystal core. Fang Yuxin quickly put the crystal core away and stuffed it into his waist pouch. Then, without pausing, he walked straight towards his family. At this moment, Chu Qianhe had already been helped up by Fang Jintang. Her sportswear had been torn open, revealing the black protective suit underneath. Fortunately, she had dodged in time, and the protective suit underneath hadn't been torn open by the zombies. Fang Yuxin first checked on his family and found that not only Chu Qianhe, but also Fang Jintang and Fang Yuxiang's sportswear had been torn open by the zombies' claws. Fang Yuxiang was even more injured. His right arm had 5 deep and long scratches from the zombies. Worse still, his wounds were already slightly turning black. This was a sign of infection with the zombie virus. Upon realizing this, not only did the Fang family members' expressions change, but the others' expressions were equally grim. They all knew very well what being infected with the zombie virus meant. Almost instantly, the way these people looked at Fang Yuxiang changed. Some had struggles and reluctance in their eyes, while others had a hint of wariness and hostility. They were all worried Fang Yuxiang would mutate into a zombie. They also thought that Fang Yuxiang was a Wind-type ability user. If he became a zombie, would his ability disappear? If not, wouldn't he be as difficult to deal with as that zombie from before? What was even more worrying was that Fang Yuxiang wasn't the only one among these people who had been scratched by that mutated zombie. Besides those who had already died, 5 other people had also been scratched. And after examining their wounds, they also found that the wounds had turned black. This couldn't be worse. Fang Yuxin coldly watched all of this. Seeing their strange expressions, she said, "Being infected with the zombie virus doesn't necessarily turn you into a zombie. You might also awaken superpowers. Superpowered individuals have stronger resistance to the virus, so they might be able to survive. You're not dead yet. What's there to despair about? Those who can walk stand up. Fire-type superpowered individuals dispose of the bodies, and then we'll go downstairs. We'll talk in the car. Besides Fang Yuxiang, the 5 injured people were all mercenaries who had joined their team. Among these mercenaries were both superpowered individuals and ordinary people. Now they were all injured. In addition, there were 3 fresh corpses on the ground, survivors who had just been killed. They were already very weak, and after finally receiving rescue, they were caught off guard by a mutated zombie and died at its hands. However, after Fang Yuxin released her spiritual sense, she discovered that there were 7 survivors in a nearby dormitory, all of them in a state of panic. They had probably witnessed what had just happened, so they locked the door and hid inside, refusing to come out. Fang Yuxin frowned and called out, "It's safe now. Everyone inside can come out." But it was no use. The 7 people inside just covered their heads and hid, refusing to come out. She got angry. They needed to get back to the car and see if they could treat the injured. Were they going to waste their time with these people? Her brows furrowed even more and her voice became angry. "If you don't come out, wait for the next group to rescue you. Let's go." Her words caused panic among those hiding inside. One of them complained, "How can you do this? Didn't you come to rescue us? How can you just leave like this?" She was clearly afraid, and even as she spoke, she didn't dare open the door, remaining hidden inside. Now, not only was Fang Yuxin angry, but everyone else was also furious. Especially the 5 mercenaries. Why were they injured? It was because when the mutated zombies appeared, they protected the survivors and bought them time to escape, holding off the zombies. But now they were infected with the zombie virus and in danger of dying at any moment, yet these people were too scared to come out, wasting their precious time. How infuriating. Someone said, "That's right. Let's go. Since they won't come out themselves, let's wait for other rescuers." With that, the person strode towards the stairwell. The other 4 exchanged glances and followed without hesitation. One of the fire elemental ability users flicked 3 flames at the 3 corpses before leaving. The flames spread silently upon contact with the bodies. The Fang family glanced at the tightly closed dormitory door, smiled disdainfully and turned to leave. Now the people inside were completely panicked. Finally, someone, suppressing their fear, unlocked the door and opened it a crack. Seeing that Fang Yuxin and the others were already far away, they were terrified, grabbed their bags and ran out. The other 6 did the same. They weren't stupid. They knew that staying meant certain death. To survive, they had to keep up with the people in front. With a chance to live, no one wanted to die. As they left the room, resentment grew towards those who had abandoned them. Fang Yuxin, who had first suggested leaving, naturally became the target of their deepest resentment. As they left, the sight of the 3 silently burning corpses sent shivers down their spines, and they quickened their pace. Fang Yuxin and the others, noticing the footsteps behind them, smiled disdainfully, said nothing and simply quickened their pace. Just as they reached the stairwell, they were met by zombies coming up from below. Because many were injured, the stench of blood was strong, and the zombies below rushed forward. Their injuries affected their strength, and the psychological trauma from the previous mutated zombie slowed their movements. This slowness made the situation somewhat dangerous. Fortunately, their will to survive allowed them to quickly regain their composure, and after some effort they finally dealt with the zombies. However, they now had even more injuries. The only saving grace was that these zombies were only low-level zombies. Seeing their low spirits, Fang Yuxin knew these people were no longer fit for combat, so she told them to retreat to the back while she led the way. Fang Jintang, worried about her, followed closely behind. Behind them were Chu Qianhe and Fang Yuxiang. Although Chu Qianhe had luckily escaped being scratched by the zombies, the impact had caused her some internal injuries. While she wasn't in danger of contracting the zombie virus, she still felt very unwell. This affected her strength, making her unsuitable for further combat. Fang Yuxin charged ahead. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she didn't go to rescue anyone else, but instead led the group out of the dormitory building, killing all the zombies they encountered along the way, escorting them back to the truck. The truck door was tightly closed, but Fang Yuxin knew there were people inside. These were survivors rescued from other dormitory buildings. A total of 38 people. The 5 mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the truck. Without Fang Yuxin's instruction, they quickly opened the cargo bed and climbed inside. The 38 survivors inside also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. Then they curiously looked at the 7 survivors behind Fang Yuxin and the others. The 7 women, who had been very nervous, became bolder upon seeing the other survivors. Seeing that the Fang family hadn't gone up, they simply went around to the front of them and desperately climbed into the cargo bed. Seeing their difficulty, someone inside the cargo bed came to help and pulled them up. Although the 5 mercenaries didn't stop them from getting on, their expressions were very unpleasant. Those who had initially helped became suspicious upon seeing their grim expressions, and their gazes towards the 7 women changed. Seeing that Fang Yuxin and the others hadn't gone up, the 5 mercenaries hesitated for a moment, then jumped out of the vehicle again, asking worriedly, "Captain Fang, why aren't you going up?" Fang Yuxin pointed to the zombies approaching in the distance and quickly said, "Zombies are coming. Quickly close the carriage door." The 5 mercenaries naturally didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly closed the carriage door, their faces turning slightly pale. There were quite a few zombies coming this time. Since there was still some distance to go, Fang Yuxin walked to Chu Qianhe's side, placed her palm on the spot where she had been hit, and used her spiritual energy to heal her injuries. Fang Yuxiang's wound was infected with a virus, making treatment difficult, and there wasn't much time available. She didn't waste her energy and chose to heal Chu Qianhe's internal injuries first. Chu Qianhe only suffered some internal organ damage from the impact. Her injuries weren't serious, and Fang Yuxin quickly healed them. This meant Chu Qianhe's strength was no longer restricted, giving them more confidence. At this moment, Fang Yuxin noticed the 5 mercenaries' pale faces and said, "When the zombies arrive, hide in the back and protect yourselves." The 5 mercenaries knew she meant well, gave her a grateful look, then gripped their weapons and retreated. At the same time, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe also retreated before Fang Yuxin. Then the 3 of them warily watched the approaching zombies, gripping their weapons tightly. Here they come. Chapter 75 Zombification. This time, a group of 70 or 80 zombies had gathered, rapidly approaching Fang Yuxin and the others, their target being them and the survivors in the carriage. Fang Yuxiang stood reluctantly behind his family, his brow furrowed, anxiously reminding them, "Dad, Mom and Xin, be careful. There might be mutated zombies among them." Before the mutated zombies appeared, they hadn't taken the matter seriously, but after witnessing their power, Fang Yuxiang had to be much more vigilant. The mutated zombie's successful ambush wasn't just due to its extraordinary speed, but also because the others weren't on guard. The large-scale appearance of low-level zombies had already filled many survivors with despair. Mutated zombies were something they had never imagined, and yet they had encountered them. What was even more chilling was that this was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The speed of zombie evolution was far too fast. At this rate, was there any hope for humanity's survival? The 5 mercenaries standing beside Fang Yuxiang couldn't help but have the same thought flash through their minds upon hearing his words. They were all injured and infected with the zombie virus, and their fear of mutated zombies was even more profound. Fang Yuxin and her 2 companions, who were facing the enemy at the front, had no time to think about these issues. Hearing Fang Yuxiang's reminder, they became even more vigilant. Fang Yuxin quickly released her spiritual sense, covering all the zombies and carefully examining their energy fluctuations. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. These were all low-level zombies. There were no more powerful mutated zombies. The student dormitory here had decent landscaping. Because there were quite a few zombies, Fang Yuxin didn't hold back. Her fingernails flicked incessantly. She channeled spiritual energy, condensed into thin green threads, into the surrounding vegetation. The next moment, the vegetation grew wildly, with slender branches and leaves enveloping the zombies and quickly weaving together to form a huge green cage, trapping them all. To keep the zombies trapped for as long as possible, this one move alone consumed almost half of her spiritual energy. When she treated Chanxi, she had already used up 2/3 of her spiritual energy, leaving only 1/3. Later, she rushed back to save him, not having time to absorb the crystal core to replenish her spiritual energy, leaving her with only 1/3. Now most of it was gone, leaving almost nothing. After she trapped the zombies, Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe rushed out without her orders. The situation had been critical earlier, and Fang Yuxin had almost revealed his special ability. Fortunately, Fang Yuxin arrived in time to save Chu Qianhe. Now neither of them intended to reveal their abilities, relying solely on their physical strength to kill the zombies. Fang Yuxin also rushed out. Her body was even more agile, leaping up with a quick push from the ground. She landed lightly on the green cage of interwoven grass and trees, relentlessly hacking at the zombies with her meow-style knife. The number of zombies was considerable, and this method would take them a long time. Fang Yuxiang watched. He raised his uninjured hand and activated his internal gap-generating ability, releasing a wind blade. The previous mutated zombies, due to their speed mutation, were simply too fast. They couldn't catch them in time, and many of their attacks missed. Furthermore, the mutated zombies were more cunning than the basic zombies, launching sneak attacks from the start, which led to his serious injury. Now that the zombie was trapped by Fang Yuxin, using his wind blades was perfect. Fang Yuxin and his two companions noticed the wind blades released by Fang Yuxiang and dodged them with perfect coordination, making the other 5 mercenaries watching extremely envious. They had thought the Fang family was very skilled after watching their initial battle, but witnessing the combined abilities of Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang truly opened their eyes. One of them couldn't help but say, "These two siblings from the Fang family are truly gifted beyond compare. They actually came up with such a method, cleverly combining their supernatural abilities to unleash terrifying combat power. Unlike us, we're still figuring out our skills." The others nodded in agreement. Such talent and ability were truly exceptional. However, compared to Fang Yuxiang, they were more concerned about Fang Yuxin's wood-based supernatural ability. In this perilous apocalypse, the ability to kill is not rare, but the ability to save lives is what matters. No one wants to die as long as they can live. Fang Yuxiang was standing right next to them, so he naturally heard what the man said. However, he had heard similar praises far too many times and was no longer affected. He released some more wind blades, finally wiping out the zombies. Afterward, the vegetation automatically retracted, returning to its original state. The only difference was that, nourished by the wood energy, they became even more vibrant and lush. Only a large number of decapitated zombies remained in place. Seeing Fang Yuxin's slightly pale face, Fang Yuxin and Chu Qianhe guessed that her spiritual energy was running low. So they let her absorb the crystal cores to recover, while they took charge of extracting them. Fang Yuxin nodded. These zombies were defeated, so there was no immediate danger, but no one could guarantee what would happen next. She needed to absorb the crystal cores as soon as possible to restore her strength. Moreover, she also needed to try to heal Fang Yuxiang. He had just used his special ability, and she was worried it might be detrimental to him. The zombie virus relied entirely on the body's resistance. If the body's energy was low, its resistance would be weak. She pretended to take a crystal core from her pouch, but actually secretly retrieved a purified crystal core from her azure wood spiritual palace. Fortunately, the crystal core was in her hand, unseen by others, so she didn't need to worry about being discovered. She circulated the azure wood technique within her body, quickly absorbing the energy from the crystal core as she walked. The azure wood technique is a powerful cultivation method. When activated, it continuously absorbs energy from the crystal core, even drawing spiritual energy from the surrounding air towards Fang Yuxin for her body to absorb. Others, however, cannot sense this spiritual energy. Previously, spiritual energy was scarce on this planet, making it difficult for Fang Yuxin to achieve mastery even with the cultivation method. But the mysterious meteorite brought immense energy. After the initial energy surge, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became abundant. While still not comparable to the cultivation world, it was sufficient for a small number of cultivators. Although it was only a few steps, by the time Fang Yuxin reached Fang Yuxiang, her complexion had improved considerably, regaining a healthy rosy glow instead of her usual paleness. In contrast, Fang Yuxiang, due to the virus infection and the release of his skill, looked extremely pale. His already pale face was now shrouded in a deathly gray aura. Fang Yuxin was immediately horrified. Forgetting he was still absorbing the crystal core, he grabbed Fang Yuxiang's arm and urgently said, "Brother, let me see your injury." The 5 mercenaries who had been marveling at the incredible speed of wood-type ability users' recovery were now even more horrified after their initial shock upon seeing Fang Yuxiang's pale face. They all rushed to check their own injuries. The 2 ordinary people among the 5 had the worst complexions, both shrouded in a deathly aura. Next was the fire-type ability user, whose complexion was worse than the other 2 because he had used his ability to incinerate the corpse after being injured. However, being an ability user, his energy expenditure wasn't as great as Fang Yuxiang's, and his complexion was slightly better than the 2 ordinary people in Fang Yuxiang. Despite this, all 5 were filled with anxiety and instinctively looked towards Fang Yuxin. At this moment, Fang Yuxin, with his wood-type ability, had become their lifeline. Fang Yuxin was examining Fang Yuxiang's wound. At this moment, the blackness that had originally only adhered to the wound had spread to the surrounding skin, and the blood at the wound was a dark red color, even emitting a slight stench. This situation clearly indicated they had entered a state of zombification. Fang Yuxin gripped Fang Yuxiang's hand tightly. At the same time, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe also abandoned the zombies scattered on the ground and came over, looking at Fang Yuxiang with worry. Fang Yuxin didn't hesitate any longer. She nodded to Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe first and said, "Dad, Mom, you'd better dig out the crystal core as soon as possible, lest the zombies take it if they come back. If a few more mutated zombies appear, our situation will be dangerous." Although the 2 were worried about Fang Yuxiang, they didn't hesitate after hearing Fang Yuxin's words and turned to continue digging for the crystal core. Afterwards, Fang Yuxin said to the 5 mercenaries who were also injured, "I'll try to find a way to treat my brother first. Please wait for now and be prepared." Although the 5 men all wished Fang Yuxin would come to save them first, they all knew it was impossible. Everyone has their own degrees of closeness and distance. Fang Yuxiang was her own brother, and it was perfectly reasonable for her to treat him first. Although they were anxious, they were even more worried about angering Fang Yuxin. If they risked not receiving treatment for a moment's pleasure, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, none of the 5 objected. Instead, they were quite polite and offered to keep watch. Fang Yuxin noticed their panic and nodded without saying anything more. Just as she was about to act, Fang Yuxiang gestured with his eyes towards the roof of the carriage, indicating for her to climb up. Fang Yuxin instantly understood and climbed up without hesitation. Fang Yuxiang followed behind her, and although he was seriously injured, he moved quickly. The others didn't suspect anything when they saw them on the roof. It was naturally safer than below. Once on the roof, Fang Yuxin wanted to retrieve the spiritual spring water from her azure wood spiritual abode, but Fang Yuxiang stopped her. He leaned close to her ear, his voice very low. "Xin, don't take the things out, be careful someone sees. Try first, see if you can use your body to manipulate the spiritual spring water, like a water-type ability user." Fang Yuxin thought for a moment upon hearing this. She tried to contact the Azurewood Spiritual Mansion, and after carefully exploring for a while, a crystal-clear droplet appeared on her index fingertip with a thought. Her face lit up with joy, and she quickly pulled Fang Yuxiang's hand over, placing her finger on it. Chapter 76: What to Do? As soon as Fang Yuxin placed her fingers on Fang Yuxiang's wound, he felt a cool sensation. Fang Yuxin had been carefully communicating with the Azurewood Spiritual Palace, and spiritual spring water slowly flowed from her fingertips, gradually moistening Fang Yuxiang's wound. His wound had already turned black, even showing slight signs of oozing. After the spiritual spring water enveloped it, he felt a dense, stinging pain, as if every cell was aching. Strangely, despite this intense pain, his wound didn't become numb. Instead, it became even more sensitive. Seeing that she had drained enough spiritual spring water, Fang Yuxin stopped and instead grasped the crystal core, frantically absorbing it with her inner energy. The spiritual spring water had a purifying effect, but it wasn't immediately effective. It would take some time. She could use this time to recover her spiritual energy, so she could heal Fang Yuxiang later. Fang Yuxiang was in great pain, but he gritted his teeth, not letting himself make a sound. Because of his extreme self-control, his handsome face was completely tense, and large beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. After absorbing the 2 crystal cores, Fang Yuxiang felt that his spiritual energy had recovered somewhat, so he grabbed Fang Yuxiang's arm again and channeled spiritual energy into his wound. The spiritual spring water had begun to take effect, and dark, foul-smelling blood flowed from Fang Yuxiang's wound. However, the speed was still too slow, and Fang Yuxin didn't want to wait any longer. So he decided to use spiritual energy to stimulate his wound and promote his recovery. After the spiritual energy entered Fang Yuxiang's wound, he felt a warm, cool sensation again. As soon as this coolness appeared, the dense, stinging pain from before lessened and was no longer so obvious. Fang Yuxiang also gritted his teeth, staring intently at his wounds. The mutated zombie had left 5 deep and long wounds on his arm. They were crooked and twisted, with the flesh rolled back, looking ferocious and terrifying. Now, Fang Yuxin carefully covered these wounds with spiritual spring water. Under the influence of the spiritual spring water, his wounds were constantly changing. He also discovered that this spiritual spring water was much denser than ordinary water. In terms of form, it resembled transparent oil. Upon contact with the wounds, it automatically seeped in and began to purify the zombie virus within. The expelled zombie virus dissolved into the blood, making it appear filthy, foul-smelling, and repulsive. After Fang Yuxin applied wood energy, the purification speed of the spiritual spring water increased considerably. Fang Yuxiang only saw dark blood continuously flowing from the wounds. At the same time, the previously blackened areas gradually lost their trace of Black Death aura, regaining vitality. Half an hour later, the blackness on Fang Yuxiang's wounds finally completely disappeared. Fang Yuxin carefully cleaned away the blood around the wounds and infused spiritual energy again. As the spiritual energy was infused, Fang Yuxiang's hideous wounds healed at a visible speed, gradually returning to normal. Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Fang Yuxiang, however, looked extremely grave. He urged Fang Yuxin to quickly absorb the crystal core to restore her spiritual energy, then whispered, "Yuxin, have you considered how detrimental it would be if others found out about this ability? I heard that the military has established a special research group specifically responsible for secretly researching superpowers and viruses. The people in that group are all research fanatics. They'll do anything for their research. If they find out you can purify viruses, they definitely won't let you off the hook." Fang Yuxin was startled by his words, and her expression turned grim. She knew very well that Fang Yuxiang was right. But there were so many people present. They had all witnessed Fang Yuxiang's injury and infection with the zombie virus. This matter couldn't be hidden. Seeing her distressed expression, Fang Yuxiang felt a pang of heartache. He knew very well that Fang Yuxin wouldn't have been exposed if she hadn't saved him. She had taken such a great risk for him. He couldn't let her be targeted because of it. He thought for a moment and said, "After we get down, we'll talk like this. I'll first use my superpower to force the zombie virus to the vicinity of the wound, then I'll cut off the rotten flesh and you'll use your superpower to heal me. Understand? Don't get it wrong." Fang Yuxiang nodded solemnly, and then the brother and sister cleaned the bloodstains on the carriage before nimbly leaping down. The 5 wounded mercenaries were already panicking. They had almost reached their limit by now. As soon as they heard the commotion, they looked towards the brother and sister. Seeing that Fang Yuxiang's complexion had returned to normal and his arm wound had healed, they immediately relaxed, revealing genuine joy. One of the ordinary mercenaries excitedly asked, "Miss Fang, can you really heal?" Fang Yuxiang glanced at Fang Yuxin, then explained according to the story he had prepared beforehand. Xin was also helpless against this virus. I later gritted my teeth and cut off all the infected parts so she could try to heal me. I didn't expect it to actually work. You can try using your abilities to force the zombie virus to the vicinity of the wound. Xin just used up too much of her abilities, so this is a good time for her to recover. However, I can't guarantee that you will all succeed. It probably depends on each person's resistance to the zombie virus. Upon hearing this, the 3 mercenaries with superpowers immediately began to operate, trying to use their abilities to deal with the zombie virus. The 2 ordinary people's faces darkened. They didn't have any superpowers. Both of them panicked slightly. "We don't have any special abilities." Fang Yuxiang frowned, seemingly quite troubled. He thought for a moment and said, "Then you 2 discuss it first. Once Xin recovers, one of you can cut away the rotten flesh and let her try. But let me be clear, Xin has absolutely no confidence in this matter. You must think it through carefully. If you fail, you absolutely cannot get angry. Both of them were still waiting for Fang Yuxin to save their lives, so how could they dare to have any objections to Fang Yuyang's words? They nodded hurriedly, their attitude extremely polite. Seeing that Fang Yuxin had already taken the crystal core to absorb and recover, they went aside and, after discussing it, decided that after Fang Yuxin recovered, the one with more serious injuries would go first. After all, more serious injuries meant a more severe viral infection, and they had developed a relationship during the mission, which was why the other was willing to make such a concession. After all, the longer this matter was delayed, the greater the danger would become. Fang Yuxin decided to have them wait on the roof of the car first. Cutting off the rotting flesh would inevitably cause massive bleeding, which would certainly attract zombies. It would be safer on the roof. The two men didn't hesitate and quickly climbed onto the roof, followed by Fang Yuxin. Seeing that one of them looked extremely pale, she said, "Let's begin now." The man's expression brightened, and his gaze towards Fang Yuxin became filled with gratitude. His clothes were already tattered, so he simply took them off, leaving his upper body bare. Fang Yuxin then saw several wounds on his body. The zombie virus had spread from these wounds, turning the skin around them a deep black, shrouded in a deathly aura. Strangely, within this deathly aura, a faint life force was burgeoning. She released her spiritual sense to examine him closely and discovered that his heart was still beating vividly, and with each heartbeat, a faint life force spread from his heart. This life force, upon encountering the deathly aura, became entangled with it. However, his life force was still too weak. Without external assistance, it would likely dissipate completely soon, and he would become a zombie. Fang Yuxin had initially hesitated, but upon discovering this faint life force, she made a decision. The spiritual spring water couldn't be exposed, but stimulating the body with wood-based energy to revitalize the life force within him was feasible. Seeing that the man was about to cut away the excess flesh around the wound, she immediately said, "Wait." There were many vulnerable areas on his body. If it were all cut off, his faint life force would likely be extinguished. Although the man was puzzled, he didn't doubt Fang Yuxin's words and stopped as instructed. Fang Yuxin first flicked a wisp of spiritual energy into his heart. Being a pure wood spirit body, her refined wood-type spiritual energy was rich in vitality. This wisp of energy acted as if a powerful stimulant had been given to the man. His heartbeat became stronger, and his vitality intensified. Seeing the effect, Fang Yuxin flicked her finger again, sending several more wisps of spiritual energy into his vital acupoints to stimulate his life force. This further intensified his vitality. Next, Fang Yuxin tried channeling spiritual energy into the most sensitive areas of his body. These areas, originally shrouded in a thick layer of deathly aura, dissipated somewhat upon stimulation by the vibrant spiritual energy. Seeing its effectiveness, she channeled more spiritual energy to increase the stimulation. Gradually, the man's vitality grew stronger, the deathly aura faded, and those sensitive areas began to radiate life. Immediately, Fang Yuxin keenly sensed an energy fluctuation emanating from deep within the man's body. This energy fluctuation was highly unstable, sometimes obvious, sometimes weak, threatening to collapse at any moment. After a moment's thought, she channeled spiritual energy into his heart in various acupoints. With the arrival of this spiritual energy, the energy fluctuation within him gradually stabilized. Seeing that his condition had improved considerably, Fang Yuxin absorbed the crystal core in her palm while having another person remove their clothes and sit cross-legged. This person's condition was also very poor, but their physical constitution was probably better, and their life force was more vigorous than the previous person's, making Fang Yuxin's treatment easier. She used the same method as before, stimulating the life force within this person with spiritual energy and eliminating the death energy. After all this busy work, by the time this person's condition stabilized, time had quietly passed. Chapter 77: Hostility. While Fang Yuxin was treating the two survivors, Lin Nan had already returned once with the remaining survivors. After learning they had encountered mutated zombies and were seriously injured, she led a group to rescue the survivors on the remaining 3 floors. When she stopped, she saw Lin Nan had brought the last survivors back and settled them in the vehicle. Lin Nan already knew Fang Yuxin had treated the wounded on the roof, Although Fang Yuxiang hadn't explicitly stated the wounded were infected with the zombie virus, he had guessed. Therefore, he was extremely concerned about Fang Yuxin's success. Upon learning of the mutated zombie's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. He considered himself weaker than Fang Yuxiang. And if Fang Yuxiang was so badly injured after encountering mutated zombies, wouldn't he be doomed if he encountered them? Even if he didn't die, being scratched by a mutated zombie would still result in infection with the zombie virus, which would be no different from death. But if Fang Yuxin could find a way to treat this infection, he would have a better chance of survival. It was this concern that led him to take over the task after discovering that Fang Yuxiang's team was unable to rescue the remaining survivors. After rescuing them, he rushed back, leading his teammates to guard the truck in case any zombies appeared. He was incredibly attentive. Since the two people were currently in the process of awakening their abilities and couldn't be disturbed, Fang Yuxin simply jumped off the roof to rescue the 3 mercenary ability users. Because the truck was high up, those below couldn't see the situation on the roof clearly, and when they saw her come down, they eagerly surrounded her. Although the Fang family also wanted to know how the two people were doing, their biggest concern was Fang Yuxin's health. Seeing her slightly pale face, she was clearly exhausted. Fang Yuxiang's face showed some displeasure. "Hurry up and absorb the crystal cores. Look how tired you are." Fang Yuxin smiled gently, grasped the crystal cores in her hand, and began to absorb them. Others wanted to ask, but seeing her pale face, they didn't dare. Since the two people on the roof weren't moving, they were probably all right. Fang Yuxin rested for a while, and then began treating the 3 ability users. Because they were all ability users, their bodies had a stronger resistance to the zombie virus. She didn't use the large amount of spiritual energy to stimulate their life force as before, but instead used Fang Yuxiang's method, having them peel away the rotten flesh. Then she treated them. The affected area on the 3 ability users wasn't large, and their attempts to resist the zombie virus with their abilities had already shown some success, making Fang Yuxin's treatment much easier. After treating the 3, Lin Nan and his team gathered around. Lin Nan was about to speak when Fang Yuxiang suddenly asked, "Xin, where's Qianqian? Why isn't he with you?" Fang Yuxin glanced around. Although Lin Nan's team had injuries to varying degrees, they had only encountered low-level zombies. She wasn't infected with the zombie virus, and her injuries weren't too serious, so immediate treatment wasn't necessary. She thought about it again. It was indeed time to bring Qianqian back, so she said, "You guys go and meet up with Captain Zhou first. I'll go find Qianqian." Fang Yuxiang, naturally worried about her, offered to go with her. Lin Nan and his team had originally wanted Fang Yuxin to help with the treatment, but seeing that she wanted to go find her son, how could they object? He thought for a moment and said, "Then you'd better hurry back and be very careful on the way." Actually, he wanted to offer to help search, but considering the school was quite large, finding a child wouldn't be easy. Moreover, they had so many survivors here. Zombies could be attracted at any time. So, after hesitating, he ultimately swallowed his words. The 3 superhumans healed by Fang Yuxin exchanged glances and offered to help with the search, but Fang Yuxin refused without hesitation. "You stay on the truck and protect the survivors inside with Captain Lin. Qianqian was someone I brought along out of personal consideration. I said from the beginning that I wouldn't let him be a burden to you. Now that he's missing, it's my responsibility to find him myself. There's no reason for you to suffer." The 3 were about to speak when Fang Yuxiang interrupted them, saying, "We appreciate your kindness, but Qianqian is alone. If the survivors here are put in danger because of him, we'll feel terrible. Let's not talk about anything now. Finding him is the priority. You go and meet up with Captain Zhou first. We'll be there soon." Before he finished speaking, the brother and sister had already rushed out. Although the 3 superhumans didn't follow, their admiration for the brother and sister grew even stronger. They thought for a moment and made their decision. Afterwards, Lin Nan had people enter the carriage. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe suggested going to the roof to keep watch, as did the 3 mercenary superhumans. Seeing their insistence, Lin Nan didn't refuse and readily agreed. The group drove off towards the meeting point designated by Captain Zhou. Meanwhile, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang hadn't gone far when they saw Bai Yi carrying Bai Qianqian, along with Ho San'er beside him. The 3 had been watching from afar, And Bai Qianqian had tried to return to Fang Yuxin's side several times, but Bai Yi had stopped her each time. The timing wasn't right. Seeing Fang Yuxin approaching from a distance, Bai Ye's feelings suddenly became complicated. He had brought Bai Qianqian along specifically because he was worried Fang Yuxin might be in danger and wanted to help. But after arriving, he discovered that Fang Yuxin's abilities were even more formidable than he had imagined. Her methods were too ingenious. Even the seemingly simple flick of her fingers seemed to contain some profound mystery. He felt it wasn't his imagination. Thinking back to the Yuan crystal Fang Yuxin had mentioned, he suddenly realized that Fang Yuxin seemed to know more than most people. The disaster had only been going on for 3 days. He couldn't believe that Fang Yuxin had stumbled upon all of this in those short 3 days. Suddenly, a bizarre thought crossed his mind. Could the person who posted online back then be Fang Yuxin? At the time, he thought the other person had precognitive abilities, and he was somewhat concerned. Unfortunately, that person was too cautious, not only cleverly disguising themselves but also deliberately avoiding surveillance. He had Hosanner investigate for a long time, but they couldn't find out the person's true identity. Now, watching Fang Yuxin's figure approaching from afar, the person from the surveillance footage suddenly flashed through his mind, and he felt the two figures eerily overlapped. But could it be her? However, upon further reflection, he suddenly felt that whether Fang Yuxin was the one who posted the message was no longer important. As long as he knew this woman had secrets and knew a lot, that was enough. Originally, because Fang Yuxin was Qiu Yiming's fiancé, he didn't intend to have much involvement with her. However, now that things were different, he suddenly felt that the two of them could have more opportunities to cooperate. The safe zone outside the city was now controlled by the military, probably the safest place in the market, but for him, that place was like a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Qiu Yiming was there. Going there would only be walking into a trap. But if he continued to stay in the city, he would have to face a large number of zombies. He himself wasn't afraid, but he couldn't guarantee that he could protect his men, unless he could rapidly increase his strength in a short period of time. To do that, probably only Fang Yuxin in front of him could help him. But how could he get her help? He quickly glanced at the bag in Hosanner's hand and felt that Fang Yuxin had quite an appetite. Satisfying her would probably not be easy. Moreover, he had a feeling that Fang Yuxin didn't like him. Thinking of this, Bai Yi frowned slightly. For the first time in his life, he felt that things were somewhat difficult. Fang Yuxin didn't care what Bai Yi was thinking, but Fang Yuyang, the doting brother, instantly felt a jolt of alarm. He narrowed his eyes, his cold, sharp gaze piercing Bai Yi, his hostility undisguised. "Are you Qianqian's father? What are you doing here?" Out of protectiveness towards his sister, Fang Yuyang was filled with hostility towards any man who approached his precious little sister. He felt the same way about Qiu Yiming back then, and now he felt the same way about Bai Yi. If comparing, he loathed Bai Yi even more. Qiu Yiming was merely Fang Yuxin's fiancé, but Bai Yi was different. He originally had no connection with Fang Yuxin, yet they shared a son. For Fang Yuyang, this was simply intolerable. At least Qiu Yiming had grown up with Fang Yuxin since childhood. Where did Bai Yi come from? When he learned that Bai Qianqian appeared suddenly, he was full of hostility towards the people behind Bai Qianqian. Now that he saw Bai Yi watching not far away, the hostility in his heart instantly became dozens of times stronger. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he would have wanted to beat Bai Yi in front of him with his own hands. Bai Yi and Hosanner had already seen photos of Fang Yuxin's family when they were investigating Fang Yuxin, so they recognized Fang Yuyang at a glance. Sensing Fang Yuyang's strong hostility towards Bai Yi, Hosanner was dissatisfied. Why should Fang Yuyang be hostile to the boss? The boss has done nothing wrong. Knowing that Bai Yi never liked to explain, he quickly said, "Miss Fang left in a hurry just now. The boss was worried that she might be in danger, so he took Qianqian and chased after her. We originally wanted to help, but after seeing that you could handle it, we didn't come out." After he finished speaking, he deliberately took a few steps forward and placed the bag in front of Fang Yuxin. "Miss Fang forgot her things, so the boss specially asked me to bring them to you." Although Fang Yuyang was curious about what was in the bag, he knew that now was not the time to ask, so he ignored it and looked at Bai Yi and asked, "Did you come here to take Qianqian away?" Bai Yi shook his head and put Bai Qianqian on the ground. As soon as Bai Qianqian landed, he ran to Fang Yuxin, looked her up with his little face and asked worriedly, "Mommy, are you all right?" Fang Yuxin shook her head and Fang Yuyang said, "In that case, we'll take our leave." After he finished speaking, he picked up his bag from the ground, pulled Fang Yuxin away and walked out. After walking out, he suddenly turned back, opened his mouth and silently said, "My sister has nothing to do with you. Don't come looking for her again." Chapter 78 Request. After parting ways with Bai Yi, Fang Yuxin walked a long way. Once she was sure no one was around, she put the bag containing the spirit stones into her azure wood spiritual mansion. At the same time, she quietly explained her deal with Bai Yi to Fang Yuyang. Fang Yuyang instinctively repelled Bai Yi, feeling that this man harbored ill intentions towards his sister. He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly met Bai Qianqian's wary gaze, and the words stuck in his throat. Bai Qianqian gripped Fang Yuxin's hand tightly. His senses were now incredibly sharp, and he naturally noticed Fang Yuyang's hostility towards Bai Yi, which made him nervous and fearful. He suddenly realized that it might not be so easy for his mother and his foolish father to be together. He was even more worried that Fang Yuyang, who disliked Bai Yi so much, might prevent his mother and father from being together. Thinking of Qiu Yiming, who was still relentlessly pursuing Fang Yuxin, he felt irritated again, secretly thinking that his decision to stay by Fang Yuxin's side was incredibly wise. With his foolish dad away, he was determined to protect his mom and absolutely couldn't let her be with that annoying uncle. Humph! Mom belonged to him and his foolish dad. Bai Qianqian secretly clenched his fist, then quickly glanced at Fang Yuyang, deciding to stick close to his mom from now on and prevent Fang Yuyang from saying anything bad about his foolish dad. The three walked quickly. Along the way, Fang Yuyang and Fang Yuxin held the crystal cores in their hands, absorbing them as they walked. Occasionally they encountered zombies which they easily dealt with. The school was quite large, and after walking for about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the rendezvous point mentioned by Captain Zhou. When they arrived, everyone else was already there dealing with the zombies. Because there were so many of them, they attracted even more zombies and were intercepted along the way. So, although Fang Yuxin and the others had walked, they didn't keep Captain Zhou and the others waiting too long. After they arrived, they also started killing zombies, quickly finishing them off. Captain Zhou then called them to get into the car. The three discovered that all the mercenaries were in one carriage, while the rescued survivors were in another. Seeing them return unharmed, even Bai Qianqian was all right. Many breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Zhou looked directly at Fang Yuxin and asked, "Miss Fang, how much of your ability do you have left? Can you treat the wounded now? Many of my soldiers are injured. They still need to stand guard on the roof, so I hope you can treat them first." Fang Yuxin nodded to indicate she understood. Just like on the way there, these soldiers had to stand on the roof with submachine guns to prevent zombies from approaching the truck. However, they had come in smaller numbers, and this time they had rescued many survivors. The return journey would definitely be more dangerous. Captain Zhou's request for her to treat the soldiers first was clearly not just out of personal motives, but for everyone's safety. She treated the soldiers first. The soldiers were armed and well-trained, so their injuries weren't too serious. They hadn't encountered any mutated zombies, and their wounds weren't infected by the virus. Fang Yuxin found it easy to treat them. After the soldiers were healed, they were paid with crystal cores according to the severity of their injuries. Then they took their submachine guns and went to the truck roof for guard duty. After Fang Yuxin absorbed the crystal cores and recovered, she treated the other mercenaries again, first the seriously wounded, then the lightly wounded. Afterwards she received quite a few more crystal cores. At this time, the 5 mercenaries she had saved earlier came over. Their expressions were more serious than ever before, clearly indicating they had made a very important decision. Then the strongest of the 5 said, "Captain Fang, we hope to join your mercenary team. We promise to be loyal and devoted. We hope Captain Fang will give us this opportunity." Another said, "That's right. Miss Fang saved our lives. Miss Fang has given us a second life. As long as we join the mercenary team, we promise never to betray you." This decision was also carefully considered. The appearance of mutated zombies made them realize that zombies could also evolve and become stronger. It was too difficult for them to survive in the apocalypse on their own. To survive, they had to join a powerful team. However, their current strength is only average among ability users. Even if they joined a powerful team, they'd likely only be cannon fodder. The Fang family's Yuxin team is different. They all saw that Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxi's teamwork was ingenious. If they could join the team and cooperate like that, they could unleash even greater power. More importantly, Fang Yuxin is a wood-type ability user with powerful healing abilities. If they joined the team, even if they suffered serious injuries, as long as they received timely treatment, survival wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, the Fang family's Yuxin mercenary team is small, and they trust the Fang siblings' character. Joining the mercenary team would naturally provide them with more resources, preventing them from being used as cannon fodder. Considering all this, they realized that joining the Yuxin mercenary team was the best thing that could happen to them. Perhaps, meeting Fang Yuxin was their good fortune. Fang Yuxiang didn't agree immediately. He thought for a moment, then asked, "Are you really sure?" As he asked, his gaze swept over each of the 5 people, trying to discern their sincerity. The other members of the Fang family also looked at them, their gazes sharp as knives, putting considerable pressure on the 5. They had a feeling that everything about them was laid bare before the Fang family, without any concealment. Fang Yuxiang had his own considerations. The Qiu family was very powerful in the safe zone, and Qiu Yiming clearly hadn't given up on Fang Yuxin. He needed to protect his sister, and he couldn't do it alone. Therefore, besides improving his strength, he also had to build his own power base to have any chance of contending with Qiu Yiming. Although these 5 people were somewhat lacking in talent and their decision was driven by self-interest, their judgment was relatively upright, and their character seemed decent enough to warrant taking them in. Although he had made his decision, he didn't want to settle it so easily. He needed to let these 5 know that although the Yuxin mercenary team was small, it wasn't a team that just anyone could join. He said, "First of all, I want you to remember one thing. Qianqian is also a member of the mercenary team. If you want to join the mercenary team, you must treat him as your comrade and not look down on him. Can you do that?" The 5 nodded without hesitation. They had already witnessed by Qianqian's agile movements and knew that although he was young, he was different from ordinary children, and even braver than many adults. Moreover, Bai Qianqian was Fang Yuxin's son, so they naturally had no objections. Fang Yuxiang then said, "All right, whether you can join the mercenary team depends on your performance later. As long as your performance satisfies me, I will accept you after we return to the safe zone." The 5 also had no objections. Fang Yuxiang's actions were reasonable, and it wasn't just the Yuxin mercenary team that set up tests. Other mercenary teams with a little strength did the same. Only those second-rate mercenary teams didn't set any tests when a person with superpowers joined. This matter was considered closed. The 5 then took out all the crystal cores they had and handed them to Fang Yuxin as her consultation fee. Among them, the first 3 ability users, being stronger, naturally received more crystal cores. The remaining 2, having just awakened their abilities, had only a dozen or so. Fang Yuxin glanced at them but didn't accept the crystal cores. Instead, she looked at the 2 newly awakened ability users and said, "You've just awakened, and you're probably not familiar with your abilities yet. Take this time to familiarize yourself with them. Now is precisely the time when you need crystal cores, so I won't accept your consultation fee for the time being." Hearing this, the 2 were immediately grateful, feeling fortunate to have met such a generous wood-type ability user as Fang Yuxin. Then she looked at the other 3 ability users and continued, "Although you were infected with the virus before, it seems you've benefited from it, as your control over your abilities has become stronger. Therefore, I won't charge you for your consultations for now. You should use this time to work on your abilities and try to unleash their full potential." The 3 were extremely grateful. They could understand why Fang Yuxin wasn't accepting the crystal cores from the other 2, since they had just awakened their abilities and needed crystal cores to absorb. Unfortunately, they didn't have many crystal cores, and if they gave them all to Fang Yuxin, even if they awakened their abilities, they probably wouldn't be able to unleash their full potential in a short time. However, they hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to even temporarily waive their consultation fees. She even knew they had stronger control over their abilities. They had indeed found that after recovering, their perception of their abilities was clearer, and their strength had subtly improved. It was truly a blessing in disguise. But they would never forget who brought them all this. Although they did have ulterior motives for joining the Yongsheng mercenary team, they were genuinely grateful to Fang Yuxin. As they said, once they joined the mercenary team, they would never have any ulterior motives. Little did they know, Fang Yuxin knew much more. These 5 people, having been infected with the level 1 zombie virus, had their bodies enhanced after successfully resisting it, making their aptitudes superior to those who awakened after being infected with the level 1 zombie virus. While the 3 ability users had already awakened, this viral infection also improved their ability aptitudes. Although this improvement was more dangerous and less effective than absorbing elemental crystals, it was still a definite improvement. Therefore, when these 5 people asked to join the mercenary team, Fang Yuxin decided to accept them. The other mercenaries, witnessing this, harbored various thoughts. Chapter 79 Help! They rescued a total of 157 survivors, 2/3 of whom were women. Captain Zhou also learned some information from these survivors. Everyone woke up when the disaster struck, and many managed to escape. Those who reacted too slowly found the school overrun with zombies, and were forced to hide in their dormitories. They had no idea where the others had gone. Furthermore, most of the survivors were from out of town and had no relatives in the area, which explained why they hadn't escaped in time. They had nowhere to go. The area around the school was a bustling commercial street, mainly selling clothes and food, and several small hotels. Although their mission was a rescue operation, they wanted to bring back as many supplies as possible. Thanks to Fang Yuxin's presence, there were no casualties in the team, so Captain Zhou decided to circle the school first, both to collect more supplies and to check for other survivors nearby. Fortunately, the disaster occurred in the middle of the night. Otherwise, if it had happened during the day, the bustling commercial street would have been teeming with zombies, and the situation would have been far worse. After Captain Zhou made his decision, he instructed the soldiers on the roof of the truck to maintain vigilance. The truck then entered the commercial street next to the school. The commercial street was desolate. Some areas had been damaged by meteorites, leaving only ruins. Dark bloodstains were scattered on the ground, and zombies roamed the area, creating a bleak scene. The zombies, upon discovering them, surrounded them. However, before they could get close, they were shot dead by the soldiers on the roof. Gunshots rang out intermittently, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder, creating a tense atmosphere. They then discovered that many shops on the commercial street had their doors smashed open, revealing a scene of utter chaos inside, with items scattered everywhere. Captain Zhou ordered his men to get out of the truck and split into 2 teams, searching each shop along the roadside for usable supplies. Dead food was the most sought-after item, followed by lighting equipment, batteries, and other useful supplies. After all, it was already the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and the commercial street had already been thoroughly explored. The people who came seemed to be in a hurry. They ransacked the shop, leaving many items scattered on the ground. Almost everything edible had been taken. They only found some flashlights, batteries, and a few other usable items. The haul wasn't much. Fang Yuxin, thinking of Baye's group, wasn't surprised at all. Since they were in the school hospital, they must have searched the surrounding area thoroughly. There wouldn't be any food left. After searching the area around the school, everyone finally had some loot. Captain Zhou decided to leave with his men. But just then, a badly damaged car suddenly drove out recklessly. Everyone was startled, and then they saw that a large group of zombies, over 100, were following behind the car. The people in the car were clearly panicked, driving erratically and careening wildly. Upon seeing them, the people in the car seemed overjoyed and charged directly at them. Captain Zhou immediately ordered, "Those on the roof, prepare to fire. Everyone else, prepare to fight." Although he was furious at the man's reckless behavior, with the zombie horde so close, eliminating the zombies was of course more important. The Fang family had been staying together, along with the 5 mercenaries who planned to join them. These 5 had worked quite diligently while collecting supplies. Now, seeing the zombie horde approaching, they all assumed attack stances, ready to show off their skills and satisfy the Fang family. The car screeched to a halt, and before it had even come to a complete stop, the occupants frantically pushed open the doors and rushed out, gasping for breath. "Help! Help me!" His car was in a terrible state. Not only was the driver's side door wobbling, but the other doors had been removed at some point, leaving only a bare frame. The windshield was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and the body was riddled with claw marks. It was practically a mangled mess. The man who got out of the car was also in a sorry state. He was a young man with a somewhat childish face, looking very young, probably only in his early 20s. His clothes were torn to shreds, and he had several injuries on the ground. Seeing him like this, even though everyone was angry, they could only suppress their anger and not vent it on him. After calling for help, he hid next to the truck, seemingly knowing his limits. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer, Captain Zhou hurriedly asked Fang Yuxiang, "Captain Fang, how many can you handle?" Fang Yuxiang's wind blade skill is incredibly useful. They still have a long way to go, and they must conserve their strength. Captain Zhou hoped that Fang Yuxiang would take on more tasks and eliminate as many zombies as possible. He did this to save ammunition. Without an armory, every bullet used is one less available, so conserving them is crucial. Although his soldiers had submachine guns, which were even more lethal than wind blades, their ammunition was limited, unlike Fang Yuxiang's wind blades, which he could continuously unleash as long as he had his ability. Fang Yuxiang understood his meaning and gave him a number, about 1/3 of the number of zombies, which he could eliminate in one go. Captain Zhou immediately made arrangements. Fang Yuxiang would deal with the zombies in the middle, while the other mercenaries would handle the flanks. With this division of labor, apart from Fang Yuxiang, the others had very few zombies to deal with. Seeing the zombies getting closer, Fang Yuxiang immediately released. He unleashed the wind blades. Instantly, a large swarm of crescent-shaped wind blades spun and shot out, decapitating every zombie in their path. The others reacted just as quickly, soon confronting the zombies before them. Seeing that the others were handling the situation, Fang Yuxiang didn't intervene. After all, helping was one thing, but stealing someone else's zombies was quite another. Fang Yuxin and the others also didn't try to steal from others, but instead skillfully extracted the crystal cores. This scene shocked the young man watching from the sidelines. He subconsciously looked at Fang Yuxiang, his eyes shining. This person was too strong. Since the disaster, this was the first time he had seen someone so strong. He had only raised his hand, yet a group of zombies had fallen. With a thought, he walked towards Fang Yuxiang. Captain Zhou didn't make a move. As the captain, he needed to control the overall situation, and he wouldn't easily intervene unless necessary. So when the young man moved, he glanced at him. "What do you want?" His aura was heavy, and coupled with his serious expression and cold tone, the young man felt a little intimidated. He shrank back, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face, before his resolve hardened. Then he forced himself to endure the discomfort and quickly walked up to Captain Zhou, pointing to Fang Yuxiang, who was digging for crystal cores not far away, and asked, "Excuse me? Excuse me. What's his name?" Captain Zhou gave him a deep look, not answering directly but instead asking, "What do you want?" The young man was very nervous. "I just think he's very powerful and want to get to know him. I mean, no harm." Captain Zhou smelled the blood on him, his brows furrowing slightly, and asked, "Do you have any crystal cores on you?" The young man instantly became alert, looking at Captain Zhou warily, his gaze like that of someone looking at a robber. "You? What do you want?" Captain Zhou was speechless. He subconsciously glanced at Bai Qianqian, who was digging for crystal cores not far away, and his tone became even colder. "If you have any crystal cores, I can find someone to help you heal your injuries." The young man looked at him suspiciously, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "How much?" Captain Zhou, sensing the presence of crystal cores in the young man's body, decided to have Fang Yuxin treat him. It wasn't out of sudden compassion, but rather because the man's injuries and the strong smell of blood were overwhelming. Since Fang Yuxin and her team had already extracted the crystal cores, Captain Zhou immediately summoned her to treat the young man. Fang Yuxin had already examined his injuries with her spiritual sense and knew that while he had many wounds, none were vital and the injuries weren't serious. She agreed, accepting 5 crystal cores as payment, and then healed him. The young man was astonished by her abilities. Upon learning that she and Fang Yuxiang were siblings, he became even more determined to follow them. However, as soon as he mentioned it, Fang Yuxiang refused. This man's origins were unknown and, more importantly, his skills were poor and he was timid. Fang Yuxiang had no interest in him. Soon the others had cleaned up the battlefield, and Captain Zhou was about to head back when the young man suddenly exclaimed, "That's right. Save people. You guys need to go save people." His face was filled with panic, as if he had suddenly remembered something terrifying. Captain Zhou, hearing that someone was still there, immediately asked, "What happened? What's wrong with you?" He was genuinely angry. This young man had been there for a while, but only now was he telling him about the rescue. Why hadn't he said so before? He shook his head inwardly. This man was unreliable. No wonder Fang Yuxiang didn't want him. The young man then explained that he and the other survivors had been staying in a nearby residential building. Everything had been fine until today when they were suddenly surrounded by zombies. He was lucky. He had gone out with some friends to find supplies and hadn't been trapped. Seeing the situation was bad, he turned and ran, but the zombies had caught up with them, and his friends had all been captured and eaten by the zombies. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhou's face darkened further. He asked with a grim expression, "Do you know how many zombies are surrounding the residential building?" "A lot." The young man seemed to realize something, his face turning extremely grim. They seem to be under someone's command. There are just too many of them. A dense, overwhelming mass, at least several thousand. Several thousand. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became extremely grave. That many zombies were far beyond their ability to handle. Chapter 80, A Bad Premonition. The young man's words weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Captain Zhou was the first to recover. He understood the gravity of the situation. If true, they needed to return immediately to report to their superiors. However, the young man's words alone weren't enough evidence. He felt the young man was highly unreliable, so Captain Zhou decisively summoned the speed-based ability users from his team and ordered them to check the apartment building the young man had mentioned. Speed-based ability users possessed a speed advantage, giving them a high chance of escaping even from a horde of zombies, making them ideal for scouts. The team consisted of 8 speed-based ability users. After receiving the order, they checked their weaponry and, once confirmed, quickly ran towards the apartment building. The truck was too conspicuous, especially with many survivors on board. If the young man's account was true, and the apartment building was surrounded by thousands of zombies, driving there would be too dangerous. After the 8 left, Captain Zhou issued another order. All ability users, absorb the crystal cores as soon as possible to replenish your abilities. Be prepared for battle at any time. After giving the orders, he called the young man back and questioned him about the apartment building's specific situation. For example, how many survivors were inside, were there any superhumans, and why hadn't they gone to the safe zone outside the city? The young man answered in detail, but he wasn't very clear on the specifics. He only knew that many survivors lived in the apartment building, most of whom were original residents. But he didn't know the exact number. He had seen superhumans, but similarly, he didn't know the exact number. He lied about why they hadn't gone to the safe zone. He told Captain Zhou that they were too weak to reach it, but the truth was that they planned to gather as many supplies as possible while they were still in the city, so they would have a better future. However, they didn't expect that only the 3rd day of the apocalypse would see a large-scale zombie horde. If they hadn't gone out to find supplies, they would probably be dead. Even so, they were still chased by zombies on their way back. His companions were all captured and dragged away by zombies during this chase. Only he was lucky enough to not only escape but also encounter a military rescue team. Even more fortunately, the team included a wood-type ability user with healing powers. Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin's strength made the young man instinctively consider defecting. Later, after Fang Yuxiang refused, he remembered that many people in the apartment building were still missing. He then told Captain Zhou about this. While he spoke of this out of concern for the other survivors in the building, he also had his own selfish motives. He knew that the large-scale gathering of zombies was definitely problematic, and revealing this information might be considered a great contribution, providing him with some protection after reaching the safe zone. Furthermore, he and his companions had collected a considerable amount of supplies over the past 3 days, which were stored at their residence. If circumstances allowed, he planned to return and retrieve the supplies. After asking his questions, Captain Joe fell silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had discovered that the young man knew absolutely nothing about the situation in the apartment building, which disappointed him and made him worry about the fate of the 8-speed type ability users he had sent out. Seeing his grim expression, the young man hesitated for a moment before offering his guess. Captain Joe, I think something's very wrong with this. I can't be sure how many people are in the apartment building, but there certainly aren't many. How did it attract thousands of zombies? This is really strange. What's even stranger is that after my companions and I discovered this horde of zombies, we hurriedly turned around to run for our lives. There are only 8 of us in total. Logically, we shouldn't have attracted so many zombies, but hundreds of them chased us. This is abnormal. Even without him saying it, Captain Joe also felt something was amiss. If he hadn't suspected the cause of the zombie horde's gathering, why would he have risked sending 8 speed-based ability users to investigate? He could tell at a glance that this young man was deliberately showing off to gain merit. This made his impression of the young man even worse. If he could actually offer some insightful explanation, that would be one thing, but he didn't even have a decent guess, only spouting nonsense. On the other side, Fang Yuxin also had his own thoughts. She remembered that large-scale zombie gatherings usually occurred because a leader had appeared. There were only 2 possibilities for a zombie leader. Either a more advanced zombie had appeared, or a psychic zombie had appeared. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Even if a more advanced zombie had appeared, it would at most be a level 1 zombie, possessing only basic intelligence, similar to a wild beast. They might use some tricks in combat, but that wouldn't be enough to gather a force of thousands. Therefore, only one possibility remained. This leader was a psychic zombie. Psychic zombies were more intelligent than ordinary zombies. A level 1 psychic zombie was already as cunning as a wolf. Even so, why would it surround an ordinary residential building? Could it be that this building wasn't ordinary? Or was there something it wanted inside? Thinking of this possibility, Fang Yuxin became restless. Fang Yuxiang, noticing her unusual mood, quickly asked in a low voice, Xin, what's wrong? Remembering the dream Fang Yuxin had mentioned, his expression changed slightly, and he lowered his voice even further. Have you thought of something? Fang Yuxin nodded, about to speak, when she heard Captain Joe ask, Captain Fang, Miss Fang, do you have some suspicions? Fang Yuxiang instantly became alert, looking warily at Captain Joe. Captain Joe immediately guessed he had misunderstood something and walked over, saying, I noticed you both looked unwell and were talking quietly, so I guessed you knew something, which is why I asked. Seeing his open expression, Fang Yuxiang realized he had been too deliberate, and his expression changed slightly, showing a hint of embarrassment. Fang Yuxin immediately said, Captain Joe, please don't take offense. My brother is just being overly cautious. I do have some suspicions, but I'm not sure, so I wanted to discuss it with my brother first and ask for his opinion. Captain Joe didn't mind at all. On the contrary, he greatly appreciated the Fang siblings' cautious yet meticulous attitude. He waved his hand to indicate he didn't mind, then asked, Miss Fang, please tell me, what are you thinking? Fang Yuxin replied straightforwardly, I just think it's too strange for so many zombies to gather together, so I'm guessing, is there a leader among them? We encountered a speed-mutated zombie before, so could there be other mutated zombies? Ordinary zombies have no intelligence, but mutated zombies know how to ambush, so they obviously have some intelligence. If we compare them to wild animals in nature like a wolf pack, then could there be an alpha wolf among them? If there is an alpha wolf leading them, then it wouldn't seem strange for so many zombies to gather together. Captain Joe had a bad feeling ever since he learned about the appearance of mutated zombies, but unlike Fang Yuxin, he hadn't experienced the apocalypse and his thinking wasn't as thorough as hers. Now, hearing what she said, Captain Joe immediately felt that her guess might be true. In that case, it wouldn't be surprising that the young man mentioned hundreds of zombies chasing them. Captain Joe wasn't the only one who heard this. Many mercenaries and soldiers around them also heard it. Like Captain Joe, their hearts were heavy. One mutated zombie was already a headache. If a zombie leader appeared, wouldn't humanity's survival become even more difficult? Seeing their somber expressions, some even showing signs of despair, Fang Yuxin sighed inwardly. A zombie leader was nothing. As zombies advanced, such leaders would only increase. Not only that, animals and plants would also mutate, becoming brutal, bloodthirsty, and aggressive. And among the animal-turned zombies, zombie rats and zombie birds were simply an unpredictable disaster. Although she knew these things, she dared not speak them aloud. Otherwise, wouldn't all the survivors be even more desperate? She thought for a moment and said, I don't think everyone needs to be so desperate. Don't forget, when the zombies appeared, the superhumans also appeared. Isn't this a case of when one door closes, another opens? Since zombies can advance, then superhumans certainly can too. As long as we find the right way, we can also become stronger. For example, didn't we kill that mutated zombie? In reality, she killed the mutated zombie entirely by herself, but Fang Yuxin deliberately used the word we to ignite their fighting spirit and prevent them from continuing to despair. Although the others understood this, her words still had a significant effect, especially the phrase superhumans can advance, which filled them all with hope. Yes, since zombies can advance, the superhumans certainly can too. What's there to be afraid of? Captain Zhou knew very well how serious the impact of low morale could be. Seeing that everyone's fighting spirit had been stirred up by Fang Yuxin's words, he pressed his advantage, saying, Miss Fang is right. Don't worry, everyone, we will definitely advance. Sooner or later, we will be able to wipe out all those disgusting zombies. Fang Yuxiang also said, That's right. As long as we get stronger, we will definitely be able to completely wipe out all the zombies. Fang Yuxin didn't know if that day would really come, but at this moment, her heart was also filled with hope. It seemed that most of the zombies around had been lured away by the zombie leader. After staying for a while, they only encountered a few scattered zombies and did not encounter any more zombie hordes. Time passed by, and half an hour after the 8 speed-type ability users left, they finally reappeared in everyone's sight. However, behind these 8 people were hundreds of zombies. Chapter 81: A Must-Take Risk. 8 speed-type ability users were sprinting desperately, pursued relentlessly by hundreds of zombies. The sight of them was a dense, chilling mass. The morale of everyone who had just been rallied plummeted at the sight. Seeing the dire situation, Captain Zhou immediately shouted, What are you all standing around for? Everyone on alert. Grab your weapons, prepare for battle. Fang Yuxin glanced at the roadside trees and immediately unleashed his spiritual energy, channeling it into them. The trees then began to grow at a visible speed. Branches rapidly extended, cascading down from the sky like serpents, spreading swiftly towards the zombie horde. Just as the distance between the 8 speed-type ability users and the zombie horde was closing, and they were about to be overtaken, a thunderous gunshot rang out, striking the leading zombie. The 8 speed-type ability users ran even faster, quickly creating distance between themselves and the zombies. Meanwhile, the tree snakes on the ground bypassed them, quickly rising up behind them, crisscrossing and weaving into a massive tree net, blocking the zombie horde. Because of the sheer number of zombies, after a brief hesitation, Fang Yuxin didn't build a cage, but instead chose this tree net to impede them. As long as the net was strong enough, the zombies wouldn't be able to cross it and harm them. Captain Zhou, surprised by Fang Yuxin's quick reaction, looked at her with even greater respect, then ordered, Now! While the zombies can't get through, begin the battle. Instantly, a dense barrage of gunfire erupted. The soldiers on the vehicle roofs were the first to attack, unleashing volleys of bullets. Dozens of zombies were immediately wiped out. Next, Fang Yuxiang unleashed his wind blades, and the other ability users also began their attacks. Those ordinary people who couldn't attack from a distance stood guard, ready to charge and kill any zombies that crossed the tree net. After reinforcing the tree net once more, Fang Yuxin rushed to the roadside. He grabbed a vine and quickly climbed to the top of a roadside tree. Using the vine, he swiftly weaved between the trees, reaching the rear of the zombie horde. He then used the vines to create a giant net, blocking the zombies' rear. Seeing this, Captain Zhou ordered a team to circle around from the shop rooftops to the rear of the zombie horde, attacking from both sides. Fang Yuxiang, along with his family and the 5 mercenaries who had agreed to join, followed Fang Yuxin's example, using vines to reach him. They began frantically hacking at the zombies. Seeing them approach, Fang Yuxin cast a small spell, causing more sturdy vines to hang from the trees. If anyone became tired or overwhelmed, they could simply pull on a vine, which would quickly retract, pulling them to the treetop for protection. The 5 mercenaries who had come with Fang Yuxiang specifically to show off were even more emboldened after learning this method, fighting with even greater ferocity. While the others admired their courage, they dared not charge into the zombie horde like them, instead fighting the zombies on the perimeter. As a result, the Yongxing team, despite lacking submachine guns, killed nearly half the zombies and successfully harvested a large number of crystal cores. With their assistance, coupled with the submachine guns of the soldiers, the battle didn't last long, ending in less than half an hour. Thanks to the tree net, no one died and even injuries were few. On the contrary, the 5 mercenaries who wanted to join the Yongxiang team had the most wounds. To prove themselves, they didn't immediately retreat after being injured, nor did they seek treatment from Fang Yuxin. They knew that Fang Yuxin still had to reinforce the tree net and maintain the vines, which was quite taxing, and naturally wouldn't selfishly let her expend her abilities. Therefore, unless in an emergency, they were unwilling to retreat despite their injuries, resulting in numerous scratches from the zombies. Fortunately, these zombies were all low-level zombies, and the zombie virus they carried had no effect on these ability users. After the battle, Fang Yuxin healed their injuries. This victory thrilled everyone, including the young man who had just joined. It was the first time he had seen such a fighting style, and the first time he had discovered that humans could so easily kill zombies. This filled him with an overwhelming sense of pride, and further solidified his determination to join the Yongxiang mercenary team. He had already realized that while these soldiers were skilled, they relied on the power of their submachine guns. Only Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin were truly powerful ability users. He had a premonition that by joining the Yongxiang mercenary team, he could become even stronger. After everyone had extracted the crystal cores, Captain Zhou assigned the fire-type ability users to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, he summoned the 8 speed-type ability users who had been scouting, and also called the Fang siblings to his side before asking, "After you went to that residential building, did you find anything?" Upon hearing his question, the 8 speed-type ability users seemed to recall some terrifying scenario, and their faces turned extremely grim. One of them said, "Captain Zhou, that man is right. That residential building was indeed surrounded by thousands of zombies. And when we arrived, the building was already overrun by zombies. We saw a few survivors struggling to hold on and wanted to rescue them. But as soon as we fired our guns, hundreds of zombies surrounded us. Seeing the situation was dire, we had to retreat, but these zombies relentlessly pursued us. It was as if they wanted to kill us to silence us." His expression grew increasingly grim as he spoke. Similarly, Captain Zhou's face was also quite grim. After hearing this, he thought of the zombie leader Fang Yuxin had mentioned. Clearly, there was a zombie leader among these zombies. His mood immediately turned heavy. This news had to be reported to his superiors, and ideally, someone should be sent to find and eliminate the leader. Otherwise, the situation would only worsen. The survivors in the city would be in even greater danger, and those of them who had entered the city would also be in greater danger. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang. In this team, their strength was truly astounding. He became the captain not only because of his already high rank in the military, but also because of his outstanding abilities. However, he discovered that the siblings' strength was even above his own. Initially, he was genuinely surprised, but considering their identities, it seemed perfectly natural. However, upon thinking of Fang Yuxin's abilities, he immediately suppressed the thought. Fang Yuxin was a rare healing ability user, and he had a feeling that her healing ability was stronger than other wood-type ability users. Such a person was a valuable asset to the entire safe zone, and he absolutely couldn't let her take risks. So he called his deputy and ordered, "From now on, you will lead the team. Remember, you must bring the team safely back to the safe zone. Once back, remember to report to your superiors immediately about the zombie evolution and the leader zombie." After he finished speaking, he had a truck cleared out, and then began recruiting a suicide squad to go with him to kill the zombie leader. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. No one wanted to die if they could live. Hearing it was voluntary, not a single mercenary stepped forward. Instead, half of Captain Zhou's soldiers volunteered to go with him. These men had followed Captain Zhou since before the apocalypse. Their bond with him was special, practically like brothers. So, upon hearing he was going to his death, they all volunteered. Captain Zhou hesitated. He had his own selfish motives. In his view, these soldiers were rigorously trained and had greater potential than the mercenaries. He naturally didn't want them to die in vain. However, he also understood that with these soldiers, he might have a 10% chance of killing the zombie leader, but if he took the mercenaries, the chance would be less than 10%. Just as he hesitated, Fang Yuxin stepped forward. Captain Zhou, you led this team out, so naturally you should lead it back. Since it's voluntary, why don't we, the Yongsheng mercenary team, handle this? Captain Zhou immediately frowned, his face full of disapproval. No, this is too dangerous. You can't go. Miss Fang, you're a wood-type ability user. I hope your healing abilities can help more people. Please don't act impulsively. The others also chimed in. Yes, Miss Fang, it's too dangerous. You absolutely mustn't go. Fang Yuxin, she continued. Everyone knows how dangerous the zombie leader is. Otherwise, Captain Zhou wouldn't have risked his life to eliminate it. If it doesn't die, everyone could be in trouble. Now that we've encountered this situation, we can't just ignore it and let it continue to grow. This is too dangerous, but someone has to do it. If not me, then someone else. Captain Zhou, who do you think is most likely to go? Captain Zhou was speechless. He knew Fang Yuxin was right, so initially, he had thought of sending Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang. However, considering Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability, he changed his mind. He hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to volunteer. He narrowed his eyes at Fang Yuxin, wondering if she was truly willing to sacrifice herself, or had some hidden trump card. Then he looked at Fang Yuyang. He could tell that Fang Yuyang cared deeply for his younger sister, Fang Yuxin. Presumably, he wouldn't let Fang Yuxin take such a risk. Fang Yuyang was indeed unwilling to let Fang Yuxin take the risk, but he knew his sister well. Unless Fang Yuxin was absolutely certain, she would never have said such a thing. Considering his family's strength, he decided to take the risk. So he said, Captain Zhou, my sister is right. Someone has to do this. Why don't we take it? Captain Zhou was completely stunned. He hadn't expected Fang Yuyang to agree. Didn't he know how dangerous this was? Or did they really have some trump cards up their sleeves? Thinking this, a hint of suspicion flashed in Captain Zhou's eyes. Chapter 82, Blood Oath. Because Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang were so resolute, Captain Zhou finally agreed to their request to go. Although he had suspected they possessed some unknown trump card, the thought of their willingness to risk everything to kill the zombie leader made him suppress his doubts. Even if they did have some powerful trump card, their willingness to take such a risk was already worthy of everyone's respect. To doubt what kind of trump card they had would be too petty. He was magnanimous and didn't let greed take hold of him. Because of this, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang held him in higher regard. At the same time, they secretly resolved to find a way to eliminate the zombie leader and not betray Captain Zhou's trust and magnanimity. Since the brother and sister were going, Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Bai Qianqian naturally wanted to go with them. Captain Zhou felt that Bai Qianqian was too young and it would be too dangerous for him to go, but then he thought that they were family after all, and if everyone else perished while he was the only one who survived, it might not be a good thing for him. So he tried to persuade her, but seeing Bai Qianqian's resolute attitude, he stopped trying. This made the mercenaries and soldiers feel ashamed. Bai Qianqian, only 5 years old, was willing to take risks while they, the adults, were. Immediately, some of the more courageous ones offered to go with her. Among them were the 5 who wanted to join the Yongsheng mercenary team. Their reasons were perfectly valid. One said, "Our lives were saved by Miss Fang anyway, we're willing to die with her." Another said, "Captain Fang said she'd see how we perform, how can we be cowards?" Still others said, "Even if we haven't joined Yongsheng, we're still considered unofficial members, right? Of course we have to go together." Seeing their resolute attitude, Fang Yuyang said, "This trip is probably fraught with danger, are you really sure about this?" The 5 nodded without hesitation. They said in unison, "We've thought it through. We live together, we die together." Their words were so heroic and resounding. Fang Yuyang laughed and said, "All right. Since you're willing to go, from now on you're Yongsheng's men." The 5 mercenaries laughed and replied, "Yes, Captain." Although he had taken these 5 in, Fang Yuyang didn't agree to let anyone else join the team. He could tell that these men were only temporarily stirred by their fighting spirit. They weren't necessarily truly willing to go and die. Since that was the case, why force them? He said, Captain Zhou, let's leave this matter to our Yongsheng mercenary team. Sending too many people will only make us too conspicuous. After hesitating, Captain Zhou nodded in agreement. Then he said, in that case, I'll take the liberty of giving you 9 submachine guns and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. I hope you can complete the mission and come back alive. After saying that, he patted Fang Yuxiang's shoulder forcefully. Fang Yuxiang thanked him and took the submachine guns and ammunition to distribute. Bai Qianqian was too young and didn't get any, but everyone else did. Just as Fang Yuxiang distributed the guns, Captain Zhou and his soldiers noticed something amiss. The 4 members of the Fang family were all very familiar with submachine guns. Their movements were precise and practiced. Clearly, this wasn't their first time handling a submachine gun. Compared to them, the other 5 mercenaries paled in comparison. They handled the guns with obvious care and clumsiness. Clearly it was their first time. Considering the Fang family's identities, Captain Zhou found nothing strange. A truck had already been cleared out. He left it for the Yongsheng team, offered some words of encouragement, and then led his group away. He needed to return to the safe zone first to report the appearance of mutated zombies and a zombie leader. There was no time to waste. After they left, the Yongsheng team didn't rush to the residential building. Fang Yuxin gathered the 5 mercenaries around him and said, since you've chosen to join Yongsheng, I have some things to tell you. Whether it's you or anyone who joins later, you must swear a blood oath never to betray us. Anyone who betrays us will suffer the backlash of the oath and lose their life. Do you understand? The 5 were somewhat surprised. A blood oath? They had only ever seen such things in novels and movies. Could it really exist? However, despite their surprise, they didn't hesitate or regret their decision. On the contrary, knowing that Fang Yuxin understood blood oaths made them even more willing to join Yongsheng. They had long seen how formidable Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang were. After hearing Fang Yuxin mention blood oaths, they had a hunch that the Fang siblings must possess even more knowledge. Therefore, they all believed that joining Yongsheng was the right decision for them. Moreover, Fang Yuxiang had already said so much. If they regretted it, they would likely be silenced. Seeing that they didn't hesitate, Fang Yuxin nodded. Then she pricked her fingertip, drawing a drop of blood, and recited an obscure oath. As the oath was spoken, the drop of blood gradually changed shape, forming a blood talisman that floated silently in mid-air. Next, Fang Yuxin said, now each of you give me a drop of blood. Hearing this, the 5 people pricked their fingertips without hesitation, squeezing out a drop of blood. The drop of blood floated up automatically, forming a blood sphere the size of a soybean. Fang Yuxin then said, now begin the oath. She didn't explain how to swear, but instead flicked 5 streams of light from her fingertip, which entered the foreheads of the 5 people. The 5 men were initially startled, then spoke in unison. We, Chan Qiao, Lu Yu, Wang Qi, Zhou Zheng and Huang Yu are willing to join Yongsheng, swearing an oath in blood that we will never betray them. With their vow, 5 blood spheres the size of soybeans transformed into 5 beams of blood light, merging into the blood talisman. The talisman then split into 5, transforming into 5 beams of blood light that shot towards the 5 men, entering their brows and sea of consciousness. This was the fulfillment of their oath. From this moment on, the 5 men would be bound by the blood oath. If they harbored any thought of betrayal, they would die. The scene just now was extremely strange. To prevent anyone from witnessing it, Fang Yuxin deliberately conducted it inside the carriage, and had Bai Qianqian use her spiritual power to sense it. Next it was time to set off. Fang Yuxiang and Fang Jintang sat in the front of the carriage, while Fang Yuxin, Chu Qianhe, and Bai Qianqian accompanied the 5 mercenaries inside. After the oath was taken, Fang Yuxin continued, since you have sworn a blood oath from this moment on, you are officially members of the Yongsheng mercenary team. There are a few things you need to know. All members of the Yongsheng team are ability users. My father has earth-type abilities, my mother has fire-type abilities, and Qianqian has mental abilities. Just remember this and don't tell anyone else. The 5 were immediately shocked and subconsciously looked at Chu Qianhe and Bai Qianqian. They couldn't see Fang Jintang sitting in the front of the car, But these two were right in front of them. They hadn't expected that these three people were all ability users. And Bai Qianqian was only 5 years old, yet she had awakened mental abilities. Upon further reflection, they suddenly understood why the Fang family had concealed this matter. 5 members of a family all awakened abilities, it was too lucky. It was bound to arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. Even though they were now members of Yongsheng, knowing this would inevitably lead to some speculation. However, since they had already sworn a blood oath, they didn't have any bad thoughts at this moment. Instead, they were even more grateful for their decision. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang were already quite formidable. Imagine how powerful they would be if the other 3 were also superhumans. They were unaware that after swearing a blood oath, Fang Yuxin would be able to detect any ill intentions they harbored. Of course, as long as they had no malicious intent, the blood oath wouldn't relay this information to Fang Yuxin. Since she hadn't received any feedback from the blood oath, she knew that none of the 5 harbored ill intentions, and she felt immensely relieved. So she picked up the submachine gun and said, "I'll tell you about the other things later. Time is tight right now, so I can't train you to coordinate in combat. I'll just teach you how to use the submachine gun first." After she finished speaking, she began to teach you seriously. None of the 5 men were stupid. They learned very quickly and soon mastered how to use the submachine gun. As for accuracy, there was no way to improve that, they could only practice slowly. The truck quickly drove to the vicinity of the residential building and stopped. Then everyone got out of the truck. Fang Yuxin didn't put the truck away in front of the 5 mercenaries, but simply threw it into a secluded alley. Fang Yuxiang locked the truck and got out with Fang Jintang. After everyone had gathered, Fang Yuxin said, "Let's go over from the rooftop. Qianqian, try to find that psychic zombie. Our main mission this time is to eliminate it. Once it's dead, the zombie horde will be without a leader, making it much easier to deal with." The 5 mercenaries were surprised again. Did Fang Yuxin mean to wipe out the entire zombie horde? Their expressions were so surprised that their thoughts were written all over their faces. Fang Yuxin laughed. "You guessed right, I want to devour this horde of zombies, but only if we take out the leader first. Then we can use guerrilla tactics, taking them down in batches. Don't you have the confidence?" The 5 men were spurred on by her words, a surge of confidence rising within them. "We have confidence." Fang Yuxin then ordered the operation to begin. She released her spiritual sense, and Bai Qianqian simultaneously released her mental energy as a precaution. Next, everyone climbed onto the rooftop, approaching the residential building from above. They were now only 500 meters away from the building, and Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian's mental energy was just enough to detect the situation. They both discovered that many zombies were wandering around the building, seemingly on guard. If they approached from the ground, they would easily be spotted. As they drew closer, Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian finally saw the survivors still struggling inside the building. However, just as they were about to look more closely, they suddenly felt a mental shock. They had been discovered. Chapter 83 Mental Attack. Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian both experienced a mental shock. Simultaneously, a sharp, chilling sensation rapidly probed towards them through their mental energy tendrils. Their expressions changed instantly, and they severed the tendrils without hesitation. However, the sharp, chilling sensation didn't disappear. Instead, it surged towards them at an even faster speed. Almost instantly, everyone felt a chilling sensation as if they had fallen into an ice cave. This chilling sensation, like a leech, tightly enveloped them. Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian were least affected, followed by Fang Yuxiang, Fang Jintang, and Chu Qianhe. The 5 newly joined mercenaries were the most affected. After all, the Fang family members had honed their soul power with spirit stones, making their soul power significantly stronger than the 5 mercenaries. Even so, the chilling sensation still made them extremely uncomfortable. This coldness was incredibly aggressive. It penetrated their skin and seeped into their very being the moment it touched their skin, as if freezing their very marrow. Mental attack. Fang Yuxin closed his eyes, then quickly opened them again, releasing his spiritual sense. This time she didn't extend her spiritual sense, but instead enveloped a small area around her, forming a barrier to protect those around her. At the same time, a refreshing coolness emanated from her body, and a rich vitality spread. instantly creating a feeling of melting ice and snow and the revival of spring. Enveloped by this feeling, the previous chill vanished without a trace, leaving them feeling incredibly comfortable and wanting to immerse themselves in it. But just as they subconsciously relaxed their bodies, about to immerse themselves in this comforting feeling of spring's return, a sudden jolt jolted them awake, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. The 5 mercenaries instinctively looked at Fang Yuxiang, only to see him looking at Fang Yuxin, as if waiting for her explanation. Then they heard Fang Yuxin say, "You were just attacked by the mental attack of that psychic zombie. The chill was just your illusion. Once you immerse yourself in it, your actions will be restricted, and you might even freeze to death." Hearing her words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. None of them had expected it. The attack of the psychic zombie was so terrifying. At the same time, the 5 mercenaries couldn't help but wonder how Fang Yuxin knew about this. Before they could ponder it further, Fang Yuxin said, "This won't do, Qianqian. How long can your mental barrier hold?" It must be said that Bai Qianqian was incredibly clever. Right after Fang Yuxin used his spiritual sense to create a barrier, Bai Qianqian had set up a mental barrier to withstand the psychic zombie's mental attacks. However, if they couldn't hold on, the others would have to face the psychic zombie's mental attacks directly, which would be dangerous. That's why Fang Yuxin asked that question. The others couldn't see it, but Bai Qianqian and Fang Yuxin could clearly see the psychic zombie's mental attacks striking the mental barrier wave after wave, each time causing ripples to spread out like water. It even shook as if it would break at any moment. He had a feeling that this barrier couldn't hold for long. The psychic zombie's level was higher than his. His mental strength was stronger than his. It wouldn't be long before he broke through his mental barrier. He glanced uneasily at Fang Yuxin, forcing a smile and said, "Mommy, I'll do my best." Fang Yuxin glanced at the submachine gun in her hand, feeling a pang of regret. "If only it were a sniper rifle," she whispered. "Brother Qianqian can't hold on much longer, we have to hurry." Fang Yuxiang nodded to indicate he understood, then made a gesture, and everyone rushed forward. The rooftops weren't flat like the ground, and the buildings were disjointed. Fortunately, they were all superhumans, their physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. The buildings were relatively close together, so a running start was all it took to easily jump across them. Fang Yuxin and the others had already taken off their cumbersome sportswear, leaving only their close-fitting protective suits. At first glance, they looked incredibly cool, almost like characters from a movie. The 5 newly joined mercenaries were envious, especially wondering if they could wear such cool clothes in the future. The thought only crossed their minds briefly. They didn't dare ask aloud. This was a crucial moment, and they couldn't afford to be careless. Having survived the apocalypse and successfully awakened their abilities, they knew the importance of each other. Soon, they arrived at the rooftop of the residential building. Looking down from the roof, the area around the building was teeming with zombies, a horrifying sight. Fang Yuxin warned, "Everyone be careful. Don't be fooled by that psychic zombie." There were some flowers, trees, and vegetables planted nearby. Fang Yuxin thought for a moment, picked 10 leaves, cast a calming spell on them, and then distributed them, instructing everyone to hide them securely. These spell-enchanted leaves served as crude talismans. She couldn't yet refine true talismans. She could only create these simple, crude imitations from leaves. Ordinary leaves were fragile and could only bear a simple spell, resulting in leaf talismans with very limited effectiveness. Fortunately, although crude, they were still somewhat useful. The opponent was merely a level 1 psychic zombie, so carrying a leaf talisman would reduce the chance of being bewitched by 50%. Just as everyone had carefully concealed the leaf talismans, the barrier set up by Qianqian and Fang Yuxin collapsed under the zombie's mental attack. The two were again subjected to mental shock. Bai Qianqian swayed and almost fell, but was quickly pulled back by Chu Qianhe. Fang Yuxin fared better. Her mind went blank for a moment, but then a cool sensation emanated from the leaf talisman, instantly clearing her head. Even in that moment of dizziness, her feet gripped the ground firmly, her body standing straight without the slightest sway. "Qianqian, absorb the crystal core now." As she spoke, she took out a crystal core and began absorbing it rapidly. Simultaneously, she released her spiritual sense, searching for the psychic zombie. The psychic zombie was clearly enraged. The horde of zombies below suddenly surged, quickly surrounding the building where Fang Yuxin and his group were, and began to climb upwards on all fours. The zombies' sharp claws easily gripped the wall, securing their bodies. And surprisingly, they actually made it up. The building was 5 stories high, and the zombies climbed very quickly, reaching the top floor in less than a minute. Fang Yuxin immediately ordered, "Fire! Remember not to waste bullets." They only had 1,000 bullets in total. Not a single one could be wasted. Before he finished speaking, gunshots rang out. The sudden gunfire startled the 5 mercenaries. They instinctively turned their heads and saw that the shooter was Chu Qianhe. Her face was cold, and she held a submachine gun, exuding a chilling aura. They were stunned by her appearance. Fang Jintang noticed their gazes, and his expression darkened. He gave them a cold look, and they instantly snapped back to reality. Coming to their senses, the 5 men gripped their guns tightly, carefully aiming and firing. The others followed suit, the gunfire instantly intensifying. Fang Yuxin narrowed his eyes slightly, needing no aiming at all, each shot a headshot, his marksmanship enviable. The other members of the Fang family were equally impressive. Compared to them, the 5 newly joined mercenaries paled in comparison. Looking at their own performance and then at the Fang families, they were so ashamed they wanted to disappear into the ground. The gap was too vast, almost unbearable. Bai Qianqian, lacking a submachine gun, grabbed a crystal core and absorbed it with all his might. Simultaneously, he tried to release his mental energy to locate the mental zombie. The psychic zombie stopped its mental attacks, clearly exhausted, and allowed the ordinary zombies to attack them. Seeing the ordinary zombies being killed one by one, unable to climb the walls, the psychic zombie panicked. Although it had developed intelligence, it wasn't very intelligent, far inferior to humans, roughly at the level of a wild beast. So, seeing that it couldn't eliminate its enemies, it became increasingly agitated. After another wave of zombies climbing the wall was dealt with, it finally couldn't hold back and let out an extremely piercing scream. It was a bizarre cry, indescribable, utterly unpleasant. After this scream, all the ordinary zombies became agitated, their movements faster and more frenzied. Fang Yuxin and the others also heard this scream. Their minds were instantly shaken. If it weren't for the continuous cooling sensation emanating from the leaf talisman soothing their souls, they would probably have been stunned into dementia by this mental attack. When this round of mental attacks subsided, cracks appeared on each person's leaf talismans, rendering them completely useless. Fang Yuxin reached out and made 10 more leaf talismans, which he then released. Gunfire erupted again. Because the zombies were moving faster, the gunfire became even more intense. More and more zombies fell, gradually piling up into a small mountain of corpses at the base of the wall. However, despite the constant falling of zombies, even more desperately climbed the wall. It was a fight to the death. The battle continued, but their bullets were running low. Finally, with the last gunshot, the bullets were completely exhausted. The zombies continued their relentless climb. The psychic zombie seemed to know they were out of bullets, and at this moment, it let out an even more piercing and eerie scream. This time, the leaf talisman shattered after withstanding the psychic attack, and the remaining attacks made everyone suffer greatly. Their minds were shaken and their attacks ceased. At the same time, the zombies became even more frenzied. Chapter 84: The Secret of the Residential Building. Bai Qianqian was the first to recover, and then he opened his mouth and let out a scream. This scream, however, was different from the previous one. The previous scream was eerie, carrying a lingering, sticky, and chilling feeling that was repulsive. His scream, however, was more like a clear whistle, invigorating everyone. Fang Yuxin was only a little later than him. She made more leaf talismans and distributed them, then channeled her spiritual energy into the flowers and trees on the rooftop. The flowers and trees instantly grew at a visible speed, rapidly extending towards the opposite residential building, winding and twisting. A minute later, a green vine, as thick as an adult's forearm, appeared between the two buildings, connecting them. "You guys stay here, I'll go deal with it," she said, not waiting for anyone's reply. She pushed herself up from the rooftop and flipped over, landing steadily on the vine. Everyone else was startled by this thrilling scene. The 5 mercenaries even wondered if they were seeing Superwoman from a movie. Immediately afterward, Fang Yuxin dashed towards the opposite residential building. Her body didn't sway at all. She walked on the arm-thick vine as if it were flat ground, making everyone else hold their breath. Fang Yuxiang's expression changed. He then left with a "You stay here" message before mimicking Fang Yuxin's movements, vaulting over the rooftop and landing on the vine. The distance between the two buildings was only about 7 or 8 meters. The opposite building was 1 floor taller than theirs, and the other end of the vine was attached to a window sill. By the time Fang Yuxiang stepped onto the vine, Fang Yuxin had already entered the opposite building through the window and quickly disappeared. Fang Yuxiang tried not to look down and moved forward quickly. Fang Yuxin, after all, possessed wood-based abilities, giving her an advantage on the vine. Fang Yuxiang had to channel wind power into his feet, relying on the wind to maintain his balance and safely reach the other side. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe were extremely worried, while the 5 mercenaries were envious again, wishing they could rub their eyes to see if they were all hallucinating. Bai Qianqian glanced over and saw that Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe seemed determined to follow. She immediately warned, "The zombies are coming up." Everyone snapped back to reality. They subconsciously looked down and saw that the zombies were indeed climbing up, the highest reaching the 4th floor. Chu Qianhe's expression changed upon seeing this. Then she flicked her finger, and a fireball the size of a longan shot out from between her fingers, hitting the zombie's forehead and quickly igniting. She had learned this technique from Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin always liked to shoot out spiritual energy by flicking her finger. She had tried it on herself and finally succeeded. However, compared to Fang Yuxin, her control was not good enough. She could only shoot fireballs the size of longan each time. Seeing this, the 5 mercenaries were ready to imitate her. Fang Jintang suddenly said, "Don't waste your superpowers. Let the zombies come up. Kill them while they're just starting to peek out, and wait for them to tire themselves out. After using up their superpowers, they would feel extremely tired and empty, both physically and mentally, which would be very detrimental to combat." Thus Fang Jintang came up with this plan. The others had no objections. They changed formations, took out their weapons and waited for the zombies to climb up before attacking. While they were busy killing, Fang Yuxin entered the room through the window and saw zombies devouring a corpse. The corpse was very fresh. The blood hadn't even dried yet, indicating it had just died. A strong stench of blood filled the air. The corpse's eyes were open in despair, but sadly, they had long since lost their light. Upon discovering a living person, the zombie immediately turned around, looking at her greedily. Fang Yuxin frowned, a flash of black light from her blade, and when she looked again, the zombie that had been so arrogantly feeding was now decapitated. She casually dug out the crystal core, sensed the location of the psychic zombie, and prepared to go over. Just then Fang Yuxiang arrived a step behind. Fang Yuxin heard the movement behind her and immediately turned around. Upon seeing him, her face showed disapproval. "Brother, why did you come?" After saying that, she subconsciously glanced behind him, worried that someone else had followed. Fang Yuxiang strode towards her. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and frowned slightly. "I'm worried about you alone. I'll come with you." Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one else had followed. Although she strongly disapproved of Fang Yuxiang's risky move, he had already come, and it was probably impossible to get him to go back. She could only sigh and tell Fang Yuxiang to stay close to her, careful of any sneak attacks from the psychic zombie. Fang Yuxiang said calmly, "I know my limits. Be careful yourself." Then, as if remembering something, his expression changed slightly. "Xin, are you sure there's only one psychic-type mutated zombie here?" Fang Yuxin instantly understood. She had initially assumed there was a psychic-type mutated zombie, but after being attacked mentally, she hadn't doubted it. Fang Yuxiang's words, however, reminded her that there might be other mutated zombies here. She didn't rush out, but instead released her spiritual sense to sense the surroundings. Then she was attacked mentally by that psychic-type zombie again. Chirp. The sound was similar to the previous one, equally piercing. The moment this sound appeared, Fang Yuxiang's brows furrowed tightly, his face extremely grim, as if he was desperately suppressing something. Fang Yuxin frowned, patted Fang Yuxiang to dispel the mental attack and said, "I just checked, there should only be that mental-type mutated zombie here. However, I think I might know why this place is surrounded." Fang Yuxiang, regaining his senses, immediately asked, "What happened? What did you find?" Fang Yuxin explained her discovery. "Someone found elemental stones and elemental crystals in this apartment building. I think that mental-type mutated zombie came for the elemental crystals. Just now, when she used her spiritual sense to investigate, she discovered elemental stones and an elemental crystal that had been cut in half. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or maybe those people were just unlucky, but the elemental crystal happened to be a mental-type elemental crystal. No wonder this mental-type zombie gathered a horde of zombies to surround this place. Although it only had a small amount of intelligence, it instinctively knew that the elemental crystal was what it needed, and even knew to keep it a secret and not let the news leak out. It was when she discovered the elemental crystal that she angered the psychic zombie, forcing it to launch another mental attack. Unfortunately, its intelligence was limited. It had wasted too much mental energy earlier, and now in its impulsive attack, its mental energy was almost exhausted, making it nearly impossible to launch another mental attack in the short term. This eliminated one threat to the siblings. Unfortunately, Fang Yuxin was still unaware of the psychic zombie's condition. After telling Fang Yuxiang about her discovery, the siblings set off again towards it. They easily found the psychic zombie's location without even needing to search. It was clearly very cautious, surrounded by a large number of ordinary zombies protecting it. Upon discovering the siblings' purpose, it panicked even more and immediately sent out zombies to block their path. The siblings exchanged a glance, gripped their knives tightly, and charged out without hesitation. As Fang Yuxin fought, she used her spiritual sense to probe the psychic zombie's movements, and saw it take a crystal core from a survivor and stuff it directly into its mouth. Immediately, a look of enjoyment appeared on the rotting face of the psychic zombie, and the energy fluctuations emanating from its body grew stronger and stronger. Fang Yuxin cursed inwardly, "Damn it!" and immediately said to Fang Yuxiang, "Brother, we have to hurry. It's consuming crystal cores to replenish its energy. This can't go on." Her only consolation was that the survivors weren't very strong and didn't have many crystal cores. Otherwise, if that mental zombie had continued to devour them, the situation would have become even worse. After saying this, she kicked away the zombie in front of her, jumped down the stairs, squeezed through the narrow gaps in the stairwell, and grabbed the handrail on the third floor, flipping into the stairwell. Fang Yuxiang was startled by her action. He hesitated briefly before jumping down after her. The impact of grabbing the handrail made him grunt, his face instantly turning red. After catching his breath, he flipped into the stairwell to chase after Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin rushed ahead. The zombies here were incredibly dense, and every strike felled one. Fang Yuxiang quickly followed her. All the doors on the third floor were open and there were countless zombies. It was a sea of zombies. It was impossible to tell which one was the leader. Fang Yuxiang activated his supernatural ability, preparing to unleash a wind blade while asking Fang Yuxin, "Xin, where's that psychic zombie? Did you see it?" Fang Yuxin's face darkened. "It's sitting on the ground surrounded by zombies. You can't see it." Fang Yuxiang's expression also turned grim. He had originally planned to attack the psychic zombie directly with the wind blade, but he hadn't expected it to be so cunning. Gritting his teeth, he decided to unleash the wind blade anyway. However, just as the wind blade was forming and about to be released, Fang Yuxiang's skill was suddenly interrupted by a sharp scream. Fang Yuxiang was shocked. What happened? Fang Yuxin's expression was equally grim. After consuming the crystal core, this psychic zombie not only recovered its mental power, but had also learned a new skill. Then she clearly noticed that the psychic zombie had become somewhat weak after its scream. Obviously, the previous attack had taken a toll on it. Unfortunately, Fang Yuxiang's wind blade skill was interrupted, and it wasn't so easy to use it again. Fang Yuxin could only say, "Brother, charge in." Fang Yuxiang nodded. Although there were many zombies here, this was their only option at the moment. The two immediately took action. At the same time, the densely packed zombies seemed to have received some kind of command and frantically pounced on the two of them. Chapter 85: The Final Battle. On the other side, Fang Jintang and his men planned to wait and attack the moment the zombies climbed up the building and peeked out. However, they gradually realized the situation was dire. The zombies below seemed to have received an order and retreated. Fang Yuxin immediately said, "Something must have happened at the residential building. Let's go over there now." Just as he finished speaking, he saw a small shadow flash by. Qianqian had jumped onto the vine and was running quickly towards the opposite building. "Qianqian, be careful," he instinctively shouted, then saw his wife Chu Qianhe also jump onto the vine and head towards the other side. Left with no other choice, Fang Yuxin stepped onto the vine, told the 5 mercenaries to be careful, and then slowly made his way to the other side. The remaining 5 mercenaries looked at each other, watching the men stroll around as if in a garden, feeling as if they had encountered a family of psychopaths. Their fragile hearts were deeply wounded. After a moment's hesitation, one of the 5 men said, "We don't know how sturdy this rope is, or how many people it can support at once. We'd better be careful when we go up, one at a time, don't all go up at once." The others knew he was right, so they quickly decided on the order. At this moment, Fang Yuxin had already entered through the window. Without hesitation, they stepped onto the rope one by one. The rope looked only as thick as a forearm and seemed very unsafe, but once they stepped on it, they found it to be surprisingly stable, without the slightest sway. As long as they were careful, nothing would happen. The 5 men breathed a sigh of relief. Deliberately avoiding looking at their feet, they hurried forward and finally reached the other side without incident. When they arrived, they found the Fang family had already rushed ahead, and without thinking, they quickly followed. The apartment building was teeming with zombies, the stairwells almost completely packed. Chu Qianhe's supernatural ability came into play at this moment. She flicked several fireballs from her fingers, which instantly ignited upon contact with the zombies. On the other side, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang stood back to back, surrounded by corpses piled up half a person's height, while the zombies continued their frenzied assault. The psychic zombie was extremely cunning. Realizing the two were difficult to deal with, it decided to retreat and escape. However, the doorway was blocked by the brother and sister. Its only escape route was through the window, so it desperately commanded ordinary zombies to block the siblings, then quickly walked towards the window, preparing to escape. The brother and sister panicked upon seeing this. Unfortunately, their path was completely blocked by zombies. They couldn't break through. Fang Yuxin forcefully slashed down the zombies in front of her, risking injury to release her spiritual energy. There happened to be a potted green ivy near the window. She had seen it earlier. However, there had been too many zombies before, making it impossible for her to channel her spiritual energy into the ivy. If it weren't for the decreasing number of zombies they had killed, and the window just now revealing a glimpse of it, there was no opening. She simply couldn't channel her spiritual energy into the potted green ivy. The ivy, receiving the spiritual energy, grew wildly. Its vines stretched endlessly. The psychic zombie, which had just escaped, was entangled by the ivy. It roared angrily, desperately tearing at the ivy with its claws. Its sharp claws quickly tore the ivy, leaving it riddled with wounds. Before long, the ivy would break completely. However, Fang Yuxiang went berserk after seeing Fang Yuxin injured. His eyes darkened instantly, his face grew increasingly grim, and a mad rage surrounded him, rising ever higher. Then he suddenly let out a clear whistle. Whirlwind slash. As he uttered those 3 words, he forcefully swung his sword. The strike was simple, devoid of any complexity or frills. However, the instant the sword struck, a surge of immense energy gathered around its blade, and with each swing, a blade-shaped wind blade instantly appeared. This wind blade was unlike any he had released before. Its shape mirrored the sword, but it was an enlarged version of it. Even as a single blade, its power surpassed that of all his previous wind blades combined. This massive wind blade formed instantly, and almost immediately upon its creation, it unleashed destructive force. An all-consuming force swept towards the psychic zombie at the window. Wherever it passed, zombies were torn apart. The already battered ivy instantly snapped, and in that instant, a massive wind blade sliced through the psychic zombie's body, cleaving it in two before it could even unleash its final attack. With this psychic zombie dead, the other zombies immediately became listless. Fang Yuxiang's situation was even worse. His attack had almost exhausted all his strength, draining all the energy from his body, leaving him extremely pale. "Brother!" Fang Yuxin cried out in worry, then grabbed Fang Yuyang's hand tightly, forcing him to enter the Greenwood spiritual mansion to absorb the crystal core and recover. Immediately, she released Angela from the Greenwood spiritual mansion. Angela had been impatient inside, but she hadn't expected to find zombies everywhere upon emerging. She cried out in fright, then swiftly extended sharp claws from her cushions and nimbly darted out. Fang Yuxin noticed that Angela's strength seemed to have increased again. Each claw strike easily tore open a zombie's head and extracted the crystal core. Reassured, she continued to deal with the zombies. Without the command and control of the mental zombie, the remaining zombies were completely disorganized and much easier to handle. About 10 minutes later, Fang Yuyang. She asked to be released, and through the Azurewood Spirit Mansion, she checked Fang Yuyang's condition. Seeing that his complexion had improved somewhat, though he hadn't fully recovered, she released him. The brother and sister worked together and quickly killed all the zombies in the house, but they were exhausted. Fang Yuxin quickly absorbed some crystal cores to recover, and while she recovered, Fang Yuyang dug out all the zombie crystal cores. After recovering sufficiently, Fang Yuxin began to inventory the spoils. She collected all the crystal cores and then the spirit stones. There weren't many spirit stones in the house, only 9, including the one that had been cut in half. Besides the spirit stones, there were several skeletons in the house, all very fresh, seemingly just eaten by zombies. She ignored the skeletons, collected the spirit stones, and then collected the supplies piled up in the house as well. After she finished doing all this, Fang Yuyang had recovered considerably, and the brother and sister prepared to go out and meet up with the others. On their way, they naturally encountered zombies again. This time, before Fang Yuxin could even react, Fang Yuyang swiftly used his skill Wind Blade. Perhaps influenced by Whirlwind Slash, he unleashed more wind blades this time, each one more powerful, clearing away the zombies blocking their path in one go. The corridor wasn't wide, affecting not only them but also the zombies. These zombies, crammed together, were like lambs to the slaughter for Fang Yuyang. Meanwhile, having witnessed Chu Qianhe and Fang Jintang's supernatural attacks, and even by Qianqian's agile movements, the 5 mercenaries gradually improved their teamwork, their coordination becoming tighter, and their strength increasing. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Everyone inevitably sustained injuries even by Qianqian. The battle lasted until 2 p.m., leaving everyone battered and exhausted. By the time they returned to the truck, they were practically collapsed from exhaustion. The 5 mercenaries lay sprawled out in the truck bed, still in disbelief at the battle. They had actually killed so many zombies. Fang Yuxin healed everyone's wounds, and after a quick lunch, everyone decided to head back to the safe zone. They had had such a stressful day and desperately needed rest. Halfway there, they encountered another convoy, and their vehicle was stopped. Fang Yuxin froze when she saw who it was. She never expected to run into Qiu Yiming here. Qiu Yiming, sitting in the passenger seat of the truck, flagged down Fang Yuyang's car and hurriedly jumped out, striding towards the truck on the other side. He glanced quickly at the cab as he passed, then continued walking towards the cargo bed. Fang Yuxin was sitting in the cargo bed. She got out after seeing Qiu Yiming approach. Qiu Yiming saw her just as she reached the back of the truck. He grabbed her arm anxiously asking, Xin, are you all right? His tone was panicked, his eyes filled with undisguised concern. He seemed frightened. Fang Yuxin, looking at him, suddenly didn't know how to react, standing there blankly. Chu Qianhe, who had followed her out, glanced curiously at Qiu Yiming and asked, Yiming, what are you doing here? Seeing that Fang Yuxin's face was rosy, and she didn't seem to be in any danger, Qiu Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he immediately noticed that Fang Yuxin was wearing a form-fitting protective suit that not only perfectly outlined her figure, but also had many rips, making her look exceptionally sexy. His eyes darkened, and seeing the 5 unfamiliar men in the carriage, he suddenly felt displeased. Without a word, he took off his combat uniform and draped it over Fang Yuxin, saying, This is a bit too big, you'll have to make do. Fang Yuxin felt a little embarrassed. Although her protective suit was torn, she wasn't practically naked. But seeing Qiu Yiming's resolute attitude, she hesitated for a moment before obediently putting on the clothes. Qiu Yiming frowned, then without further ado, buttoned up Fang Yuxin's clothes, not wanting her body to be seen by other men. He buttoned his shirt as he spoke. After Zhou Yan went back, he reported the mutated zombies and the zombie leader, saying you risked your life to kill the leader. You know what? When I found out, I was absolutely furious. How could he let you do something so dangerous? Chapter 86, Something's Wrong. Seeing the murderous intent surging in Qiu Yiming's eyes, Fang Yuxin knew he was telling the truth. He really did intend to kill Captain Zhou. This side of Qiu Yiming left her at a loss, and she could only remain silent. They had grown up together since childhood, and as he grew older, Qiu Yiming had become increasingly composed and mature, rarely losing control of his emotions or becoming enraged. However, yesterday and today, Qiu Yiming had lost control of his emotions twice, both because of her. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved at all, but after that dream, her feelings for Qiu Yiming had long since been completely erased. The Qiu Yiming of today was distant and unfamiliar to her. She could no longer find that initial flutter of her heart. Everything in the dream was clearly etched in her mind. She could never forget it, and she couldn't face Qiu Yiming with equanimity. She was stubborn. Once she made up her mind, she wouldn't change it. She and Qiu Yiming were like two intersecting lines. Once they crossed the intersection, they could only drift further and further apart, never to return. Qiu Yiming keenly sensed Fang Yuxin's unusual mood. His face stiffened, recalling her cold attitude when he escorted her home yesterday, and his anger surged. He clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing his rage, and turned to his subordinate who had followed him, saying, "It's all right now, continue on your way." After saying this, he didn't return. Instead, he stayed and sat down next to Fang Yuxin. Chu Qianhe observed everything and sighed silently. She had once thought Qiu Yiming was a good young man, not only because of his good family background but also because he was steady and reliable, unlike some young people these days who were impetuous and irresponsible. More importantly, Fang Yuxin liked him. However, ever since Qiu Yiming and Fang Mingyao's ambiguous relationship, she no longer had a good impression of him. Leaving aside the feud between Fang Mingyao and the Fang family, as Fang Yuxin's blood sister, and having inappropriate feelings for Qiu Yiming, he, as Fang Yuxin's fiancé, should have avoided suspicion. But he hadn't. No mother would want to see her daughter's crush entangled with another woman. She hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to suddenly become distant from Qiu Yiming, which she attributed to Fang Mingyao. This only increased her dislike for Qiu Yiming. If they were already married, she might have advised Fang Yuxin and Qiu Yiming to make things work for their daughter's future. But they weren't married yet, and Fang Yuxin's distance made her unwilling to force Fang Yuxin. She had initially thought that since they were both on missions and rarely saw each other, their relationship would eventually fade, especially with Fang Mingyao by Qiu Yiming's side. This would make things easier. However, the sudden appearance of the mutated zombies and the zombie leader, and Fang Yuxin's sudden request to help, actually made Qiu Yiming worry and come specifically to rescue her. Seeing Qiu Yiming's undisguised concern for Fang Yuxin and the affection in his eyes, she felt a pang of sadness. After all, she had watched Qiu Yiming grow up. If the two of them could truly be together, she was naturally happy. However, she could see that although Qiu Yiming still had feelings for Fang Yuxin had already lost interest in him. As a mother, she couldn't help but be selfish. Perhaps it was unfair to Qiu Yiming, but no matter what decision Fang Yuxin made, she would support her daughter. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Bai Qianqian. She saw Bai Qianqian glaring angrily at Qiu Yiming, her chubby face practically spitting fire. The truck continued on its way, bumping along the uneven road. Qiu Yiming, sitting next to Fang Yuxin, quickly put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her close, feeling her firmness. His eyes darkened and his anger surged again. He had originally led a team to salvage supplies today. After entering the city, he had specifically looked around, hoping to find Bai Yi. Unfortunately, Bai Yi was nowhere to be seen, like a rat, and the plan to eliminate him had to be temporarily abandoned. Returning to the safe zone laden with supplies, he overheard rumors and learned that Fang Yuxin had gone on a mission with Zhou Yan, a rescue mission no less. He was consumed by jealousy upon hearing this. He had repeatedly urged Fang Yuxin to join his mercenary team and work with him, but she had refused each time, choosing instead to go on a mission with Zhou Yan. It was a direct slap in his face. His anger subsided somewhat when he learned it was a random arrangement by higher-ups. But then he heard someone claiming Fang Yuxin's healing abilities were extraordinary, even saving people infected with the zombie virus. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Whoever spread this rumor was clearly up to no good. However, before he could find out who had leaked the information, higher-ups contacted him. He learned that Zhou Yan and his team had encountered mutated zombies and suspected a zombie leader had appeared. And Fang Yuxin had volunteered to kill the leader. Where did she get the audacity? Didn't she know how dangerous it would be? Upon hearing the news, he desperately wanted to grab Fang Yuxin and give her a good beating. But his heart was filled with worry for her. Zombies are ferocious, driven only by the instinct to crave flesh and blood, and have no concept of tenderness. That zombie leader was surrounded by thousands of zombies. If Fang Yuxin went, she would simply be offering herself up as food. He was extremely anxious, so when Zhou Yan requested reinforcements, he agreed without hesitation, even volunteering to go with Zhou Yan. Of course, the so-called reinforcements were secondary. The most important thing was to confirm whether a zombie leader had indeed appeared and that he must be killed. This was the higher-ups' decision. It wasn't that they didn't want to rescue the Yongsheng mercenary team. It was just that the mercenary team was too small and insignificant. Only 10 people in total, while their enemy was thousands of zombies. No one thought they could survive. Ultimately, the higher-ups agreed to send 300 reinforcements, all heavily armed soldiers, making it a formidable armed force. Qiu Yiming, filled with worry, urged Fang Yuxin to hurry, wishing he could sprout wings and fly to her side. But instead, he encountered her halfway back to the safe zone. The moment he saw Fang Yuxin standing unharmed before him, he almost wanted to thank the heavens, even though he had always been an atheist. He tightened his grip slightly, holding Fang Yuxin close, but not so much that she felt uncomfortable. Then he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "Xin, don't reject me, don't disappoint me. Okay?" His voice held a barely perceptible pleading tone. This was his limit. Qiu Yiming was always proud, never easily compromising, and even less willing to be pathetic and timid in front of a woman. But now, he was willing to set aside some of his pride for Fang Yuxin, hoping only that she wouldn't reject his intimacy. Fang Yuxin closed her eyes briefly and softly uttered 3 words. "I'm sorry." Her voice was very low, almost creating a small barrier so that no one except the 2 people close together could hear her, including Bai Qianqian. Qiu Yiming, however, instantly frowned, his displeasure barely concealed in his voice. "Xin, I came here specifically to hear you say those 3 words. Don't say I'm sorry to me. I don't like it and I won't accept it." He instinctively rejected those 3 words, feeling as if Fang Yuxin was about to do something to betray him after saying them. This made him apprehensive, irritable, and anxious. He wouldn't accept her apology, nor would he give her the chance to betray him. He tightened his grip, wishing he could keep her by his side forever. Qiu Yiming frowned. He suddenly felt something was wrong with him. In the past, he would never have had such domineering or even crazy thoughts. But after the apocalypse, perhaps due to the awakening of his superpowers, his temperament seemed to have changed. He vaguely sensed something was amiss, yet he craved the satisfaction of being in control. At that moment, reason and emotion battled fiercely within him, neither willing to yield. Just as reason was about to prevail, Qiu Yiming felt Fang Yuxin struggle again. Because others were present, her struggles were minor, gently pushing Qiu Yiming away. However, even this struggle infuriated Qiu Yiming. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes, but the next moment, it crumbled, leaving only a destructive madness and unfathomable darkness. He turned his head slightly, his dark eyes seeming to conceal a terrifying danger. Even his lowered voice sounded different from usual. "Xin, don't force me, I don't want to hurt you." He then suddenly pulled Fang Yuxin into his arms. Chu Qianhe coughed upon seeing this. She had already sensed something was wrong with Qiu Yiming, but with others present, it wasn't good to make things too ugly, lest Fang Yuxin's reputation be ruined. This was the only way she could remind Qiu Yiming to be mindful of the occasion and not go too far. Her voice finally brought Qiu Yiming back to his senses. He took a deep breath, slightly loosened his grip, and let Fang Yuxin distance herself from him. Meeting Fang Yuxin's angry gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle. But just as Fang Yuxin was about to explode in anger, his smile vanished, and he became serious again. He preemptively asked, Xin, did you cure people infected with the zombie virus? Fang Yuxin was very dissatisfied with Qiu Yiming's actions just now. Hearing his question, she instantly became wary. Where did you know that? Perhaps influenced by that dream. She always felt that Qiu Yiming's purpose in saying this was not pure. Qiu Yiming's purpose was indeed not pure. He asked this question both to confirm whether Fang Yuxin really had such an ability, and to remind her that someone wanted to harm her. The wariness in Fang Yuxin's eyes stung his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly realized with absolute clarity that this woman, whom he was willing to give up everything and risk his life to save, did not trust him at all. Chapter 87, A Malicious Invitation. After a brief silence, Qiu Yiming suppressed his anger and continued. I suspect someone wants to harm you. I already sent people to investigate, but they left in a hurry and I don't know if they found anything. I wanted to ask you first, is there anyone you suspect? Fang Yuxin subconsciously thought of Fang Mengyao, but considering that Fang Mengyao was with Qiu Yiming, she hesitated to speak. So she simply said, I can't think of anyone. Let's talk about it when we get back to the safe zone. Since you sent people to investigate, there will be results. Qiu Yiming nodded, and remembering that Fang Yuxin hadn't answered his question directly, he asked again, Yuxin, did you really cure the people infected with the virus? Fang Yuxin knew very well that she absolutely could not admit to this. The military had already established a secret research group and was studying the zombie virus. She didn't want to become someone else's guinea pig. She said, how could that be? If I had that ability, would I need to come out here and work myself to death on missions? Qiu Yiming thought she was right. He didn't believe the rumors circulating in the safe zone. But he couldn't help asking, what exactly happened? Fang Yuxin had already prepared her explanation, so she said, I simply had them cut off the affected parts of their wounds and then used my superpower to help them heal. The real resistance to the virus came from their own bodies. I see. Qiu Yiming suddenly understood. Then he thought of another rumor circulating in the safe zone and asked, Xin, did you also help 2 people awaken their superpowers? As far as he knew, how to awaken superpowers was also a research topic the research team was studying. The emergence of superpowers had attracted the attention of many in the higher-ups, and the researchers were incredibly excited, eager to unlock the secret of superpower awakening, so that ordinary people could awaken their powers. To this end, the researchers in charge of this project conducted many experiments and finally discovered that ordinary people infected with the zombie virus had a chance to awaken superpowers. But this chance was extremely small, only 1 in 10, while the remaining 9 in 10 chance was to become zombies. Such a probability was something only a madman would dare to risk. Unfortunately, the researchers conducted numerous experiments but still couldn't solve this problem. It's obvious that if these crazed researchers knew Fang Yuxin had helped someone successfully awaken superpowers, they would definitely target her. In fact, it wasn't just these researchers eyeing Fang Yuxin. Qiu Yiming knew very well that because the probability of awakening superpowers was so low, very few high-ranking officials awakened as superpowered individuals. Most were ordinary people. These people were more ambitious and more eager to become superpowered than ordinary citizens. And the soldiers in the army were mostly ordinary people as well. The higher-ups definitely hoped they could all awaken as superpowered individuals. Therefore, after the news spread in the safe zone, many eyes were on Fang Yuxin. Upon learning that she had risked her life to kill the zombie leader, many high-ranking officials sighed deeply, and at the same time felt that Zhou Yan was too foolish. He didn't understand Fang Yuxin's value. At that time they all thought Fang Yuxin was doomed, and even knowing the news they only sighed. But once Fang Yuxin safely returned to the safe zone, her whereabouts would be known to the base's higher-ups, and then someone would inevitably come looking for her. Qiu Yiming deliberately told her this, partly to find out the truth, and partly to prepare her mentally and help her make plans. He whispered his guess to Fang Yuxin, then asked, Xin, after you return to the safe zone, the research team will definitely come looking for you. Just tell them the truth and I'll protect you. Fang Yuxin nodded. She didn't tell Qiu Yiming that stimulating infected individuals with wood energy could increase their chances of awakening. After all, she was a cultivator, practicing immortal arts, and possessed a pure wood spirit body. The wood-type spiritual energy she refined was full of vitality, something other wood-type ability users couldn't match. If she revealed this and the research team failed after their attempt, they might force her to cooperate with the research, and she didn't want to become a tool in their hands. So she deliberately concealed this matter. Whether the researchers could figure it out was none of her concern. She wasn't Buddha. She didn't have the noble resolve to sacrifice herself to feed the eagles. The convoy had a considerable number of people, and it was inevitable that they would attract zombies on the road. However, before these zombies could even get close, they were shot dead by the soldiers in the vehicle. After they died, someone was responsible for extracting their crystal cores. This was done to prevent other zombies from consuming the crystal cores and evolving. The appearance of mutated zombies and zombie leaders sounded an alarm for all the survivors, forcing them to be on guard. With these heavily armed soldiers, Fang Yuxin and her group didn't need to lift a finger. Any zombies that approached were shot dead, and they quickly returned to the safe zone. Just as Qiu Yiming had feared, as soon as they returned to the safe zone, the higher-ups, upon learning that Fang Yuxin was still alive, sent someone to invite her over. The person who came was an ordinary man, about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a crisp uniform, handsome with sharp eyes and a very elite air about him. When he saw Fang Yuxin, his gaze instantly burned, not because of her exquisite appearance, but because of her ability, the ability to awaken ordinary people into superhumans. Even though he was already used to big scenes, just thinking about that possibility made his heart race. Qiu Yiming and Zhou Yin clearly recognized the man. Even though they knew he only cared about Fang Yuxin's abilities, Qiu Yiming was still furious. He hated other men staring at his woman with such intense gazes. It made him feel like his possession had been violated. Qiu Yiming stepped forward, blocking Fang Yuxin's path. "Secretary Wang, you weren't waiting here specifically for me, were you?" Wang Qiushi smiled, his tone gentle. "Major Qiu, I'm here on orders from Team Leader Zheng to pick up Miss Fang Yuxin. Regarding some rumors circulating in the safe zone, Team Leader Zheng hopes to meet with Miss Fang." Qiu Yiming and Zhou Yan's expressions turned grim. The team leader Zheng he mentioned was Zhang Tianhe of the military's secret research group. This man was extremely difficult to deal with. If Fang Yuxin was targeted by him, things would be very troublesome. Although the others didn't know who this team leader Zheng was, judging from Zhou Yan and Qiu Yiming's expressions, they all knew this man was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, Wang Qiushi clearly wasn't a good person, making him someone to be wary of. Wang Qiushi was actually quite handsome, but his narrow eyes made him look like a fox, especially when he smiled. He looked utterly malicious. It was hard to feel any goodwill towards him. Fang Yuyang, standing beside Fang Yuxin, said to Wang Qiushi, "I'll go with Xin." Wang Qiushi's gaze shifted, scrutinizing him carefully before raising an eyebrow and asking, "I heard you were injured by a mutated zombie and infected with the virus, and were cured by Miss Fang, is that right?" Fang Yuyang nodded, his heart filled with suspicion. He disliked Wang Qiushi intensely. Wang Qiushi then said, "In that case, Mr. Fang can certainly come along. Besides Mr. Fang, I hope the other 5 infected individuals cured by Miss Fang can also come." As far as he knew, the researchers in the research group were quite interested in these cured infected individuals. His smile was meaningful, but the others felt a chill run down their spines, becoming even more wary. All 5 were now members of the Yongsheng squad, having sworn a blood oath never to betray them, so naturally they wouldn't quit at this time. Therefore, despite their deep unease, they still indicated they would go with the Fang siblings. Wang Qiushi nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Bai Qianqian, and Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe standing beside him. Although he was just an ordinary person, he had a strong intuition that these 3 were quite unusual. However, before he could even extend an invitation, Fang Yuxin, sensing his intentions, preemptively said, "Dad, Mom, take Qianqian back to rest. He's young and probably exhausted. My brother and I will be back shortly. It won't take too long." Wang Qiushi couldn't help but glance at Fang Yuxin suspiciously. Her timing was too perfect. So perfect that he couldn't help but wonder if she had seen through his thoughts. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Qiushi felt he had probably underestimated this woman who was as beautiful as a vase. Fang Yuxin didn't give him a chance to think further, asking, "Can we leave now?" Wang Qiushu disliked the feeling of being controlled by the other party, but he had no choice but to nod. Nothing else mattered now. What mattered was getting Fang Yuxin and the cured infected individuals to the research group and persuading them to cooperate with the research. Qiu Yiming and Zhou Yan frowned again, both feeling that Wang Qiushu had ulterior motives. The two were worried about Fang Yuxin. Qiu Yiming liked her, while Zhou Yan was purely appreciative and grateful, not wanting her to be ruined by that group of lunatics in the research group. So, both of them said they wanted to go together, and their reasons were both quite valid. Qiu Yiming said, Xin is my fiancé, her business is my business, and I should accompany her. Zhou Yan said, she's one of my team members today, and I know the details of what happened. Going there will be good for me to witness it. Wang Qiushu naturally saw through their thoughts. He snorted disdainfully in his heart, but didn't refuse their request. Instead, he smiled gently and said, in that case, please follow me. Because of the time constraints, this secret research institute was a converted villa, with many heavily armed soldiers standing guard outside. After passing through layers of checks, he successfully brought them inside. However, what they entered was only the outermost reception room. They hadn't actually entered the actual inner area of the research institute. To save space, the reception room wasn't large, only about 15 or 16 square meters, with all the walls painted white. There was a sofa against the wall, and not long after everyone sat down, Zhang Tianhe, who had been notified, arrived. The moment Fang Yuxin saw him, her expression changed drastically. Chapter 88, Head-to-Head. Fang Yuxin didn't recognize Zhang Tianhe at all. The reason her expression changed drastically was that this man launched a mental attack on them the moment he appeared. He was a psychic. She was suddenly incredibly grateful that she had sent her parents home with Bai Qianqian instead of letting them come along. Otherwise, the energy fluctuations on the three of them would definitely not have escaped this man's mental perception, and Bai Qianqian, who had also awakened a psychic ability, would likely have been targeted by him. Perhaps due to her cultivation of the azure wood technique, coupled with her soul power far exceeding that of ordinary people, she had a certain degree of immunity to any mental attack and could identify the type of mental attack. The mental attack launched by Zhang Tianhe was similar to a kind of mind manipulation technique. Although it was also a form of mental suggestion, it was different from the mental attack of that psychic zombie. The attack launched by that psychic zombie would give people the illusion of falling into an ice cave, generating intense fear, despair, and other negative emotions from the depths of their souls, ultimately freezing them to death. Zhang Tianhe's mental attack was different. It would subconsciously lower people's guard, revealing the deepest secrets hidden in their hearts to the attacker. The other party's use of such underhanded tactics upon first meeting was extremely disrespectful and impolite, making Fang Yuxin feel very disgusted and wary. She had just encountered a mentally based zombie and was at her most vigilant, so upon discovering this mental attack, she had no time to think or conceal it, directly expressing her displeasure. A clear voice rang out, snapping her out of her momentary daze. Team leader Zheng, you immediately used a mental attack on us. Do you consider us all enemies? Her deliberate disruption of Zhang Tianhe's arrangements was clearly an act of defiance against him, and in doing so, it also revealed her own unaffected state. Zhang Tianhe narrowed his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze piercing Fang Yuxin with deep scrutiny and endless inquiry. His voice was low and hoarse, the strange tone adding to his sinister aura. You must be Miss Fang Yuxin? I heard you are a wood-type ability user and have even cured those infected with the zombie virus, is that right? As he spoke, his gaze had already fallen upon Fang Yuyang, Chan Xiao, and the other four. He clearly knew about their past infection with the zombie virus. All six were on high alert. They had almost fallen into his trap. Had Fang Yuxin not spoken up, they would likely be trapped. Thinking back, they were all filled with lingering fear. Of the six, Fang Yuyang was the strongest and least affected. Even without Fang Yuxin's warning, he could quickly regain his senses. The other five were less affected, especially the two who had just awakened. Aside from them, Qiu Yiming and Zhou Yan were also somewhat affected, though not completely opening their hearts to Zhang Tianhe. However, they momentarily felt a sense of trust in Zhang Tianhe. Qiu Yiming was always a prodigy, and while Zhou Yan was slightly less capable, he was still quite strong. These two were naturally very proud. What they hated most was having their will manipulated. Especially Qiu Yiming. After awakening his superpowers, his personality became increasingly domineering, and he found Zhang Tianhe's behavior even more intolerable. The two already disliked Zhang Tianhe, and after breaking through that layer of mental suggestion, their opinion of him worsened. Zhou Yan managed to restrain himself somewhat, but Qiu Yiming made no attempt to hide his disgust for Zhang Tianhe. Especially after Zhang Tianhe looked at Fang Yuxin with the gaze one would use on an experimental subject, Qiu Yiming's anger almost reached its peak. Had Zhang Tianhe not quickly shifted his gaze to Fang Yuxiang and the others, he would have definitely exploded. However, while Zhang Tianhe's attention to Fang Yuxiang and the others successfully prevented Qiu Yiming's outburst, it enraged Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxiang cared deeply for his younger sister, never wanting her to suffer even the slightest harm, and she felt the same way about her older brother, Fang Yuxiang. Zhang Tianhe's gaze was too blatant and undisguised, perhaps lacking in composure, or perhaps overly confident and arrogant. His thoughts were all written on his face. He was extremely interested in Fang Yuxiang and the others, wishing he could immediately drag them onto the operating table for dissection. Fang Yuxin's gaze grew increasingly cold. Unable to bear it any longer, she said, "I always thought that an excellent researcher like Team Leader Zheng would uphold a serious and rigorous research attitude, but unexpectedly, it turns out that Team Leader Zheng is also someone who follows the crowd." Her words immediately drew Zhang Tianhe's attention back to her. Chan Xiao and the other four were immediately grateful to her. Zhang Tianhe's gaze had put immense pressure on them, like a heavy mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult to even breathe. Fang Yuxin's actions were a rescue. Fang Yuxiang, who was also rescued, frowned, feeling somewhat worried. At the same time, Zhou Yan and Qiu Yiming were also worried that Fang Yuxin might anger Zhang Tianhe. Although they disliked Zhang Tianhe, his position in the military was special. Even many high-ranking officials had to give him face. It would be unwise for Fang Yuxin to offend him. Zhang Tianhe stared coldly at Fang Yuxin. His triangular, slanted eyes gave him a sinister and intimidating gaze, filled with hostility. He wasn't handsome, and at 58 he wasn't young. His face was etched with the marks of time. Years of scientific research had left him with prominent eye bags, and his bald head and graying temples made him look quite downcast. Deep nasolabial folds and downturned corners of his mouth made him appear overly serious and rigid. In short, he was a face that was hard to like. As he looked at Fang Yuxin, his gaze was like a scalpel, as if he wanted to dissect Fang Yuxin's body, slice by slice, to reveal his most authentic and alluring inner self. He opened his mouth, still speaking in that strange tone. As a senior researcher, Ai Zheng certainly wouldn't just parrot what others say. However, this news is far too important for the entire safe zone, and even for all of humanity, forcing me to lose my composure and specifically invite Miss Fang here to personally verify it with you. I hope Miss Fang can tell me the truth. How exactly did you cure those infected with the zombie virus? His words seemed polite, but in reality they were very forceful, especially the last sentence, which clearly confirmed that the rumors were true. What he wanted to ask wasn't whether Fang Yuxin had truly cured those infected with the zombie virus, but rather her treatment method. Fang Yuxin, of course, wouldn't let him succeed. She wasn't an unsophisticated girl. In fact, her privileged background had given her many opportunities to broaden her horizons, and that bizarre dream had made her accustomed to life and death and powerful figures. No matter how powerful Zhang Tianhe was, compared to those she had seen in her dream, he was nothing more than an ant. She had also cultivated the azure wood technique, making her mental state far beyond that of ordinary people. Zhang Tianhe's cultivation might be useful against others, but it was utterly inadequate against her. Fang Yuxin laughed, her voice clear and melodious. This laugh completely shattered the oppressive atmosphere that Zhang Tianhe had deliberately created. The tension, almost solidifying, instantly crumbled, replaced by a comfortable feeling of spring returning to the earth and all things flourishing. After laughing, she said, "So, Team Leader Zheng, you've decided that I've cured the infected with the zombie virus?" Zhang Tianhe's face was grim. After hearing the rumors in the safe zone, he had specifically ordered an investigation into Fang Yuxin's background, quickly gathering all her information. Knowing she was just a 24-year-old girl, he didn't take Fang Yuxin seriously at all. In his view, a girl like Fang Yuxin was too easy to manipulate. As long as he showed a little skill, he could easily control her, making her speak without reservation. After the apocalypse, his research workload increased dramatically, and his time was incredibly precious, with absolutely no spare moments to waste. To save time, he practically lived in the lab, refusing to even move from his sleeping quarters. If Fang Yuxin's abilities weren't so crucial, he would never have had the time to see her. Even so, he didn't intend to waste words with her, so from the moment he appeared, he used a mental attack to try and confuse the people in the room, making them obedient and reveal everything they knew. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuxin ruined everything, and now she had once again disrupted the tense atmosphere he had deliberately created, ruining his plans once more. Even a clay figure has some backbone, and he wasn't a clay figure. He had always had a bad temper. Zheng Tianhe was furious. In his view, Fang Yuxin should obediently reveal all her secrets, even willingly sacrificing herself to make her due contribution to saving humanity. However, she was too selfish. He said, "Young lady, everyone in this research group is working day and night to crack the zombie virus. You must remember, this is a critical time, not a time for you to be willful and selfish." Fang Yuxin raised an eyebrow. "You say I'm selfish? Yesterday my family and I hunted down 3,561 zombies. Today I went with Captain Zhou to XX University to rescue survivors, killed a mutated zombie, and then risked my life to penetrate a zombie horde of thousands, successfully killing a psychic mutated zombie. And you actually say I'm too selfish?" She paused here, not giving Zheng Tianhe a chance to speak, and continued, "Zheng, the team leader said that everyone in your research group is working day and night to crack the zombie virus. So, team leader Zheng, could you tell me what you've researched so far?" Zheng Tianhe's face grew increasingly grim. Fang Yuxin's sharp tongue had completely exceeded his expectations. He awkwardly remained silent for a moment, then said, "Because of a lack of experimental data, the research hasn't made any breakthrough progress. But I believe that as long as Miss Fang and the other 6 are willing to cooperate, my research will soon make a breakthrough." He spoke with conviction, but Fang Yuxin sneered. "So you haven't researched anything yet?" Chapter 89. Each takes a step back. Fang Yuxin looked at Zheng Tianhe with disgust. She couldn't understand why there were always people in this world who liked to stand on the moral high ground and use righteousness to arbitrarily kidnap people. Zheng Tianhe kept saying it was for the safe zone and for all of humanity, as if not obediently contributing herself would be hindering the development of all humanity. In her dream, Fang Mingyao had used this kind of righteousness to coerce them many times. She herself was selfish and cold-blooded, yet she insisted on putting on an act of "the world is hard. She has no choice but to do this to survive," which was truly disgusting. Zheng Tianhe had always been fawned over and lived a very smooth life. He hadn't been treated so unreasonably for many years. He then emphasized, "Miss Fang, I must remind you, your attitude is rather inappropriate." Fang Yuxin, seeing him still maintaining his air of superiority, felt a flash of disgust and said, "You just want to know how I healed their wounds, right? I can tell you now. Wood-based abilities can promote wound healing. I had them take off their clothes to expose the wounds, then used a knife to cut away the skin and muscle around the wounds, and then directly used wood-based abilities to help them heal. It's that simple." Zheng Tianhe was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. He felt Fang Yuxin was lying. He glanced at the 2 newly awakened mercenaries, then looked at Fang Yuxin with a half-smile. "Miss Fang, you certainly know how to joke. I've also heard that 2 ordinary people successfully awakened their abilities with your help. These 2, aren't they?" As he said this, his gaze pierced the 2 men again, sharp and cold, making them instantly feel like lab rats on a testing ground. The color drained from their faces. All that remained were their pale faces, looking helpless as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Fang Yuxin coughed lightly, bringing the 2 back to their senses, then looked at Zheng Tianhe with a half-smile. "While I did heal their injuries, their awakening of superpowers wasn't because of me. Team leader Zheng has been working day and night in the lab, so he must have conducted many related experiments. He certainly knows much more about how superpowers can be awakened than I do. If you insist that they awaken their superpowers because of me, then I have nothing to say. As the saying goes, If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a reason. I'm sure no matter what I say, team leader Zheng will have a reason to refute me. Qiu Yiming thought Fang Yuxin's words were quite good, but seeing Zheng Tianhe's increasingly grim expression, he worried that Fang Yuxin might offend him too much, and if the old man got desperate, even he wouldn't be able to protect Fang Yuxin. He said, Team leader Zheng, I think Xinxin is right. You're an expert in this field. If you can't crack the key to superpower awakening, then Xinxin is even less capable. As far as I know, anyone infected with the zombie virus has the potential to awaken as a superpowered individual. These two were able to awaken because they were infected with the zombie virus. It has nothing to do with Xinxin. Zhou Yan added, Yes, team leader Zheng, I've already asked the people who were there at the time. Miss Fang was indeed just helping them heal their wounds. The main reason they were able to awaken was because they were infected with the zombie virus, and they were almost zombies themselves. Zheng Tianhe knew they were right. He had indeed conducted many experiments and knew a lot about superpower awakening and the zombie virus. But he still felt that the two's awakening was inseparable from Fang Yuxin. He wished he could detain Fang Yuxin and the other 6 people and send them to the laboratory for testing. However, considering Qiu Yiming and Zhou Yan's identities, he ultimately abandoned this tempting idea and instead said, It was my oversight. I hope you all won't take offense. Besides, I'm really interested in Miss Fang's abilities. Would Miss Fang be willing to let me witness them firsthand? Fang Yuxin was quite displeased with his persistent behavior. Just as she was about to ask him how he planned to demonstrate, Fang Yuyang had already extended his hand. He opened his right hand, palm up, and forcefully slashed his palm with a dagger. Blood instantly gushed from the wound, stinging Fang Yuxin's eyes. Brother, what are you doing? Fang Yuxin exclaimed, grabbing Fang Yuyang's hand and continuously channeling spiritual energy into his wound until it healed. She then turned to Zheng Tianhe, glaring angrily. Team leader Zheng, are you satisfied now? Zheng Tianhe was of course not satisfied. He already knew that wood-type ability users had the ability to heal wounds. What he cared about more was Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability. He suspected she was different from other wood-type ability users, possessing a mutated wood-type ability. That's why he especially hoped Fang Yuxin would cooperate with his investigation, ideally by voluntarily sacrificing herself to help him complete his experiments, rather than just being interested in her healing abilities. However, he couldn't say this aloud. Qiu Yiming and Zhou Yan held considerable prestige in the military. Even if he wasn't afraid of them, he had to consider the negative consequences of this matter. He knew the military was currently in dire need of manpower, and offending those ability users would likely lead to serious problems. Moreover, Fang Yuxin's cold expression made him very uneasy. He instinctively knew he couldn't let her lose her temper, or the consequences would be unimaginable. He made a final concession. Please don't misunderstand, I have no other intentions. I have absolutely no ill will towards you. After all, I, like you, am working for the better survival of humanity. I will have my assistant collect your blood samples for testing. I hope you won't refuse. Fang Yuxin wanted to refuse, but Fang Yuyang held her hand and shook his head slightly, telling her not to act impulsively. Shortly after, Zheng Tianhe's assistant arrived with tools to collect blood samples. He worked professionally, quickly collected and sealed the samples, and left the meeting room. As soon as he left, Fang Yuxin couldn't sit still any longer and impatiently asked, Team leader Zheng is a very busy man. Don't you think we can leave now? Zheng Tianhe knew it wasn't the right time yet. Despite his anger, he forced a stiff smile and said goodbye to everyone in a friendly manner. He seemed to be trying hard to project a friendly image, but long-standing habits weren't easily broken. The stiff smile didn't earn him any points. Instead, it made him appear even more sinister and unsettling, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, sending chills down everyone's spines. After leaving the temporary research group, Zhou Yan took his leave. He had many things to do and didn't have much free time. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang planned to go home first, and Qiu Yiming offered to take them home. Fang Yuxin sensed that Qiu Yiming had something to say, so she agreed. Sure enough, as soon as they set off, Qiu Yiming couldn't wait to say, Xinxin, you were too impulsive today. Zheng Tianhe is no pushover, and he's incredibly petty. You've offended him now, and he definitely won't let it go. Fang Yuxin didn't speak, She knew Qiu Yiming had more to say. Sure enough, Qiu Yiming quickly spoke again. This guy is a research fanatic. He'll do anything for research. Don't take his righteous talk seriously. For the sake of this righteousness, superhumans and zombies are just experimental subjects in his eyes. A hint of mockery flashed across his face as he said this, clearly showing his disdain for Zhang Tianhe's actions. Fang Yuxin knew he was telling the truth, without a trace of fabrication. She didn't speak, but suddenly remembered something. In that dream, when she was still struggling at the bottom, she had heard some rumors about secret research institutes. And the current research group should be the predecessor of this institute. At that time, some rumors circulated secretly at the bottom, saying that the military's secret research institute was using living people for inhumane experiments. Among these living people were not only ordinary people but also those with superpowers. Most of the ordinary people were tricked into going there. They hadn't awakened their superpowers in the apocalypse and were gradually becoming desperate. The Military Research Institute had been secretly recruiting people, and these ordinary people did receive a considerable reward when they entered, but once inside the institute, they could never leave alive. As the zombies grew stronger, the higher-ups, in their quest to find a safe method for awakening, resorted to almost any means necessary. Ordinary people, once lured in, were treated like guinea pigs. Researchers conducted various experiments on them, solely to obtain better and more accurate data. As word spread, it became increasingly difficult for the research institute to recruit test subjects. So they came up with a new idea, claiming to have developed an awakening potion, but not yet conducting clinical trials. This potion was extremely expensive, beyond the reach of many ordinary people in their lifetime. Then, the institute deliberately released information that any volunteer would have a chance to take the potion. This news caused a frenzy among ordinary people in the safe zone, including Fang Yuxin. She didn't want to be a burden to Fang Yuxiang. After failing to absorb the Yuan crystal, she had completely given up. But the institute's news touched her most vulnerable and sensitive nerve. So, despite knowing it might be a trap, she still planned to try it without Fang Yuxiang's knowledge. Unfortunately, the plan ultimately failed. Fang Yuxiang stopped her. Fang Yuxiang, having somehow gotten wind of it, told her it was a trap and slapped her awake. From that moment on, neither sibling had a good impression of the research institute. Qiu Yiming noticed Fang Yuxin's distracted state and his anger surging, couldn't help but ask, Xin, are you listening to me? Chapter 90, Mr. and Mrs. Qiu. Qiu Yiming, still angry, spoke with a harsh tone, successfully pulling Fang Yuxin back to her senses. She carefully recalled Qiu Yiming's words and coldly said, "It's not that I want to offend him, it's that he has no intention of letting us go. You saw what happened just now. If I hadn't been firm, I probably would have been at his mercy. You're right, he's not a pushover. Otherwise he wouldn't have launched a mental attack on us the moment we met. But I have to let him know that I'm not someone he can bully at will, so that he'll be hesitant to act too recklessly. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have been able to leave that villa." Qiu Yiming wasn't stupid. He was just worried and confused, afraid that Fang Yuxin would anger Zhang Tianhe and invite his retaliation, which was why he hadn't considered Fang Yuxin's intentions. Now, with Fang Yuxin's words, he instantly understood. He had also experienced Zhang Tianhe's mental attack, but his strong will meant he wasn't greatly affected, only experiencing a momentary lapse in concentration. At the time, he was worried about Fang Yuxin, and although angry, he hadn't had time to think much about it. Hearing the words psychological attack from Fang Yuxin again filled him with rage. As a privileged young man, he detested being controlled. Zhang Tianhe's actions not only showed him disrespect, but were practically treating him like a puppet. How could he tolerate this? Thinking of Zhang Tianhe's obvious ill intentions towards Fang Yuxin, he became worried. "Yuxin, what are you planning to do next? Zhang Tianhe is a madman. He definitely won't let this go. I'm worried he might harm you. Your home isn't safe anymore. Why don't you move in with me? If you stay with me, Zheng won't be so reckless." Fang Yuxin knew he meant well, but she couldn't agree. She wasn't alone. She had her parents, her brother, and Bai Qianqian. Was she going to move her entire family to Qiu Yiming's place? Wouldn't that be laughable? They had their own house. Why should they live under someone else's roof? Even if she could afford to lose face, did she want her family to lose face with her? Regardless of Qiu Yiming's attitude towards Bai Qianqian, her Azurewood spiritual mansion was something she absolutely couldn't let Qiu Yiming know about. Moreover, she no longer had feelings for Qiu Yiming. Not speaking out now was merely a temporary measure. She couldn't continue to be entangled with him. So she said, "No need. Since I've already offended Zhang Tianhe, I can't drag you and the Qiu family into this. Don't worry too much. Even if Zhang Tianhe is a madman, the higher-ups won't let him arrest people indiscriminately. Now is a time of widespread panic. If he arrests people recklessly, the safe zone will likely descend into complete chaos." She knew very well that Zhang Tianhe wouldn't openly arrest people. At most, he would try to secretly arrest some helpless, lonely individuals, people with no relatives or friends, whose disappearances wouldn't attract attention. But her situation was different. The Fang family had 5 members, and the Yongsheng mercenary team had 10. Unless Zhang Tianhe could arrest them all, the secret would definitely leak out. Moreover, there's the Qiu family connection. Zhang Tianhe has to be careful not to harm anyone. At worst, she can find a way to release information about the Yuan stone and Yuan crystal. That will definitely divert Zhang Tianhe's attention. Even those high-ranking officials eager to awaken their abilities, with the Yuan crystal as a hope, will naturally not go all in and place all their hopes on Zhang Tianhe. Zhang Tianhe's special position in the research group is because the higher-ups hope he can crack the secrets of the zombie virus and awakening, develop a zombie vaccine, and find a way to awaken ordinary people. The higher-ups placing their hopes on him naturally elevates his status, but what if they have the Yuan crystal? Even if they can't bring Zhang Tianhe down, his status will be significantly lower. Qiu Yiming didn't stay long after sending her back to the Fang family. He left quickly. He really doesn't have much time now. There are many things he needs to handle. Besides, now that Zhang Tianhe has his eye on Fang Yuxin, he needs to find a way to divert Zhang Tianhe's attention. Having been rejected so many times, Fang Yuxin's refusal didn't anger him too much. He had just said it casually and regretted it immediately. Although he wished Fang Yuxin would live with him, he wasn't so welcoming to the rest of the Fang family, especially Fang Yuxian and Bai Qianqian. Fang Yuxian had always disliked him, and Bai Qianqian was Bai Ye's son. Just thinking about him made him furious. How could he want Bai Qianqian constantly under his nose? After leaving the Fang family, he went to see his parents, hoping they could help him find a way to protect Fang Yuxin and prevent that madman surnamed Zhang from harming her. When he arrived, Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua were also discussing the rumors that had just appeared in the safe zone. The two weren't as lucky as Qiu Yiming. Qiu Yiming had successfully awakened a powerful lightning-type ability when the apocalypse had just begun, while the two of them were just ordinary people. When the ability first appeared, they were at most just surprised. However, as Qiu Yiming's strength grew, they became increasingly tempted. Like many ordinary people, Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua desperately wanted to become superhumans. They were both intelligent, and seeing the zombie outbreak rampant and the inability to eliminate it with nuclear weapons, they knew that only through superior strength could humanity survive. The emergence of mutated zombies intensified their desire to become superhumans. Previously, like other high-ranking military officers, they had placed their hopes on the secret research group led by Zhang Tianhe. But the group's research had made no progress. The rumors surrounding Fang Yuxin, who supposedly could awaken ordinary people into superhumans, made them even more concerned. And ironically, this Fang Yuxin was their prospective daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, don't let the good stuff go to outsiders. If Fang Yuxin truly possessed such abilities, shouldn't she help them awaken first? These two weren't usually foolish. On the contrary, they were quite intelligent. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't easily believe such rumors. But their current desperate desire to awaken as superhumans made them lose their composure. They didn't doubt the rumors circulating in the safe zone. In fact, they hoped they were true. So upon seeing Qiu Yiming, Zhou Fanghua couldn't help but ask, "Why did you come back alone? Didn't Xinxin come with you?" Qiu Yiming's feelings suddenly became complicated. Zhou Fanghua had never asked this before. When they first arrived in the safe zone, he hurriedly finished his work and went straight to find Fang Yuxin. At the time, Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua had some reservations. Feeling he was acting too emotionally, and that a man should prioritize his career. They had just arrived in the safe zone, precisely the time for Qiu Yiming to prove himself and make his mark. For him to leave like this was unwise. However, Qiu Yiming insisted, so they didn't say much. Qiu Yiming was grown up and had his own ideas. As long as he didn't go too far, they wouldn't interfere. Besides, Fang Yuxin was Qiu Yiming's fiancé, and the Fang family had a large amount of supplies. It was only right for Qiu Yiming to check on Fang Yuxin's well-being. Later, when Qiu Yiming returned, they learned about the Fang family's situation. They knew everyone was safe, and Fang Yuyang and Fang Yuxin had both awakened as ability users, one with wind type and the other with wood type. At that time, they didn't value ability users very much. After all, when abilities were first awakened, they couldn't unleash their full power. It looked more like magic tricks and couldn't compare to the power of firearms. In addition, they weren't very clear about the healing abilities of wood-type abilities, and they learned from Qiu Yiming that Fang Mingyao had awakened a spatial ability, possessing a personal space of over 100 square meters. Compared to Fang Yuxin's rather useless wood-type ability, Fang Mingyao's spatial ability was clearly more important to them. It was practically a mobile warehouse. Qiu Yiming didn't hide anything from them, directly expressing his suspicions about Fang Mingyao, while also briefly mentioning Fang Mingyao's feelings for him and his plans. Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua, both from respectable backgrounds and holding high positions of power, looked down on Fang Mingyao, an illegitimate daughter. Having heard about Zhu Wanxue's past, they were even more disdainful of Fang Mingyao's origins. They would never agree to Fang Mingyao becoming their daughter-in-law. However, Qiu Yiming only wanted what she possessed, not to marry her, so they didn't care. Even if Qiu Yiming slept with Fang Mingyao, as long as he didn't marry her, they wouldn't object. After the apocalypse, the Fang family's assets were worthless, leaving only their supplies. Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua felt the Fang family was no longer comparable to the Qiu family, and Fang Yuxin was unworthy of their son, Qiu Yiming. Therefore, they both intended to cancel the engagement and find Qiu Yiming another suitable partner. They could see that Qiu Yiming still cared about Fang Yuxin, so they kept their thoughts to themselves and didn't reveal a word to him. In front of Qiu Yiming, they deliberately avoided mentioning Fang Yuxin, hoping to make him gradually forget about her. However, that very morning, they learned that Fang Yuxin's wood-type ability possessed powerful healing capabilities. Naturally, both of them were interested in this ability. They knew Qiu Yiming had a wood-type ability user under his command, but their abilities seemed inferior to Fang Yuxin's, so they hoped Fang Yuxin could be used to their advantage. Then at noon, with Zhou Yan returning with the survivors, rumors suddenly spread throughout the safe zone that Fang Yuxin could heal those infected by the zombie virus, and even awaken superpowers in ordinary people. This made them extremely concerned. Chapter 91. She's lying. Upon receiving the news, the two could no longer sit still and immediately sent people out to inquire. The news they learned almost made them faint. Fang Yuxin had actually gone to kill the zombie leader, and that zombie leader was surrounded by thousands of ordinary zombies. She was clearly courting death, and Zhou Yan actually agreed. What kind of brain does this man have? If Fang Yuxin really had such abilities, it would be of great significance to the entire safe zone. How could Zhou Yan let her go to her death? The two were furious, and then they learned that Qiu Yiming had volunteered to lead a rescue team. In the past, they would never have agreed and would have definitely tried to stop Qiu Yiming from doing so. But this time they all acquiesced to Qiu Yiming's actions. Although they both felt that Fang Yuxin was doomed, and even if Qiu Yiming went, whether he could find her body was another matter. The thought that Fang Yuxin could awaken ordinary people into superhumans kept them from giving up hope. They hoped Fang Yuxin wasn't dead, and that Qiu Yiming could bring her back alive. Luckily, they were fortunate. Fang Yuxin was indeed alive. It was as if even heaven was helping them. The two were overjoyed, eager to see Fang Yuxin immediately, but unfortunately, they were held back by their work and were a step too late, allowing the special research team to take her away first. Upon receiving the news, both were uneasy. They knew how insane Zhang Tianhe was. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Tianhe who was insane, but many high-ranking officials in the safe zone were too. Everyone wanted to become a superhuman, and everyone hoped Zhang Tianhe could develop a vaccine for the zombie virus. Therefore, they chose to turn a blind eye to some of Zhang Tianhe's crazy actions, as long as he didn't go too far. As long as things didn't escalate, they wouldn't interfere. But Fang Yuxin was different. The two understood Zhang Tianhe and knew that he had definitely sought her out because of her abilities. Given his madness, he might even do something like forcibly keeping Fang Yuxin for research. So they specifically sent people to monitor the villa where the special research team was located, and only breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Fang Yuxin had come out safely. After that, Fang Yuxin got into Qiu Yiming's car, and they didn't pay any more attention. They all thought that Qiu Yiming would bring Fang Yuxin back. But unexpectedly, Qiu Yiming actually came back alone, which was unusual. Zhou Fanghua couldn't help but ask. Her question made Qiu Yiming's feelings a little complicated. Even if Zhou Fanghua and Qiu Hongxing didn't say it directly, he knew some things in his heart. Zhou Fanghua would never ask like this before. Obviously she didn't care much about Fang Yuxin anymore, but she didn't say it because of him. Now she was acting so eager. What was it for? Qiu Yiming knew very well. But after all, Zhou Fanghua and Qiu Hongxing were his parents, even if some of their ideas were different from his. He didn't think they were wrong. He knew very well that whatever they did was for his own good. After asking, Zhou Fanghua realized that she had acted too eagerly, and she pursed her lips. He offered a perfunctory explanation. Xinxin survived this ordeal, and I thought you'd come back with her, but you came back alone. What happened? Didn't she want to come? To be honest, your father and I haven't seen her for a while, and we miss her terribly. Qiu Yiming pretended to know nothing. After casually finding a place to sit down, he continued. Xinxin must be exhausted this time. She finally killed that zombie leader and returned to the safe zone unharmed, only to be invited away by Zhang Tianhe. You all know what kind of person Zhang Tianhe is. He's not a kind guy. He almost forced Xinxin to stay, but luckily she was quick-witted and forced him to back down, only allowing them to leave a blood sample for testing. I saw she was exhausted, so I sent her home to rest. He knew that his parents were no longer satisfied with Fang Yuxin, and for the past 3 days, he had deliberately concealed the conflict between him and Fang Yuxin, not mentioning it to them at all. This time was no different. He didn't mention that he had extended the invitation, nor did he say that Fang Yuxin had refused. Instead, he seemed inclined to speak up for Fang Yuxin. His only intention was to prevent the two elders from being angry with her. He had spoken highly of Fang Yuxin to them countless times. Zhou Fanghua and Qiu Hongxing were already tired of hearing it. Hearing him say this now, they didn't pay much attention, only becoming concerned when they heard Zhang Tianhe try to force Fang Yuxin to stay. Qiu Hongxing couldn't help but ask, Zhang Tianhe is really crazy. He actually dared to do this. But how did Xinxin get him to back down? This old madman is so petty and stubborn, it's not easy to get him to compromise. Qiu Yiming nodded, anger rising on his face. Dad, Mom, you don't know, this Zhang guy is incredibly arrogant. He used a mental attack on all of us as soon as he appeared. If it weren't for Xinxin's alertness and seeing through his mental attack, I'd probably have been hit. He deliberately spoke well of Fang Yuxin, concealing the fact that he hadn't been greatly affected, and instead exaggerating the situation. What? Zhou Fanghua and Qiu Hongxing were immediately furious. Qiu Hongxing clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. Zhang Tianhe actually has such audacity. He actually used a mental attack on you. He's a madman. Yiming, tell me in detail what exactly happened. Although he was angry, he still had some reason left, and he had some doubts about Qiu Yiming's words, so he deliberately asked this question. Qiu Yiming immediately recounted the whole story. After we arrived, we were led to a cramped reception room to wait. Not long after Zhang Tianhe arrived, but the instant he opened the door, he used a mental attack on all of us, a technique that could bewitch people. After he used this attack, my son suddenly didn't find him so repulsive anymore. He even felt he could be trusted and wanted to confide in him completely. Under those circumstances, no matter what he asked, my son would probably have answered everything without reservation. It was Xinxin who was quick-witted and broke through his mental attack. It was only after the divine attack that my son came to his senses. Qiu Hongxing immediately seized on the key point in his words. So that Zhang Guy had no good intentions from the start. But how did Xinxin break through his mental attack? I heard that Zhang Tianhe is a mental ability user, and his mental attacks are extremely powerful. It's one thing for Xin to be unaffected, but to actually break through his attack is truly astonishing. Yiming, do you remember what she did back then? Qiu Yiming had also felt that this matter was a bit strange. Fang Yuxin was only a wood-type ability user. So how did she resist Zhang Tianhe's mental attack? Or was it a special ability of wood-type ability users? He carefully recalled the events and realized that Fang Yuxin had only said one sentence. After her clear voice rang out, the atmosphere in the entire room seemed to change instantly, with a comfortable feeling of spring returning to the earth, as if his whole body and mind were relaxed. Even recalling the feeling at that time, he felt it was extremely wonderful. Qiu Yiming suddenly regretted it. He should have insisted on bringing Fang Yuxin home. He had a gut feeling that staying in that state would greatly benefit his cultivation. However, he kept this regret hidden in his heart and didn't show it. He said, Xin only said one sentence and we came to our senses. I don't know if she used any other methods. Zhang Tianhe suspects she has a mutated wood-type ability. So her healing ability is better than other wood-type ability users. Perhaps that's why she was able to withstand Zhang Tianhe's mental attack. Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua didn't dwell on this issue. Although they were intelligent, they weren't ability users after all, and ability had only recently appeared, so they didn't know much about it. Zhou Fanghua asked the question she cared about most. Yiming, did Xin say how she awakened ordinary people? Since Zhang Tianhe called her over, he must have asked about this, right? Qiu Yiming frowned slightly, his expression hesitant. He had naturally heard Fang Yuxin's answer, and knew that Zhou Fanghua and Qiu Hongsheng were both eager to awaken their superpowers. He was worried that his answer might disappoint them. Seeing his hesitation, Zhou Fanghua and Qiu Hongsheng felt a pang of unease, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Zhou Fanghua suddenly hesitated, afraid to ask further. She was afraid of hearing Qiu Yiming's answer. Qiu Hongsheng, being a man, was far more composed than Zhou Fanghua. Seeing Qiu Yiming's expression, he already guessed that the answer wasn't what he wanted to hear. But he still took a deep breath and said, "Why are you hesitating? Tell the truth." His tone was slightly harsh. Qiu Yiming then relayed Fang Yuxin's answer. Xin said she cut off the infected skin near the wound of the infected person, and then used her superpower to heal the wound. The two ordinary people were able to awaken as superpowered individuals because of the zombie virus, not because of her. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Fanghua exclaimed excitedly, "She's talking nonsense. 9 out of 10 people infected with the zombie virus will become zombies, and only 1 in 10 can successfully awaken. If it weren't for her, those two ordinary people would have become zombies long ago. How could they possibly awaken? I think she just doesn't want to tell us the answer. She just doesn't want to help us." She became increasingly agitated, her expression contorted and frantic, as if she wanted to vent all the pent-up resentment she felt towards Fang Yuxin, her anxiety about the apocalypse, and her fear of the future. Qiu Yiming's face paled with fright. He quickly rushed to Zhou Fanghua's side, patting her back to help her catch her breath, and said, "Mom, don't overthink it. Xin isn't like that. She has no idea that you and Dad haven't been able to awaken. If she had a way, she would definitely help you." Zhou Fanghua's expression gradually calmed down. She turned her eyes to look at Qiu Yiming with a sinister glint in her eyes, her smile turning cold. "Then go and call her here. Tell her your father and I want to see her. I want to see if she dares to say that to me." Chapter 92. Mysterious Yuan Crystal. When Fang Yuxin returned home, Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Bai Qianqian were anxiously waiting for her, fearing that something might have happened to her and Fang Yuyang. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had returned home safely. After Qiu Yiming left, Chu Qianhe couldn't wait to ask what had happened. "Xin Yuyang, did you see that team leader Zheng? Did he say anything? Did he make things difficult for you?" Fang Yuxin didn't want them to worry, so she concealed the fact that Zhang Tianhe had used mental attacks on them, and tried to force them to stay, and coerce them into sacrificing themselves. She said, "Dad, Mom, this team leader Zheng is no good. Although he only asked us to leave blood samples for testing this time, he definitely won't let it go. Although my relationship with Qiu Yiming can make him hesitate, I don't think we can continue to be passive like this. Besides, that guy is a madman and nobody knows how long he can stay quiet. So I plan to reveal the Yuanjing matter." Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe weren't stupid. Although Fang Yuxin didn't say the specifics, they could guess some of it. Both of them looked grim. Bai Qianqian, sitting next to Fang Yuxin, stretched out his arms and hugged her waist tightly, saying in a muffled voice, "Mommy, Qianqian will grow up quickly and help you fight off the bad guys." Fang Yuxin patted his head to comfort him, then continued, "Dad, Mom, let's use this opportunity to reveal your and Qianqian's identities as ability users. Tell everyone that you accidentally absorbed a yuan crystal and awakened your abilities." Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe didn't object. They weren't stupid. They knew exactly what Fang Yuxin was planning. Team leader Zheng was eyeing them covetously. With the yuan crystal, they could not only divert his attention but also affect his position in the safe zone. Furthermore, once they became ability users, team leader Zheng would have to think twice before trying to deal with them. In fact, it was time to reveal the three of them's ability user identities. They hadn't been noticed by other ability users yet, because they had only recently awakened their abilities and weren't yet proficient in controlling them. In addition, the three of them had deliberately concealed their energy fluctuations. The other ability users failed to detect the energy fluctuations emanating from them. However, this concealment wasn't perfect, and as the other ability users became more proficient in controlling their abilities, the three's identities could no longer be hidden. Rather than being discovered later and arousing unnecessary suspicion, it was better to reveal them now. The discovery of Yuan Jing also needed a plausible explanation. Just as they finished their discussion, 5 newly joined mercenaries came to visit. They had a place to stay and had gone back to make some arrangements after leaving the research group. None of the 5 owned property in the safe zone. They were currently renting a house on a daily basis. The 5 planned to move in together, so they rented a new place. After moving and settling their belongings, they immediately came to visit the Fang family. Seeing the Fang family's villa, the 5 couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, they quickly composed themselves, their eyes no longer wandering, and entered the living room without looking around. They first reported that they had moved in together. Then Chen Xiao, the strongest of the 5, asked, "Captain Fang, that team leader Zheng probably won't let this go easily. What are your plans?" Fang Yuyang and Fang Yuxin exchanged a glance. Since the matter of the yuan crystal was going to be revealed, they needed to consult with these 5 people first. Inevitably, it would attract inquiries from various parties, and they had to agree on a story to avoid being found out. So Fang Yuxin bent down, pretending to open a drawer under the coffee table, but actually took out a yuan stone from her spatial storage. The yuan stone she took out had been cut in half, revealing the mental yuan crystal inside, which she had obtained from the mental zombie. The 5 mercenaries were somewhat surprised when they saw the yuan stone she took out. Because of the stone's insulating effect on energy, they could only detect very weak energy fluctuations, but the moment they saw the mental yuan crystal, all 5 of them couldn't help but feel that it was incredibly beautiful. Seeing their reactions, Fang Yuxin smiled slightly and said, "This stone was found by my brother and me after we killed that psychic zombie. Before that, we had accidentally obtained a gray crystal exactly like this. At first, we didn't know what it was, but when Qianqian accidentally absorbed it, we discovered that he was awakening, and even awakened a rare psychic ability." She paused here, looking at the 5 mercenaries' reactions. At this moment, they all stared wide-eyed at the elemental stone and elemental crystal in Fang Yuxin's hand, their eyes burning with fervor. Fang Yuxin was naturally lying, but she had to give these 5 people an explanation. She couldn't tell the truth, so she could only use this method. She continued, "Ever since then we've been hoping to find such a crystal again, but unfortunately we haven't seen it. Until today, after my brother and I killed that psychic zombie, we accidentally discovered it. We learned that this mysterious crystal is actually encased within such a stone." Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed, "I've seen this kind of stone before." He immediately felt regretful. He had seen such a stone by chance before, but he thought it was useless and ignored it. Now hearing this news, he was filled with remorse. If he could turn back time, he would definitely go back and pick it up. Chen Xiao, however, asked, "Deputy Captain Fang, what are your plans for telling us this?" He had only been focused on killing zombies and finding supplies, and hadn't paid attention to anything else, so he didn't remember seeing such a stone and naturally wouldn't feel the same regret as Lu Yu. Therefore, he quickly grasped the key to the problem. Why did Fang Yuxin tell them such important information? Fang Yuxin didn't waste any words and directly stated her purpose. As you all know, Zhang Tianhe has his eye on us now, and he won't let this go easily. So I plan to leak the information about this crystal. This way, not only can more ordinary people awaken to become superhumans, but it can also divert Zhang Tianhe's attention and stop him from targeting us. However, now that we know about the existence of this crystal, we can look for it while doing missions in the future. Qianqian told me that he seems to be able to absorb this crystal, so I think maybe we can too. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 5 people instantly lit up. If this crystal could only awaken ordinary people to become superhumans, they wouldn't care too much. After all, they had already awakened to superhumans, and such a crystal, no matter how good, would be useless to them. But if they could also absorb this crystal, the situation would be different. Bai Qianqian cooperated and said, "Yes, I did find that I can absorb it, and my feeling tells me that after absorbing it, I will be even stronger than I am now. Mom, give it to me." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 5 mercenaries lit up even more. Superpowered individuals can actually increase their strength by absorbing this crystal. In this post-apocalyptic world, what's most important? Strength, of course. Once their strength increases, who will dare look down on them? The 5 were immediately filled with gratitude towards Fang Yuxin. Although she did this to divert Zhang Tianhe's attention, she had still told them such important information, giving them hope to continue becoming stronger, which made them extremely grateful. They weren't stupid. Even if Fang Yuxin revealed this information to the higher-ups, they would definitely keep it a secret for now, not letting everyone know. So, if Fang Yuxin deliberately didn't tell them, they would probably have to wait a long time to find out. By then it would be too late. This mysterious stone would definitely have been snapped up by others, leaving nothing for them. After they calmed down, Fang Yuxin continued. "Once this gets out, you might all be called in for questioning, so we need to agree on our story. I want you to remember that my parents and Qianqian all awakened their abilities after absorbing this mysterious crystal, and we only discovered this mysterious crystal after killing that psychic zombie today. Understand?" The 5 weren't fools and quickly understood Fang Yuxin's meaning. They all nodded and solemnly assured her. "Deputy Captain Fang, don't worry, we've remembered. We'll answer the same way no matter who asks." Fang Yuxin nodded, then thought for a moment and told them. "The blood oath you swore will protect your consciousness. If anyone forcibly probes your consciousness or reads your memories, they will suffer the backlash of the blood oath. Zhang Tianhe is a psychic, and he has a very strong control over psychic abilities. I don't know if there are others like him in that research group, but if you encounter him, you must be extremely careful." Upon hearing this, the 5 remembered Zhang Tianhe's power and felt a chill run down their spines. Zhang Tianhe had put immense pressure on them. If Fang Yuxin hadn't been there, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. After agreeing on their story, Fang Yuxin decided to take them to register their identities. However, just as they stepped outside, she encountered Qiu Yiming. Qiu Yiming's expression was not good. He seemed to be troubled. Fang Yuxin instinctively knew that Qiu Yiming's troubles were related to her. She asked, "Yiming, what's wrong? You look so pale." Qiu Yiming glanced at the 5 mercenaries behind her, his eyes cold, making them all uneasy. Fortunately, he quickly looked away and said to Fang Yuxin, "Xin, my parents want to see you." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang's expressions changed. The 5 mercenaries, however, were somewhat confused. Fang Yuyang sneered, his tone sarcastic, making no attempt to hide his hostility and dissatisfaction. "Uncle Qiu and Aunt Qiu are both very busy people. I haven't seen them think of us before, so why do they suddenly want to see Xin? Qiu Yiming's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Chapter 93, Conflict. Fang Yuyang had never had a good impression of the Qiu family, probably because he cared too much about his younger sister, Fang Yuxin. He was also quite concerned about Qiu Yiming and the Qiu family. After years of observing them from the sidelines, he discovered the true face of the Qiu family, hidden beneath their hypocritical facade. He was different from Fang Jintang. Although Fang Jintang wasn't stupid, they had grown up together and, with the guidance of their parents, he had always considered Qiu Hongsheng a good brother. He was blinded by his perceived friendship, naturally overlooking some small details. It wasn't until shortly before the apocalypse that Qiu Hongxing's probing sent a chill down his spine. From then on, the small details that Fang Jintang had ignored gradually became clear. Later, when the Qiu family arrived in the safe zone, the two sides didn't meet, and Fang Jintang's heart sank even further. Even if they were busy, couldn't they even find time to meet? Fang Jintang suddenly felt that his friendship with Qiu Hongxing over the years was a joke. Fang Yuxiang saw all of this. He already had a bad impression of the Qiu family, but he hadn't said it directly before out of consideration for Fang Jintang, hoping to subtly and gradually let Fang Jintang see the true colors of the Qiu family. He hadn't expected Fang Jintang to find out so quickly. At first, he breathed a huge sigh of relief, feeling as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from his heart. But seeing Fang Jintang heartbroken made him feel terrible too. So, his impression of the Qiu family worsened. And then there was Qiu Yiming, who not only kept pestering his sister, but also kept Fang Mengyao by his side. He had initially thought that although Qiu Yiming's character wasn't great, he was genuinely sincere towards his sister, and since Fang Yuxin liked him, there was nothing wrong with them being together. But now, Fang Yuxiang only felt disgusted. Although they were all men, he just couldn't understand how Qiu Yiming could be so repulsive. He kept Fang Mengyao by his side, having an ambiguous relationship with her, and then turned around and wouldn't let go of his sister. Was this something a human being would do? Could he possibly be dreaming of having multiple wives? That's disgusting. So every time he saw Qiu Yiming, he gave him a cold shoulder, wishing the kid would disappear completely. And Qiu Yiming just had to bring up the very thing he didn't want to talk about. He actually sent his sister to see those two selfish old hags from the Qiu family. Fang Yuxiang couldn't respect those two at all. How could he not know what they were thinking? They'd heard those rumors and thought his sister was still useful, so they remembered her. Otherwise, they'd been here for 3 days, and they hadn't thought of Fang Yuxin or the Fang family at all. They simply thought they were no longer useful and looked down on them. What didn't he understand? Zheng Tianhe's matter had left him seething with anger. In that cramped reception room, he couldn't protect his sister. He even had to rely on Fang Yuxin for protection, which left him feeling very bitter. To get rid of Zheng Tianhe, they had to leak the Yuanjing matter beforehand, potentially giving the Qiu family a huge advantage. This made him even more resentful. So upon hearing Qiu Yiming's words, he couldn't help but explode. Qiu Yiming was even angrier. He knew Fang Yuxiang disliked him. He also didn't like Fang Yuxiang much. If it weren't for the good relationship between their families and Fang Yuxin's presence, he would have already given Fang Yuxiang a good beating. Fang Yuxiang could hate him, he could accept that, but he couldn't disrespect his parents. Even if he was Fang Yuxin's older brother, there was no room for negotiation. A violent impulse surged within Qiu Yiming, a desire to destroy everything. He glared at Fang Yuxiang, his clenched fist aimed directly at his face. His attack stunned everyone else. Fang Yuxiang seemed prepared. The moment Qiu Yiming's fist came hurtling towards him, he swiftly raised his left hand, blocking the attack. Then the two began exchanging blows. They fought fiercely, their fists striking each other directly. The 5 mercenaries watched with trepidation. They glanced furtively at Fang Yuxiang, who stood to the side, his face ashen. Chan Xiao stepped forward and whispered, "Vice Captain Fang, quickly think of a way to stop this. Captain Fang has offended Major Qiu. If this escalates, it could lead to serious trouble." Fang Yuxin knew, of course, that they couldn't let this continue. Zheng Tianhe was already watching them, and if word got out that they were at odds with the Qiu family, Zheng Tianhe certainly wouldn't let the opportunity pass. She ordered the 5 men to step back, then strode towards the two locked in a fierce battle. Their eyes gradually reddened, their movements became increasingly ruthless, and even the energy fluctuations around them became violent. If this continued, they were truly about to fight to the death. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yuxin rushed between the two. Unlike in the dramas, she didn't use her body to block their attacks. Instead, she parried Fang Yuxiang's attack with her bare hands while simultaneously kicking Qiu Yiming in the stomach, sending him staggering back several steps. Qiu Yiming's lip bled slightly. He licked his wound, glaring fiercely at Fang Yuxiang. But when he saw Fang Yuxin, a hint of vulnerability and hurt appeared on his usually cold and hard face. He looked at Fang Yuxin and laughed self-deprecatingly. So in your heart, your brother is still more important. Fang Yuxin thought to herself, of course. Fang Yuxiang wasn't just her biological brother. He had taken care of her for so many years. If she sided with Qiu Yiming, she would truly be an ungrateful wretch. Besides, in that dream, Qiu Yiming's abandonment had long since eroded her feelings. The one who had always been by her side, protecting her and relying on her for survival, was her brother, Fang Yuxiang. Of course, her heart would be with Fang Yuxiang. Seeing Qiu Yiming's unusually vulnerable state, she suddenly felt a pang of pity. She had used considerable force in that kick. Qiu Yiming was likely injured. Seeing that she couldn't speak, Qiu Yiming felt a surge of disappointment, gave a cold laugh and strode out. Fang Yuxin frowned and chased after him, stopping him as he opened the car door to get in. I'm sorry about earlier. Are you badly hurt? Qiu Yiming turned to look at her, suddenly feeling that the person before him had become increasingly unfamiliar without him even realizing it. He glanced at Fang Yuxin's hand gripping his wrist. Her fingers were slender and white, her skin soft and smooth. The soft flesh of her palm pressed against his slightly hard skin, the gentle touch so wonderful that it gave him a tender, lingering illusion, and his raging anger strangely subsided. Qiu Yiming couldn't help but curse himself for being so weak, yet he couldn't bear to let go of that softness. He thought for a moment and said, Xin, don't you think your brother is too prejudiced against me? My parents really want to see you. They were really busy before with a lot of things to do in the safe zone. They had to set an example and neglected you. I'm sorry, but please don't blame them, okay? He felt a little guilty as he said this. He knew Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fenghua's thoughts all too well. But they were, after all, his parents, and whatever they did was for his own good. He couldn't possibly speak ill of his parents in front of Fang Yuxin. Besides, conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have existed since ancient times. It wasn't unique to their family. Compared to the worst mothers-in-law in the world, his mother was much better to Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin had already withdrawn her hand. Of course, she knew what Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fenghua were thinking. She wasn't stupid. Although Zhou Fenghua often said she treated her like her own daughter, there was always a distance between them. However, she had to admit that Zhou Fenghua wasn't a terrible mother-in-law. She was indeed quite good to her. So she didn't intend to argue with Qiu Yiming about it, and obediently nodded, accepting his explanation. Then she said, My brother was too impulsive just now, can you please not be angry with him? Qiu Yiming was furious that Fang Yuxin had pulled her hand back, yet he was unwilling to shamelessly reach for it again, which irritated him greatly. Deep down, he was unwilling to forgive Fang Yuxiang. He already disliked this brother-in-law, and during the fight, if he hadn't retained his last shred of reason, he would have practically killed Fang Yuxiang. Even if he was Fang Yuxin's brother, what right did he have to stop them from dating? What right did he have to disrespect his parents? Thinking of Fang Yuxiang, Qiu Yiming's anger began to rise again. He suppressed his intense dissatisfaction and murderous intent towards Fang Yuxiang, not showing it to Fang Yuxin. He coldly said, Yuxin, don't you think your brother is being a bit too nosy? He's just your brother. What right does he have to interfere in our affairs? Fang Yuxin was very unhappy with Qiu Yiming's bad words about Fang Yuxiang. She had originally wanted to let things go, but upon hearing this, she became angry as well. Qiu Yiming, I hope you remember that the person you're talking about is my own brother. He was indeed wrong just now, and I apologize on his behalf, but I don't like what you just said. An elder brother is like a father. Why can't he interfere in my life's most important matter? Qiu Yiming scratched his hair in frustration, glaring at Fang Yuxin, but couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Fang Yuxin looked at the bruises on his lips and cheeks, thought for a moment and said, Let me heal your wounds first. After she finished speaking, seeing that Qiu Yiming didn't object, she placed her finger on the wound on his lip. Wood elemental spiritual energy entered the wound, the cooling sensation suppressing the burning pain. Soon, the wound on Qiu Yiming's lip disappeared without a trace. Qiu Yiming comfortably half-closed his eyes, looking at Fang Yuxiang standing not far behind Fang Yuxin, his smug gaze carrying a hint of provocation and undisguised hostility. Chapter 94 Will you marry me? Fang Yuxiang was very dissatisfied with Qiu Yiming's attitude. He strode over to Fang Yuxin, looked at Qiu Yiming and said, barely suppressing his anger, What I said earlier wasn't wrong. Do you dare say that your parents want to see Xinxin not because of those rumors in the safe zone? Besides, you started it. If you're a man, don't use this to make things difficult for Xinxin. Qiu Yiming narrowed his eyes dangerously, but he knew in his heart that Fang Yuxiang was right about one thing. He had indeed struck first. He quickly glanced at Fang Yuxin and saw that her face was ashen, and he couldn't tell what she was thinking. He suddenly felt a little panicked. Qiu Yiming suddenly realized that he couldn't continue to make a fuss about this. Fang Yuxin felt guilty towards him because of her last kick, not because of Fang Yuxiang. Given how much she cared about her brother Fang Yuxiang, if he continued to pester her, it would only backfire. Fang Yuxin would not only not listen to him, but she would also get angry. So he changed his mind, stopped speaking ill of Fang Yuxiang, and said magnanimously, "You're right, I did strike first. Don't be nervous, it was just a harmless spar. Even if Qiu Yiming were despicable, I wouldn't use this to threaten the woman I like. My parents are waiting to see Xinxin," he said, noticing Fang Yuxiang's grim expression. "No matter what, Xinxin is their future daughter-in-law. They want to see her, you won't stop them, will you?" Seeing the tension between them suddenly escalating, and worried they might start fighting again, Fang Yuxin said, "Brother, I'll go see uncle and aunt with Yiming, we'll be back soon. You take the 5 of them to register their identities." Since Qiu Yiming had personally come to invite her, it would be unreasonable for her not to go. She wasn't worried about Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fenghua. She wasn't even afraid of Zheng Tianhe. So were these two more terrifying than Zheng Tianhe? She was still Qiu Yiming's fiancé, and with that status, Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fenghua wouldn't treat her too badly. This trip would allow her to discover their intentions. Although Fang Yuxiang was very dissatisfied, he knew he couldn't stop them. He gave Qiu Yiming a cold look, then left with 5 mercenaries, his face dark. Qiu Yiming laughed, a smug look of victory on his face. Then he beckoned Fang Yuxin to get in the car. Fang Yuxin knew this trip was unavoidable, so she didn't hesitate and got in. After she was seated, Qiu Yiming quickly ran to the other side, opened the car door and got in. Just as he was about to fasten his seatbelt, Fang Yuxin stopped him, saying, "Let me treat your injuries first." Fang Yuxiang hadn't held back when he attacked. Every punch landed solidly. Qiu Yiming was definitely injured. They were going to see Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fenghua, and if they knew Qiu Yiming was injured, they would probably be even more dissatisfied with the Fang family. Fang Yuxin wasn't particularly afraid of the two, but now was definitely not the time to make enemies everywhere. It was better to be cautious. Qiu Yiming immediately saw her concerns but didn't refuse. Instead, he cooperated by taking off his clothes so Fang Yuxin could heal his injuries. The coolness from the wood elemental spiritual energy felt wonderful, while the touch of Fang Yuxin's fingertips sent a surge of heat through his body. A secret, unspoken desire arose within him. Unfortunately, Fang Yuxin quickly withdrew her hand. His upbringing wouldn't allow him to do anything inappropriate at this moment. Now wasn't the best time. Qiu Yiming sighed inwardly. When Fang Yuxin placed her fingers on his abdomen to treat the bruises on his skin, he finally couldn't resist. He grabbed Fang Yuxin's hand in a flash, his voice low and hoarse as he breathed heavily. "Xinxin, let's get married." Fang Yuxin was startled by his sudden action, her whole body stiffening. "You? What did you say?" Those words were spoken impulsively by Qiu Yiming. However, after they left his mouth, he didn't regret it. Instead, he felt a surge of happiness filling his heart. So he said even more firmly, "Xinxin, let's get married. These are extraordinary times, and I may not be able to give you a grand wedding, but I swear I will treat you well." Fang Yuxin's face was dazed for a moment. She seemed to have returned to that strange dream, but the Qiu Yiming in the dream was different from the one before her. He was also speaking, but every word he uttered felt like a knife piercing her heart. "Xinxin, I've realized we're not right for each other. Xinxin, I always mistakenly believed that I loved you, and that I would only ever love you. But after meeting Meng Yao, I finally understood what love truly is. I'm sorry, I've never loved you. The person I love is Fang Meng Yao. Xinxin, don't blame me." Even though it was something so distant, even though it was just an absurd and hopeless dream, those words echoed in her ears again and again. And now Qiu Yiming was still whispering in her ear, "Xinxin, I love you. Will you marry me?" She suddenly felt incredibly ironic. If there hadn't been that dream, if she hadn't been wary of Fang Mengyao, if she hadn't obtained the Greenwood Spirit Mansion and couldn't awaken her powers, would Qiu Yiming still have proposed to her? No. If that were the case, everything in the dream would have become reality. Even though Fang Yuxin knew in her heart that she couldn't blame Qiu Yiming for all of this, after experiencing such a haunting and bizarre dream, hearing Qiu Yiming's heartfelt confession only evoked a cold laugh from her. She felt no emotion whatsoever. So she gripped Qiu Yiming's hand tightly, saying, "Yiming, now is not the time for marriage and sentimentality. Besides, before Bai Qianqian's matter is resolved, I can't just abandon him to marry you. It's him again." Qiu Yiming's voice sharpened with anger. He glared at Fang Yuxin, his eyes stinging with sadness at her earlier dazed expression, making him feel utterly miserable. Unable to vent his anger on Fang Yuxin, he could only ask, "What are you planning to do to resolve his situation? You can't just keep supporting him like this, can you? Doesn't he have a father? Why is he always by your side?" Fang Yuxin had long sensed Qiu Yiming's strong hostility towards Bai Yi, so naturally she didn't dare tell him that she had already met Bai Yi. She frowned and pretended to be troubled, saying, "I'm not really sure either, but don't worry, I'll handle his situation as soon as possible. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. You should drive quickly, don't keep your parents waiting." Qiu Yiming hadn't paid much attention to Fang Yuxin's way of addressing him before. After all, although they were engaged, the wedding had been delayed, and both he and Fang Yuxin addressed each other's parents as uncle and aunt, without changing their forms of address. But now, hearing Fang Yuxin's address, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Fang Yuxin had just rejected his marriage proposal, and now hearing her address Zhou Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua as uncle and aunt, he had the illusion that Fang Yuxin was deliberately distancing herself from him. He couldn't help but say, "Why call them uncle and aunt? You're my fiancé, you should call them mom and dad." Fang Yuxin gave him a strange look. "Haven't we always called them that?" She really couldn't bring herself to call Zhou Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua mom and dad. She felt a little uneasy as she said this, wondering what she would do if Qiu Yiming didn't compromise. Fortunately, Qiu Yiming didn't insist. He drove silently, already thinking about having Zhou Fanghua and Fang Yuxin discuss marriage when they got back. He'd been feeling uneasy lately, always feeling that Fang Yuxin was going to leave him. Only by getting married as soon as possible could he feel at ease. Zhou Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua lived not too far from the Fang family's house, also in that villa complex. They arrived quickly. When Qiu Yiming led Fang Yuxin out of the car, both of them had perfectly adjusted their expressions, so no one could tell something was amiss. Upon entering the living room, Zhou Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua were already waiting. As soon as they saw them, Zhou Fanghua couldn't help but ask, "Why did you take so long?" At first glance, this seemed ordinary and harmless, but Fang Yuxin knew that Zhou Fanghua was actually scolding her for taking so long. Zhou Fanghua came from a prestigious family and was very particular about her words and actions. She liked to speak in half-truths, and when she scolded someone, she preferred to use innuendo rather than being direct. However, she was also very good at maintaining her appearance. She was gentle and beautiful, and always had a slight smile on her face, which made her seem mild-mannered and never arrogant. Some less perceptive people had even been misled by her indirect criticisms, mistaking them for compliments, leading to quite a few embarrassing situations. Fortunately, Chu Qianhe was no pushover either. Fang Yuxin, having grown up under her influence, was quite adept at speaking and acting. She could always detect the sharpness in Zhou Fanghua's words and see through the monstrous heart hidden beneath her gentle exterior. Qiu Yiming, however, didn't think much of it and was unaware that Zhou Fanghua was venting her dissatisfaction. In fact, he had been somewhat worried on the way here, fearing that Zhou Fanghua's impulsiveness might frighten Fang Yuxin. Seeing her gentle attitude, he breathed a sigh of relief and didn't dwell on it. Nevertheless, he explained, "Something came up on the way which delayed me. Dad, Mom, I've brought Xinxin with me this time. Didn't you miss her?" Zhou Fanghua smiled slightly, gave Fang Yuxin a deep look, and greeted her with a smile. "Xinxin, you've finally arrived. Come to your auntie's place and let her take a good look at you. I've been so worried about you for so many days." Chapter 95 Warning. In the rudimentary laboratory, various sophisticated instruments were operating. Researchers in white lab coats were working on their tasks, while Zhang Tianhe stood beside an instrument with a gloomy face, his eyes fixed on the data displayed on the instrument's screen. Beside him stood a young man, his student and assistant in his early 30s, with an honest and unassuming appearance, but the sharp, cold light in his eyes was completely at odds with his appearance. The data on the instrument screen kept changing, then slowly stopped after a while. The young man looked at the final data and sighed in disappointment. Team leader, the blood test results for these people are no different from other ability users. It seems we guessed wrong. They have no problem. Zhang Tianhe sneered, pointing a withered finger at one set of data. No, it's precisely because they're no different that there's a problem. Others might be fine, but this Fang Yuxin, she's definitely different from other wood-type ability users. The young man looked at him suspiciously, then his eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, "Team leader, have you discovered something?" The deep wrinkles on Zhang Tianhe's face twisted with his smile, appearing somewhat ferocious under the bright light. "My mental attacks are useless against her, and she can even break through my mental attacks with her voice. This woman is definitely not simple. Her mental strength is definitely no less than mine." The young man exclaimed in shock. What? Could it be that she not only awakened wood-type abilities but also mental strength? This is too. He didn't finish his sentence, but his eyes revealed a strong sense of resentment and jealousy. Why can ordinary people awaken superpowers, while someone as outstanding as him remains just an ordinary person? He was truly unwilling to accept this. Zhang Tianhe noticed his resentment, reached out and patted his shoulder reassuringly, whispering, "Don't worry. I have a feeling this woman surnamed Fang is definitely strange. As long as we can capture her and study her, we'll definitely be able to figure out the key to awakening superpowers. Then, you'll be able to awaken your superpowers." The young man's eyes flashed with greed, and he almost impatiently asked, "Then, team leader, there's no time to lose. What are we waiting for?" The secret of awakening superpowers concerns the survival of all humanity. Even if she's unwilling to sacrifice herself, I'm sure others won't ignore it. Zhang Tianhe narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought for a moment and said to the young man, "Try again, see if you can analyze more from their blood. I'm going to see someone." The young man immediately understood. Guessing that Zhang Tianhe was going to see a high-ranking official, he smiled and agreed. He watched Zhang Tianhe's back as he left. He withdrew his gaze, greedily staring at the sealed blood. Fang Yuxin smiled and walked over, but instead of sitting next to Zhou Fanghua as promised, he sat on the sofa beside her. Zhou Fanghua hadn't awakened. Her eyesight wasn't very good. She was slightly nearsighted. For aesthetic reasons, she didn't wear glasses. She hadn't seen Fang Yuxin clearly from a distance. Now that he was closer, she noticed that Fang Yuxin's skin was even whiter and more supple than before. He also seemed much prettier and more energetic, which stirred something within her. A hint of jealousy and resentment. Women are always more concerned about their appearance, especially older women. Zhou Fanghua was no longer young. She was even older than Chu Qianhe. Her husband held a high position, inevitably facing more temptations daily, which made her even more concerned about her appearance. Even though she knew in her heart that even if Qiu Hongsheng had other women, he would never divorce her. But a nagging feeling lingered in her heart. She deeply loved her husband and her family, and the thought of countless young and beautiful women throwing themselves at Qiu Hongsheng drove her mad with jealousy. What fueled her jealousy even more was that Fang Jintang was clearly a wonderful man. Although he was older, he was well-maintained and looked only in his 30s, the prime of a man's life, handsome, mature, stable and wealthy, the kind of man many women dreamed of. Yet Fang Jintang remained chaste and devoted to Chu Qianhe. How could she not be jealous? Why did Chu Qianhe have to live a better life than her? If it weren't for the Fang family's wealth, she would never have allowed Qiu Yiming to marry Chu Qianhe's daughter. However, none of that mattered now. The most important thing was to get Fang Yuxin to help her awaken her supernatural abilities. Thinking of this, Zhou Fanghua suppressed her intense jealousy and asked gently, Xin, are you alright? Your uncle and I heard you volunteered to kill that zombie leader. Were you hurt? Fang Yuxin smiled, feeling a pang of irony. If Zhou Fanghua and Qiu Hongsheng were truly worried about her parents, they could have gone to see them themselves. This casual, polite question was incredibly hypocritical. However, she didn't reveal her thoughts, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss, and replied cooperatively, "Uncle and aunt, don't worry, my parents are both fine." That's good, Zhou Fanghua said with a smile, her face showing no sign of unease. But looking at Fang Yuxin's smiling face, she felt truly displeased. She didn't want to continue this charade and directly stated her purpose. Xin, I heard you helped 2 ordinary people awaken their superpowers. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Qiu Hongsheng and Qiu Yiming both frowned slightly, looking at Zhou Fanghua with disapproval. Neither of them expected Zhou Fanghua to be so quick to speak. But since she had already spoken, any further comment would seem too deliberate. Zhou Fanghua ignored Qiu Hongsheng and Qiu Yiming, instead looking directly at Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin's expression changed, her smile vanished and her face darkened. I didn't expect you to believe those lies outside, Auntie. Those 2 ordinary people did indeed awaken superpowers, but not because of me, but because they were infected with the zombie virus. If you're lucky enough to survive the infection, you won't become a zombie, but will awaken as a superhuman. Zhou Fenghua's smile vanished instantly. She felt that Fang Yuxin's words were practically telling her to stop dreaming. If she wanted to awaken as a superhuman, she should get infected with the zombie virus herself. Zhou Fanghua was furious. She glared coldly at Fang Yuxin, her expression hardening for the first time, and said in an unfriendly tone, "Yuxin, we're all family. There's no need to show off your excuses for Zheng Tianhe in front of your aunt. You're Qiu Yiming's fiancé, our Qiu family's future daughter-in-law. Since you have such abilities, shouldn't you do something about it?" Fang Yuxin's face turned ugly. She narrowed her eyes, staring coldly at Zhou Fanghua, her tone hardening. "Aunt, you're wrong. If I really had such abilities, how could my parents still be ordinary people? If you want to awaken your superpowers, you shouldn't be asking me. I don't have that ability. You're being insolent." Xin. Zhou Fenghua's shout and Qiu Yiming's exclamation rang out almost simultaneously. Qiu Yiming stood up, strode to Fang Yuxin's side, and glared at her angrily. "Xin, how could you talk to my mother like that? What you just said was too much." After he finished speaking, he secretly tugged at Fang Yuxin's clothes and whispered, "Xin, my mother was just emotional. She's just been through a lot lately. She didn't mean to make things difficult for you. Don't be angry with her, apologize to her quickly." Fang Yuxin remained unmoved. She stood up and said, "I'm a little worried about my parents, I'll take my leave now." Xin. Qiu Yiming grabbed her wrist. He looked at her and whispered almost pleadingly, Xin, don't do this." However, they were already very close to Zhou Fanghua, and Zhou Fanghua heard everything Qiu Yiming said in his whispered voice. She roared furiously, "Yiming! Let her go!" Then she looked at Fang Yuxin, her gaze icy and filled with undisguised malice. "Fang Yuxin, you'd better think about what the consequences will be once you leave this place. Are you threatening me?" Fang Yuxin looked at Zhou Fanghua in disbelief. She hadn't expected Zhou Fanghua to lose her composure like this. Zhou Fanghua had always maintained her dignity, and would never do anything so undignified. Even if she were to do something, she would do it privately, never openly discussing it. But now Zhou Fanghua had lost her composure. Fang Yuxin was stunned. She hadn't expected Zhou Fanghua to be so obsessed with awakening. Currently, the strength of those with superpowers wasn't particularly high. Everyone had only recently awakened, and was still figuring out skill release and control. The advantages of those with superpowers weren't very obvious. It wasn't until they advanced, becoming stronger, and firearms couldn't inflict much damage on high-level zombies, that the status of those with superpowers truly rose to a level that ordinary people could only look up to. Was Zhou Fanghua too forward-thinking? Or did she simply not understand this woman's mind? Qiu Hongsheng and Qiu Yiming were equally surprised by Zhou Fenghua's words. Qiu Hongsheng was a cunning old fox, but he looked very upright and always maintained a sanctimonious appearance. He was more cunning than Zhou Fanghua and always preferred to stab people in the back. He would never threaten her so openly like Zhou Fanghua. He and Qiu Yiming were both extremely annoyed. If they had known Zhou Fanghua would act so impulsively, they would never have let her meet Fang Yuxin. As a result, what should have been a pleasant meeting was completely ruined by her. However, things had come to this point, and they could no longer let Zhou Fanghua cause trouble. Qiu Hongsheng glanced at Zhou Fanghua, stopping her from speaking, then put on a kind expression and advised Fang Yuxin. Yuxin, your aunt has been upset recently and said things without thinking. Don't take it to heart. Actually, we know you have your reasons for not speaking out. But have you considered that the news has spread throughout the entire safe zone? Many people are probably tempted to act. Without the Cho family's protection, you're in great danger. Fang Yuxin looked at him, her gaze even colder. These words, seemingly for her sake, were actually a warning. Chapter 96, Her Choice. Considering the Cho family's position in the military, Fang Yuxin knew she couldn't confront them directly. It wouldn't benefit her at all. So, her expression softened, as if she had taken Cho Hongxing's words to heart. She said softly, Uncle Cho, Aunt Zhou, I truly don't know what their awakening of superpowers has to do with me. I know you're anxious, but I really have no way. Aunt Zhou's words just now really put me in a difficult position. Seeing her willingness to back down, Zhou Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak when Zhou Fanghua coldly sneered. You don't know? You don't know what you've done? Fang Yuxin, why don't you just tell me what you want before you'll help us? Fanghua. Mom. Zhou Hongshang and Zhou Yiming couldn't help but call out simultaneously, looking at Zhou Fanghua with disapproval. In their eyes, Fang Yuxin had clearly compromised. With a little more pressure, she would reveal the truth. But Zhou Fanghua's words only made things worse. Zhou Hongsheng was inwardly furious. He and Zhou Fanghua had been married for so many years, and Zhou Fanghua had always been a very tactful person, who knew that as she got older, she would become so irrational. Their immediate priority was to appease Fang Yuxin. She was just a young girl and Zhou Yiming's fiancé. If they said a few kind words and explained the consequences, she would surely obey. He was angry, but he couldn't let it out in front of Fang Yuxin and Zhou Yiming, these two younger people. After all, Zhou Fanghua was his wife, and he would give her the respect she deserved. He would never embarrass her in front of the younger generation. He could only say to Fang Yuxin, Yuxin, your aunt is in a bad mood today. She didn't mean to get angry at you, so don't blame her. Since you're worried about your family, let Yiming take you home. You two were both busy before and didn't have time to get together much. Now that this disaster has happened and you've both successfully awakened your superpowers, it's time to help each other. Speaking of which, if it weren't for this disaster, we should already be preparing for your wedding. Zhou Fanghua originally wanted to continue asking about awakening superpowers, but when she heard Zhou Hongsheng mention wedding, her heart jumped. She immediately said, Let's talk about the wedding later. These are extraordinary times. If we're busy preparing for the wedding, what will others think? It's a good opportunity for Yiming and Yuxin to cultivate their relationship during this time, so that there won't be any conflicts after they get married. You know, things that are too easily obtained are never cherished. Our two families are not ordinary families. The wedding absolutely cannot be rushed, or people will laugh at us. Zhou Hongsheng hesitated for a moment after hearing her pointed words, but ultimately didn't bring up the wedding again. If the rumors were true, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good daughter-in-law as Fang Yuxin, but this matter was too unbelievable. Fang Yuxin herself denied it, so he was a little unsure. Although he didn't completely believe Fang Yuxin's words, she was right about one thing. If she really had such abilities, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe would have awakened as superhumans long ago. How could they still be ordinary people? Moreover, because of his high position, he already knew some of the research results from the research group. For example, after the zombie virus infects the human body, the virus will modify the human body. This modification has two directions: awakening as a superhuman or turning into a zombie. According to the current research, there is only one way to awaken as a superhuman, which is to be infected by the zombie virus and try for that 1 in 10 chance. There is no other way. Precisely because the probability of awakening is too low and the mortality rate is too high. Although many high-ranking officials want to awaken as superhumans, they dare not take the risk. He felt that the two people who awakened as superhumans were likely infected with the zombie virus, but Fang Yuxin's methods might have played a part in it. He couldn't guess how she did it now, but he believed he would find out sooner or later. He wasn't sure about Fang Yuxin's abilities yet, so there was no need to rush her marriage to Zhou Yiming. He knew a little about what Zhou Fanghua was thinking, but she was his wife after all, and he wouldn't interfere as long as she didn't go too far. Fang Yuxin was indeed a good girl, but there were many good girls in the world. He didn't need to create a rift between himself and Zhou Fanghua because of Fang Yuxin, unless Fang Yuxin could demonstrate greater value. Qiu Yiming, however, felt somewhat irritated and annoyed, secretly regretting his slow action. He was overjoyed when Qiu Hongsheng mentioned the marriage, and was about to suggest getting it done as soon as possible. However, before he could speak, Zhou Fanghua preemptively said something that implied postponing the wedding, even deliberately provoking Fang Yuxin and subtly suggesting she look down on her. Qiu Yiming liked Fang Yuxin very much and felt Zhou Fenghua's words were a bit excessive. But as her son, could he directly contradict Zhou Fanghua in front of Fang Yuxin? He couldn't do that. Worried that their relationship would worsen if Fang Yuxin stayed, he quickly offered to take her home. Fang Yuxin was more than happy to agree. She had wanted to leave this place for a long time. Once they were out and in the car, Qiu Yiming said impatiently, "Yuxin, my mom's in a bad mood today, don't take it to heart." Fang Yuxin felt only annoyance. She suddenly felt fortunate that she no longer had feelings for Qiu Yiming. Otherwise, she didn't know how much she would have suffered from Zhou Fenghua's public humiliation. "I don't blame her, please stop talking, okay? I need some peace and quiet." She spoke calmly, then turned to look out the window, clearly unwilling to acknowledge Qiu Yiming. Qiu Yiming felt even more agitated. He had just proposed to Fang Yuxin only to be rejected, and now Zhou Fanghua was behaving that way at home. He couldn't understand why Zhou Fanghua, who used to clearly like Fang Yuxin, had suddenly become so strange. Seeing that Fang Yuxin clearly had no intention of speaking, he didn't say anything more either, and drove to Fang's house with a sullen face. After stopping the car, Fang Yuxin was about to open the door when he unbuckled his seatbelt and grabbed her wrist, almost pleadingly saying, Xin, please don't tell your parents and your brother about what happened today. Okay?" Fang Yuxin didn't speak, so he continued, "You know your brother has a prejudice against my parents, and I'm worried that if they find out, it will affect the relationship between our two families. My mother's words today were a bit inappropriate, but she didn't mean it, and you can understand that, right? Please don't tell anyone, okay?" Seeing his stance, Fang Yuxin knew he wouldn't let go unless she agreed. She looked at Qiu Yiming and suddenly laughed. "Qiu Yiming, what kind of person do you take me for? In your eyes, am I the kind of person who gossips and causes trouble?" Qiu Yiming met her mocking gaze, a sudden unease creeping into his heart. He awkwardly released Fang Yuxin's wrist, coughed lightly and said awkwardly, "Of course I believe you." He immediately changed the subject. "Zhang Tianhe is not easy to deal with. He has close ties with many high-ranking officials, so you'd better be careful. But don't worry, I won't stand idly by in this matter. I will protect you." Fang Yuxin sighed. "I know Zhang Tianhe is difficult to deal with. From what you've said, there are quite a few people in the upper echelons who support him. You'd better not get involved in this matter. I don't want to drag the Qiu family down with me." Qiu Yiming hadn't expected her to say that. Hearing this, his heart warmed and he couldn't help but say, "No, you will never be a burden to me. Anyway, be careful. I'll find a way to handle this." Fang Yuxin didn't say anything more. Originally, she did intend to use the Qiu family to deal with Zhang Tianhe, but after seeing Zhou Fenghua's attitude, she changed her mind. Since she no longer planned to be with Qiu Yiming, there was no need to continue this entanglement. Qiu Yiming had other matters to attend to, and he didn't want to see Fang Yuyang right now, so after Fang Yuxin got out of the car, he didn't even get out with her and drove away directly. Fang Yuxin watched the car disappear into the distance, a beautiful smile curving her lips, though it was a cold one. Originally, she hadn't intended to break ties with the Qiu family. She had planned to tell Qiu Yiming about Yuan Jing, as a way of doing them a favor. But since Zhou Fenghua's attitude was like that, she couldn't do that anymore. Once the Qiu family had information about Yuan Jing, their power in the safe zone would inevitably increase significantly, making it even more difficult for her to get rid of them. Now that the Qiu family was being ruthless, she couldn't be blamed for being unjust. With that thought, she withdrew her gaze, turned and strode home. Qiu Yiming watched Fang Yuxin grow increasingly distant in the rearview mirror, his unease growing. Why did he feel he had lost something so important? What was it? What was it? He slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. Fang Yuxin was no longer in the rearview mirror. Enraged, he slammed his fist on the steering wheel, his face growing increasingly grim. Just then, his walkie-talkie in the car crackled to life. "Captain, there's been some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate." Qiu Yiming's expression sharpened. He stopped dwelling on his inner turmoil and quickly drove away. In a somewhat sparsely furnished office, Zhang Tianhe looked expectantly at the middle-aged man opposite him. The man had a square face, a dignified air, and wore a crisp military uniform, exuding an air of authority. He looked at Zhang Tianhe, a dark glint in his eyes. "You mean you want to study this Fang Yuxin?" Zhang Tianhe nodded. "That's right, General. I have every reason to suspect that the rumor circulating in the safe zone is true. This Fang Yuxin may have mastered the secret of superpower awakening. At the very least, her superpower is quite special and will definitely help with superpower awakening. If we can figure it out, we might be able to crack the secret of superpower awakening." "Maybe." The middle-aged man looked at him, his eyes unfathomable. "I need to know how confident you are." Chapter 97, Zhou Yan's Request. When Fang Yuxin returned home, Fang Yuyang was already back, and all the family members were sitting in the living room waiting for her, except for the 5 mercenaries. As soon as he saw her, Bai Qianqian jumped up from the sofa, excitedly exclaiming, "Mommy, you're finally back." Fang Yuxin, who hadn't been in a good mood, was amused by his anxious expression. She couldn't help but smile, letting Qianqian pull her to sit down. Seeing her like this, the others guessed she was upset, and their expressions immediately changed. Fang Yuyang asked impatiently, "Xinxin, what's wrong? Did the Qiu family bully you?" Hearing this, Fang Yuxin's face darkened. This was tantamount to admitting it. Without her saying a word, everyone else sensed that something was wrong. Chu Qianhe asked anxiously, "Xinxin, tell me quickly what exactly happened. What did they say?" Fang Yuxin didn't want to upset her family further, so she simply said, "Uncle Qiu and Aunt Zhou are ordinary people. They desperately want to awaken their superpowers. After hearing that rumor, they wanted me to help them. I didn't agree. Aunt Zhou is quite emotional, and I think we need to change our plan." Although she didn't go into details, who among the others was foolish? Bai Qianqian had never met Zhou Fanghua and didn't know her, so she might not understand, but Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuyang were different. The 3 men's faces instantly turned extremely ugly. Chu Qianhe sneered. "Zhou Fanghua is really something. She thinks that because our family is not what it used to be, she can manipulate the Fang family at will? She's dreaming." Fang Yuyang immediately agreed. Luckily, Xinxin didn't marry into their family, otherwise she doesn't know how badly she would be bullied. Fang Jintang thought of the decades-long friendship between the Fang family and the Qiu family, and his mood worsened. The Qiu family is simply too much. After saying that, he asked, "Xinxin, we must not tell them about the Yuanjing." Chu Qianhe picked up the conversation. "That's right. The safe zone is not a place where the Qiu family can control everything. Since they are so ruthless, they can't blame us for being ruthless in choosing a new ally." Fang Yuyang had thought about this for a long time. He was unwilling to be a stepping stone for the Qiu family and give them such a big benefit for nothing. After fighting with Qiu Yiming, he began to think about it. Upon hearing this, he immediately voiced his thoughts. "Xinxin, what do you think of Zhou Yan? I've inquired about him. He's highly regarded in the military, and his superiors wield considerable power. It seems he's not aligned with the Qiu family. Why don't we cooperate with him?" Fang Yuxin knew he must have already planned this, otherwise he wouldn't have found out. Thinking of Zhou Yan's character, she nodded. "Then let's invite him out first, test the waters and then decide." "No problem. I know where he is," Fang Yuyang said, then seeing Fang Yuxin's confusion, explained, "It's like this, when I took Chan Xiao and the other 4 to register their identities, we happened to run into one of his soldiers. That man said Zhou Yan wanted to see you. Apparently, someone was injured and he hoped you could help treat them. You weren't there at the time, so I didn't agree, but I didn't rule it out either. That man gave me an address. It's at the security hospital. Let's go there now." Hearing it was at the security hospital, Fang Yuxin wasn't too worried. Hospitals are crowded. Zhou Yan probably wouldn't choose such a place to harm them. After experiencing Zheng Tianhe's incident and Zhou Fanghua's drastic personality change, she was no longer so certain about many things and became more cautious and careful in her actions, daring not to be careless in the slightest. Fang Yuxiang had obviously also considered safety issues, and only offered to take Fang Yuxin there after learning that the place was a hospital. Bai Qianqian was worried about her and wanted to come along, but Fang Yuxin refused, telling him to stay home to cultivate and cut more yuan crystals. Fang Yuxin specially selected a water-type yuan crystal, intending to give it to Zhou Yan later, both as a favor and as a token of her appreciation. The safe hospital was located in an upscale residential area next to the villa district, with one of the buildings directly used as a hospital. Although the conditions were simple, it still resembled a hospital. At least the siblings smelled the pungent odor of disinfectant as soon as they entered. Because of the rudimentary conditions, the hospital was filled with folding beds, which could not compare to a regular hospital, but at least there was a place to lie down. Zhou Yan had specially arranged for someone to wait for them at the door. The man excitedly greeted the brother and sister upon seeing them, saying, "I didn't expect you two to come. Miss Fang, Captain Fang, please come quickly." He then led Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang upstairs, explaining as they went that one of their comrades had been seriously injured and was in critical condition. The conditions were poor, and delaying treatment would be extremely detrimental. Zhou Yan had asked for her help because he knew how to treat such injuries. He also mentioned that because the injury was serious, Zhou Yan had prepared crystal cores and would not shortchange Fang Yuxin's treatment fee, urging her to do her best. The place was on the second floor, just a few steps away. The man, familiar with the area, knocked on one of the doors and let Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang inside. "Captain Zhou, Miss Fang and Captain Fang have arrived." Although it was a high-end residential area, the house was unfurnished, still a bare shell, and looked quite messy. The house had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The inner rooms and living room were filled with folding beds, the kind of simple beds with canvas stretched over iron frames. As far as Fang Yuxin knew, this was already considered a good condition. The people here were more seriously injured, which was why they were treated this way. Upstairs, some people with slightly less severe injuries didn't even have these simple beds. They just lay on thin mats on the floor. Because there were no doors in the rooms, the entire situation was clear at a glance. Zhou Yan saw them and quickly came out. To save space, the aisles between the beds were very narrow, only about half a meter wide, allowing only one person to walk at a time. Zhou Yan walked around a bit before reaching them and said, "The conditions here aren't very good. I'm sorry you two had to see this." Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang certainly wouldn't laugh at them. This was the situation, and having so many simple beds was already quite good. Zhou Yan didn't waste any words. He skipped the pleasantries with the brother and sister and said directly, "Miss Fang, these are all my comrades in arms, real men. I hope you can do your best to treat them. If anyone is unlucky, we will not blame you, please rest assured." Fang Yuxin had already checked. There were 30 wounded people, all seriously injured. Judging from their condition, some had new injuries while others had been injured for some time. 10 were unconscious, 15 were in low consciousness, and the remaining 5 were in slightly better condition. She wanted to form an alliance with Zhou Yan and naturally couldn't offend him, so she planned to perform well and heal everyone. Without further hesitation, she said, "I will do my best. Let's begin now." Zhou Yan had no objection to her dedication and quickly led her to a seriously injured, unconscious wounded soldier, hoping Fang Yuxin would treat him first. After examining the wounded soldier, Fang Yuxin was immediately astonished. This person was actually awakening. He was likely infected with a common zombie virus. Although his wounds showed signs of infection, the infection wasn't severe. The most serious injury was to his thigh, a deep wound that even reached the bone. The wound had been stitched up, but the person who did it was probably in a rush, and the stitches were crooked and uneven. And, likely because they thought he had no chance of survival, they used ordinary sutures. Fang Yuxin couldn't help but sigh. She didn't know if Zhou Yan knew this person was awakening. If she helped him awaken successfully, it would confirm her ability to help people awaken. But judging from Zhou Yan's level of concern for this person, she felt she had no choice but to save him. So she took a deep breath, first channeling spiritual energy into his body to protect his heart meridian, then took out a scalpel to remove the stitches, cut away the rotten flesh around the wound, and channeled spiritual energy into it to help it heal. Throughout the entire process, Zhou Yan and the other conscious people in the room watched intently. Previously at school, Zhou Yan hadn't witnessed Fang Yuxin's treatment firsthand, and now, seeing it up close, his heart was in his throat. The person lying on the bed was his good brother. He didn't expect this man to be as lucky as the two ordinary people who awakened supernatural abilities. He would be satisfied as long as he survived. Because the infection was only a low-level zombie virus, Fang Yuxin's current wood elemental spiritual energy was perfectly able to suppress it. After the spiritual energy was channeled into the wound, the deep, gruesome wound that revealed the bone healed at a visible speed. Once this wound was completely healed, she treated his other wounds, then wiped her sweat and turned to treat the other seriously injured. Seeing his good brother's ashen face gradually improve, even regaining some color, Zhou Yan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly handed Fang Yuxin a bag of crystal cores he had prepared. This bag contained over 100 crystal cores, and it was just a deposit. After all, the injuries of those lying there were quite severe, and Zhou Yan knew that Fang Yuxin would expend a considerable amount of her supernatural power to heal them all. 100 crystal cores were nothing. Fang Yuxin didn't refuse. After accepting the crystal cores, she continued treating the wounded. When her spiritual energy was reduced to half, she began meditating to recover before continuing treatment. Soon 3 hours passed, and Fang Yuxin had finally healed all the wounds. Although many were still unconscious, their complexions showed they had improved considerably. Zhou Yan was extremely grateful and gave Fang Yuxin another 100 crystal cores as the remaining payment, and offered to treat Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang to a meal. The siblings, who happened to have something to say to him, readily agreed. Chapter 98 Allies. Zhou Yan treated the brother and sister to dinner at his current residence. Due to current conditions, there were no restaurants in the safe zone. Although Zhou Yan held a relatively high position in the military, he didn't have his own house. Instead, he shared a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room suite with his comrades, right next to the safe hospital. Because Zhou Yan had sent someone to prepare the food beforehand, when he returned home with Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang, the meal was already ready, and the whole house was filled with an enticing aroma. Compared to other survivors, their food was quite good, including fragrant rice, delicious canned meat, vacuum-packed smoked meat, and sausages. Such a meal would have been commonplace before the apocalypse, even considered simple by many, but in this post-apocalyptic world it was quite lavish. Zhou Yan's willingness to prepare this food showed considerable sincerity. Besides Zhou Yan and the Fang siblings, 7 other people ate with them, all of whom were Zhou Yan's comrades, making a total of 10 people. The dining table was 2 small folding tables pushed together. Everyone squeezed around the table, sitting cross-legged. On the table were not only food and dishes, but also a bottle of baijiu. At the beginning of the apocalypse, liquor wasn't too rare. Later, it could fetch an astronomical price. However, Zhou Yan didn't have much liquor. He wouldn't have taken it out if it weren't to thank the brother and sister. Seeing the bottle, the 7 soldiers' eyes lit up, urging Zhou Yan to open it quickly. Zhou Yan personally opened the bottle and poured a little into everyone's bowl. When it was Fang Yuxin's turn, he specifically asked, "Miss Fang, do you drink?" Fang Yuxin could drink, but not much. Zhou Yan's hospitality made it difficult for her to refuse, so she nodded. "I can drink a little." Considering she was a woman, Zhou Yan poured her a symbolic amount. After pouring the wine, he raised his bowl and excitedly said, "Come on! Cheers! To Miss Fang! Thank you for healing our comrade! To Miss Fang! Thank you for healing our comrade!" The atmosphere instantly became lively. After finishing this bowl, Zhou Yan didn't let anyone drink anymore. Firstly because there wasn't much wine, and secondly because he was worried about making things difficult. "All right. Now let's eat." With Zhou Yan's words, everyone else served themselves rice and wolfed down their food. Soldiers eat very quickly, and in a flash most of the food on the plates was gone, with only a small portion left for the Fang siblings. The siblings exchanged a glance and had no choice but to finish their food quickly. After finishing their meal, it was time to get down to business. Fang Yuyang glanced at Fang Yuxin and said to Zhou Yan, "Captain Zhou, we have something to say to you. Could you ask these friends to leave for a moment?" Zhou Yan frowned slightly, looking at the siblings with suspicion. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his expression changed instantly. He said to the others, "You few go out and keep watch. Be careful, don't let anyone else get close, and don't let anyone notice anything amiss." The 7 men clearly obeyed him. Hearing this, they merely glanced at Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin with a puzzled look before leaving together. The heavy security door closed behind them with a dull thud, especially noticeable in the night. Zhou Yan deliberately lowered his voice. "What do you two want to say? You can speak now." Fang Yuxin didn't waste any words and directly said what she had prepared beforehand. "Captain Zhou, you should remember that residential building surrounded by zombies, right? It was very unusual for that mental zombie to surround that place. After my brother and I killed it, we found something." Captain Zhou had a vague idea that what Fang Yuxin found must be quite extraordinary, so he asked somewhat eagerly, "What did you find?" Fang Yuxin took out the water-type elemental crystal from her waist pouch and showed it to Zhou Yan in her palm. "This is it." "It? What is this?" Zhou Yan looked at the water-type elemental crystal in Fang Yuxin's palm with suspicion. The entire crystal was about the size of a longan and emitted a strange energy fluctuation, different from that of a crystal core. Zhou Yan hesitated for a moment, then reached out and picked up the crystal. As soon as he touched the crystal, he felt its difference. "Miss Fang, what exactly is this? Is it also used for absorption?" As soon as he touched the crystal, he sensed that it could be used for absorption. However, he had already awakened his fire-type ability and couldn't absorb this water-type elemental crystal at all, so his sensation wasn't very strong. Fang Yuxin said, "I don't know what it is either. My brother and I found 4 in total. 3 of them were accidentally absorbed by our parents in Qianqian, leaving only this one." Zhou Yan was even more surprised, and at the same time, he understood the difference between this elemental crystal and her words. As far as he knew, those 3 people were ordinary people. If they could absorb this kind of thing, then... Zhou Yan wasn't sure about his guess, so he asked, "Miss Fang, if I remember correctly, your parents and that young Qianqian should all be ordinary people, right? How could they absorb this kind of crystal?" Fang Yuxin nodded, confirming his guess. "They did absorb it, so I guess this kind of crystal should be something ordinary people can absorb." Zhou Yan's breathing became rapid, and a guess he dared not even think about arose in his mind. After they absorbed this kind of crystal, did anything change? Fang Yuxin, however, seemed very calm, the complete opposite of his eagerness. "They awakened superpowers." "What?" Zhou Yan exclaimed loudly, completely losing his composure. "Miss Fang, are you telling the truth?" Although he had just guessed this possibility, it was too unbelievable, and he simply couldn't believe it was true. Seeing Fang Yuxin nod affirmatively, Zhou Yan immediately asked, "Miss Fang specifically told me this news, so you must also know how to find this kind of crystal, right?" After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he stared intently at Fang Yuxin. He was actually very nervous. This news was far too important. If it was true, if they could find this crystal, then ordinary people could safely awaken into superhumans. But why would Fang Yuxin tell him such important information? What was her purpose? Zhou Yan wasn't stupid. He quickly became suspicious, and then he thought of Zhang Tianhe. Zhang Tianhe was currently dedicated to research on superhuman awakening and a zombie virus vaccine, and now he was also targeting Fang Yuxin, which made him think twice. Upon closer examination, Fang Yuxin's purpose in telling him this news was far from pure. However, regardless of her motives, he was extremely grateful that she had told him such important information. He just couldn't understand why Fang Yuxin, Qiu Yiming's fiancé, wouldn't tell him such important information instead of Qiu Yiming. Zhou Yan didn't believe that Fang Yuxin had already told Qiu Yiming. If she had told Qiu Yiming such important information, there would be no need for her to tell him. The military was also divided into several factions, mutually restraining each other, and he and Qiu Yiming happened to be on different sides. If Qiu Yiming knew this, he definitely wouldn't let Fang Yuxin tell him. In other words, Qiu Yiming might not know at all. He took a deep breath, looking intently at Fang Yuxin, quietly awaiting her answer. He had a gut feeling that Fang Yuxin knew more. Fang Yuxin laughed at this moment. Instead of directly answering Zhou Yan's question, she said, "Captain Zhou should know how important this news is. I told you because I trust your character and want to be friends with you. You saw today that team leader Zheng harbored ill will towards me, so I hope you can help me resolve this problem. Also, I don't want anyone to know that I told you this news." Zhou Yan agreed without hesitation, but he also played a trick. As long as we can find more crystals like this, Team Leader Zhang's matter won't be a problem. I guarantee it with my integrity. Fang Yuxin admired Zhou Yan's character, so she said, "Actually, of the 4 crystals my brother and I found, one was covered with a layer of black stuff like a stone." A black stone? Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly stood up and went into the inner room. When he came out, he was holding a black stone in his hand. "Miss Fang, is this the kind of stone you're talking about?" Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang were both very surprised. They hadn't expected that Zhou Yan had collected yuan stones. Fang Yuxin looked at the fist-sized yuan stone in his hand and pretended to be unsure, saying, "It looks like this. Captain Zhou, where did you find it?" Zhou Yan had received such a big piece of information from Fang Yuxin. Although Fang Yuxin had ulterior motives, he didn't hide it and returned the favor by saying, "I found it by chance while doing a mission. I found it to be too hard and thought it was a bit strange, so I brought it back." In fact, he had about a dozen such stones, all of which were extremely hard. He had tried to cut them open, but to no avail. They couldn't even be penetrated by bullets, which was really strange. He had even handed one of the stones over, presumably to the secret research group, but for some reason, the people there hadn't been able to figure it out either. After his initial surprise, he suddenly remembered that 3 crystals had already been absorbed, and the remaining crystal wasn't encased in black stone. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, "Miss Fang, have you already discovered how to cut this black stone?" Fang Yuxin didn't hold back and readily told him. Qianqian awakened his mental power and accidentally discovered that this stone can be cut with mental power. Mental power? Zhou Yan was astonished. He had considered many methods and even tried burning it with his fire-based abilities, but he never expected that this strange stone would require mental power to cut. If Fang Yuxin hadn't told him, he probably wouldn't know how long it would have taken him to discover it. Chapter 99 General. After the brother and sister finished speaking, they bid farewell to Zhou Yan and left. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, but the sky was not yet completely dark, and the entire safe zone was still bustling with activity. After they left, Zhou Yan hurriedly took the water elemental crystal and the elemental stone he was carrying and went out, walking to the villa area and entering one of the heavily guarded villas. As he entered, he saw a dignified middle-aged man coming out. Seeing the man enter, he immediately stopped, stood up straight, and raised his hand in salute. "General Li." The middle-aged man returned the salute and looked at him, asking, "What brings you to see General Song so late?" Zhou Yan did not speak. His face was serious, revealing no extra expression, but his clenched fingers betrayed the tension in his heart. Although the other party was just an ordinary person and had not awakened any special abilities, he was very wary of this person. This was a man who had held a high position for many years, exuding an aura of authority. That invisible pressure made him feel like he could hardly breathe. He said, "I've come to report some information to General Song." He didn't elaborate on the situation, and General Li didn't ask. He simply gave Zhou Yan a deep look and said calmly, "Go in quickly." Zhou Yan respectfully nodded and then strode inside. General Li watched his retreating figure, his brows furrowing deeply. He had come to see General Song about the rumor circulating in the safe zone. He didn't believe it. Even though many extraordinary abilities had emerged, he still felt that the awakening of superpowers was too miraculous. Humans couldn't possibly possess such decisive power. General Song shared his opinion. Neither of them believed the rumor. Thinking of the intelligence from his subordinates, General Li suddenly felt he should be more wary of Zhang Tianhe. This man was a madman without a doubt, and madmen have no reason. They are capable of anything. Humanity is currently facing a great calamity. This is precisely the time to work together. He didn't want the safe zone to be thrown into chaos because of Zhang Tianhe. General Li walked outside, pondering that he should send someone to warn Zhang Tianhe again. Although he hadn't agreed to Zhang Tianhe's reckless decision, he had a gut feeling that Zhang Tianhe wouldn't give up so easily. But as he walked further, he suddenly became confused. Zhou Yan had just been carrying a small aluminum alloy box, something he shouldn't have paid attention to. Yet, for some reason, he couldn't forget about it. What was going on? Unfortunately, Zhou Yan had already gone inside. No one would answer his questions, so he could only keep his doubts to himself, determined to find an opportunity to ask. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan was standing before a sprightly old man. The old man wore a crisp military uniform, the general's stars on his epaulets gleaming. It was General Song. The aluminum alloy box that General Li had been so bothered by was on the solid wood desk between them, its lid open. Inside were a black elemental stone and a light blue elemental crystal. Although the elemental crystal was only the size of a longan, it was larger than the crystal core that had appeared so far. Glistening under the light, it was as beautiful as a meticulously crafted top-grade gemstone. General Song looked at the contents of the box, and a sudden guess formed in his mind. He looked up at Zhou Yan and said, "I remember you gave me one of these stones before, saying it was incredibly hard. Even bullets couldn't penetrate it. I've already sent it to the research team, but there's been no news yet. Now you've sent it again with an extra crystal. If I'm not mistaken, you're trying to tell me that this black stone contains this kind of crystal, right?" Zhou Yan nodded and succinctly repeated Fang Yuxin's words. "General, you guessed correctly. This crystal was indeed found inside this stone, and it has a very magical effect. Ordinary people who absorb it can awakening to become a superhuman." Even General Song, a man of many experiences, paled instantly upon hearing this. He narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhou Yan, and asked in a low, hoarse voice, "Do you know what you're saying?" Zhou Yan knew this was too absurd, so he immediately replied, "General, someone did tell me that. I think it's easy to verify, we just need to find someone to test it. That person is currently in trouble, and I don't think she would intentionally offend us." Zhou Yan's meaning was clear. The other party was currently in trouble and was revealing this secret to win them over and gain their protection. There was no need for her to tell such an easily exposed lie. Furthermore, this aquamarine crystal should be harmless. General Song, having lived for decades and held a high position for many years, was naturally no less knowledgeable than Zhou Yan. He immediately understood Zhou Yan's implication and then smiled. "The person who told you this secret is surnamed Fang, isn't she?" His tone was certain, clearly indicating that he didn't doubt his guess. He didn't spell it out explicitly, but Zhou Yan knew that General Song already knew it was Fang Yuxin who had spoken. So he didn't hide anything and stated Fang Yuxin's request. "She hopes no one else will know that she told us this, and I've already promised her. I also assured her I would help her get rid of team leader Zheng." He gave a wry smile. "General, you have to help me." General Song wasn't indifferent. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Don't worry, as long as the news is true, I definitely won't let Zheng Tianhe cause her any more trouble." He paused, shaking his head slightly. "I'd heard before that he was a bit crazy, but now he's getting even more extreme. Research is important, but there's no reason to arbitrarily capture living people for experiments. Besides, if that Miss Fang really has that ability, it would be a good thing for the entire safe zone." He didn't say something. If Fang Yuxin could truly help ordinary people safely awaken into superhumans, then as long as she was willing to help, they could acquire more superhumans in a short time. But if Zheng Tianhe were to use her for research, who knows how long it would take to get any results? Moreover, someone with such ability would surely have some hidden cards up their sleeve, wouldn't they? If they angered Fang Yuxin, they might end up with nothing. Utterly foolish. Fortunately, General Li didn't make a mistake and refused Zheng Tianhe's insane request. As it turned out, he was right. Thinking this, General Song held the azure blue yuan crystal in his hand. Being an ordinary person, he couldn't sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the yuan crystal. But just looking at it, he felt that the yuan crystal possessed a mysterious magic. He tried to absorb it, but the yuan crystal didn't change at all. This made him raise his eyebrows in surprise, looking at Zhou Yan with confusion, waiting for his explanation. Zhou Yan was also greatly surprised. When General Song tried to absorb it, he sensed that the energy fluctuations around the yuan crystal suddenly became intense, but only for a moment, and then stabilized. He hadn't expected General Song to attempt to absorb it, and couldn't help but say, "General, although I believe Miss Fang wouldn't lie, nor would she use dangerous things to scheme against us, your status is different after all, so it's best to be cautious." To his surprise, General Song waved his hand dismissively, saying, "The Fang family wouldn't do such a despicable thing. I trust her. However, It seems this kind of crystal isn't something just anyone can absorb. Though his tone was regretful, his eyes held no resentment, only calm. Years of holding a high position had shaped his composure. He wasn't easily swayed. He quickly put aside his regret at not being able to absorb the crystal and asked, "By the way, do you know how to cut this black stone? Miss Fang should have told you, right?" A crystal that could awaken an ordinary person was certainly precious, but just one wasn't much. If that was all, Miss Fang would never have asked Zhou Yan to help her get rid of Zhang Tianhe. As expected of the general, "Your foresight is truly remarkable." Zhou Yan couldn't help but praise, then said, "Miss Fang did indeed say that not every ordinary person can awaken a special ability, and what kind of ability each person can awaken is related to their own aptitude. Only by finding the corresponding crystal can one successfully awaken it. Furthermore, this black stone can be cut open with mental power." "Mental power?" General Song said softly, calling over his adjutant. His adjutant was a young man around 30 years old, and he was indeed a mental power user. After entering, the adjutant didn't look to the side, as if he didn't see the aluminum alloy box on the table and the contents inside. He strode to the table, saluted, and respectfully asked, "General, what are your orders?" General Song pointed to the black elemental stone and said to him, "Try cutting it open with your mental power." Upon hearing this, the adjutant didn't even show any surprise on his face. He immediately picked up the elemental stone and released his mental power to envelop it. Because it was his first attempt, he didn't do well. It took him about a minute to get the hang of it and cut a mark on the surface of the black stone. He placed the yuan stone in front of General Song, showing him the engravings on it, and said, "It can indeed be cut with mental power, but I'm not very skilled yet, and it will probably take quite some time to cut it completely. Also, I've discovered that using mental power to cut this kind of stone is very helpful for cultivating mental power." General Song and Zhou Yan were both stunned. General Song looked at Zhou Yan, who shook his head slightly. Fang Yuxin hadn't told him this. Whether she simply didn't know or didn't intend to tell him, he didn't know, but regardless, Fang Yuxin had given them a huge benefit. General Song thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Go and invite General Li here. Tell him I have something to discuss with him." Chapter 100 Old Foxes. The adjutant returned shortly after leaving, picked up the spirit stone, and continued cutting it. General Song couldn't help but ask him, "How many psychic ability users do we have?" Without hesitation, the adjutant quickly gave a number. "Only 9, General." General Song pondered. "Starting tomorrow, when you go out on missions, remember to keep an eye out for these stones and collect as many as possible. I just don't know how many there are." He then suddenly asked Zhou Yan, "How did you discover these stones?" Zhou Yan understood his meaning and said, "I suspect they are meteorites from outer space. These stones had never appeared before the disaster, and the places I found them were mostly near ruins, the hardest hit areas after the meteorite impact." Hearing his guess, General Song's mood improved considerably. He knew that such hard-hit areas were not uncommon throughout the entire market. Therefore, there should be quite a few of these stones. Zhou Yan suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "General, this black stone seems to contain a special substance that can isolate energy fluctuations. After cutting it open, the energy fluctuations of the crystal will dissipate. The person who told me said she found it in that residential building surrounded by zombies. So she guessed that the psychic zombie was after this crystal." General Song pondered. "Her guess is probably right. In any case, you all need to be careful in the future. By the way, I heard you asked her to treat your comrades' injuries, is that right?" Zhou Yan nodded, and thinking of his comrades who were out of danger, a smile appeared on his face. "She's very capable. Their injuries have all healed, and they should be fully recovered after a period of rest." "That's good." General Song was also pleased to hear the news. "It seems this Miss Fang's healing abilities are quite remarkable. You should spend more time with her in the future. Befriending someone like her won't do us any harm." Just as he finished speaking, his adjutant suddenly said, "General, Miss Fang Yuxin is Major Qiu Yiming's fiancé. After she left the research group today, Major Qiu Yiming took her to his home. General Qiu and Madame Zhou heard the rumor and wanted her to help them awaken their supernatural abilities. Miss Fang refused. They are very dissatisfied with this. Zhou Yan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his adjutant to know so much about these matters. At the same time, he understood why Fang Yuxin had told him such important information. General Song smiled like an old fox. It seems that old age makes one easily confused. I was wondering why, given the relationship between the Fang and Qiu families, such important information wouldn't fall into our hands. So that's the reason. It seems the Fang family has seen through the Qiu family's true colors. Zhou Yan, having received a favor from Fang Yuxin, felt somewhat worried upon hearing this. Unable to resist asking, "General, if the Qiu family finds out about this, won't it be detrimental to the Fang family?" General Song waved his hand. "Don't worry, since she's done us such a huge favor, I naturally won't let anything happen to them. Besides, the Qiu family's ambitions are far too great." His last sentence was rather harsh, and the adjutant and Zhou Yan wisely remained silent. Soon General Li arrived. Upon entering, he saw Zhou Yan there as well. His eyes flickered slightly, then his gaze fell on the aluminum alloy box on the table, and his expression changed. He strode over, his face showing a rare urgency which surprised the others. General Song couldn't help but laugh. "General Li, why are you in such a hurry?" General Li didn't speak, but instead stared intently at the aquamarine crystal in the box. Then he couldn't help but reach out and grab the beautiful crystal tightly. General Song then realized something was wrong. "General Li, what are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, General Li had already gripped the crystal tightly and was rapidly absorbing its energy. His expression gradually regained control, his face tense, then veins bulged and cold sweat beaded on his skin, as if he were enduring immense pain. General Song instantly guessed something but wasn't entirely sure, so he looked at his adjutant and Zhou Yan. The two nodded subconsciously, and the adjutant said, "General Li's energy fluctuations are very strong. He's probably absorbing that crystal." As he spoke, the adjutant's eyes were fixed on General Li. He hadn't known the purpose of the aquamarine crystal before. Although curious, he hadn't asked since General Song hadn't mentioned it. Now it seemed that the aquamarine crystal was clearly not simple. Recalling General Song's words, he easily guessed that the aquamarine crystal was likely related to Fang Yuxin, and the Qiu family probably didn't know about this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Qiu family had truly miscalculated this time. He wondered if they knew what kind of opportunity he had missed. The adjutant thought gleefully, his eyes still fixed on General Li. General Li looked to be in great pain, but they believed this iron-willed general would pull through, so they weren't worried. Sure enough, after 40 minutes, the pain on General Li's face disappeared, and his expression gradually became peaceful. 20 minutes later, he opened his eyes. The instant his eyes opened, all three saw a flash of azure light in them. The obvious energy fluctuations emanating from his body also indicated that he had successfully awakened his supernatural ability. General Li exhaled a breath of stale air, ignoring his discomfort, and glared at General Song excitedly asking, "General Song, what exactly happened? That crystal. What is that crystal? Why did I so desperately want to absorb it the moment I saw it, and even awaken a water-based ability?" General Song smiled broadly, but his tone was tinged with sarcasm. "General Li, you're really lucky. That crystal can awaken abilities in ordinary people. I only have one, and you used it." General Li was initially embarrassed, then snorted. "You sent someone to summon me here just for this crystal, didn't you? Since I absorbed it, it means it was my lucky break, something I can't envy." He shook his head smugly, then said seriously, "Tell me what exactly happened." General Song immediately and concisely recounted what Zhou Yan had just said, but omitted the matter of Fang Yuxin. However, although he didn't say it, General Li wasn't stupid. He quickly guessed what had happened. After he returned, someone told him that Zhou Yan had asked Fang Yuxin to treat his comrade's injuries. The Fang siblings had barely left when he arrived at General Song's place with a box. It was all too obvious. Thinking of this, he felt incredibly fortunate. Luckily, he hadn't agreed to Zheng Tianhe's request. Otherwise, things would have been much more complicated. Even though the military was currently the strongest, he didn't want to be seen as ungrateful and treacherous. He appreciated General Song's kindness in telling him such important information. Thinking of the relationship between the Qiu and Fang families, He smiled coldly, also feeling a bit smug. The Cho family had truly suffered a great loss this time. General Li quickly said, "When I get back, I'll gather my trusted men and have them collect as many of these stones as possible during their missions. However, it's best not to reveal the secret of the crystal." General Song nodded, agreeing with him. With so many people in the safe zone, it was impossible to completely hide it. However, even if others knew about this mysterious stone, without the correct method, they absolutely couldn't cut it open. During this time, they could collect as many stones as possible to improve the strength of their soldiers. With the matter settled, the two exchanged a smile. General Song then said, "All right, everything's fine now. General Li, you should go back and take a good bath. This smell is truly unbearable." General Li's face stiffened, then he smiled smugly. "General Song, you're just jealous. I wonder when you'll find that compatible crystal. Also, I need to use your bathroom for a bit, otherwise if I go out like this, the Cho family will probably know about my awakening soon enough." General Song gritted his teeth in anger. General Li was right. They needed to keep the news of the Yuan crystal a secret, and they couldn't let the Cho family find out. General Li had awakened after just one visit. Helpless, he had no choice but to have someone take General Li to the bathroom, only to be met with a triumphant smile from the general, making him furious. After General Li left, he couldn't help but say to his adjutant, "Little Chun, you'd better work harder. My awakening depends on you." Adjutant Chun, seeing his cunning expression, instantly felt immense pressure. While things were harmonious on one side, the atmosphere at the Cho family's house was far from pleasant. Many people knew that Fang Yuxin had gone to treat Zhou Yan's comrades' injuries, and the Cho family was no exception. Zhou Fanghua was extremely dissatisfied with this. At this moment, she sat down in front of Qiu Yiming with a stern face and said to him, "Go tell Fang Yuxin that if she doesn't want to be a daughter-in-law of the Qiu family, she should say so sooner rather than later. My Qiu family doesn't need a traitorous daughter-in-law like her." "Mom!" Qiu Yiming called out, suppressing his anger as he tried to persuade her. Xin is a wood-type ability user with healing abilities. Zhou Yan asked her to help heal his comrade-in-arms. How could she refuse? Zhou Fanghua wouldn't listen to him at all. Seeing that Qiu Yiming was still speaking up for Fang Yuxin, she was disappointed in him and even more dissatisfied with Fang Yuxin. Qiu Yiming was her son, and he had been filial to her since childhood, almost always obeying her every word. But now, for that woman Fang Yuxin, he wouldn't even listen to her. He even talked back to her. That woman was a menace. She glared angrily at Qiu Yiming, her eyes practically spitting fire. "Yiming, is your mother less important to you than that woman Fang Yuxin?" Qiu Yiming was in a predicament. He was actually quite unhappy that Fang Yuxin had gone to help Zhou Yan, but Zhou Fanghua was clearly furious. If he went along with her, she might just call off his engagement with Fang Yuxin. Chapter 101 Thoughts. Qiu Yiming spent considerable effort persuading Zhou Fanghua to stop. However, he couldn't understand what was wrong with her lately, why she was so obsessed with awakening her superpowers. In his view, with him as her son protecting her, and their family status in the military, Zhou Fanghua didn't need to be like this. But Zhou Fanghua seemed possessed, constantly thinking about awakening her powers, refusing to listen to any advice, and even harboring resentment towards Fang Yuxin because of it. This left him helpless and at the same time a vague sense of unease. He felt uneasy, instinctively feeling that things would develop in a direction he didn't want. But Zhou Fanghua was his mother. As her son, he could only help her through her troubles, not stop her relentless pursuit of awakening her powers. What unsettled him even more was Zhou Fanghua's attitude towards Fang Yuxin. He clearly remembered that Zhou Fanghua used to like Fang Yuxin quite a bit, even if not to the point of being like mother and daughter, they were still very close. But after the disaster, Zhou Fanghua's attitude towards Fang Yuxin changed. After Fang Yuxin refused, she became even more hostile towards her. Qiu Yiming sighed helplessly, remembering what Fang Yuyang had said. He suddenly realized that Fang Yuyang wasn't wrong. He unbuttoned his shirt, leaned wearily against the chair, and worried about how to approach Fang Yuxin the next day. Although he had managed to persuade Zhou Fanghua, she insisted that no matter what method he used, Fang Yuxin had to agree to help her awaken her supernatural abilities by 7 p.m. the next day. Otherwise, Fang Yuxin would no longer be Qiu's daughter-in-law. He knew Fang Yuxin's temperament. Once she refused, she would never change her mind, and she was stubborn, making it extremely difficult to persuade her. Just as he was agonizing over this, a sweet, cloying fragrance suddenly wafted into the air. He frowned, looked up warily, and saw Fang Mengyao swaying gracefully as she walked in. The slender high heels clicked crisply on the marble floor. Fang Mengyao carried a tray with a delicate porcelain bowl and a fine silver spoon. The aroma of food wafted out, mingling with Fang Mengyao's sweet scent, creating a strange smell. Qiu Yiming frowned. He didn't like the smell, even though he was indeed hungry. Fang Mengyao walked up to him, placed the tray on the desk, and wore a perfectly gentle smile, a smile that would never appear on Fang Yuxin's face. Qiu Yiming stared at her, suddenly stunned. He was somewhat bewildered, unsure whether his insistence was right or wrong. Fang Mengyao's slender white fingers held the porcelain bowl in front of him, lifted the lid, placed the silver spoon inside and said softly, "I was afraid you were hungry, so I made you something to eat. Would you like to try some?" The aroma of food instantly wafted out, an irresistible temptation for him, who was already starving. However, looking at the porcelain bowl, which was smaller than his palm, Qiu Yiming couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. The food was good, but there was so little of it. How could it be enough to eat? Thinking about Fang Mengyao's behavior recently, Qiu Yiming's mood became complicated again. Fang Mengyao was a clean freak, and she always pursued a sense of refinement in everything she ate and used. For example, this porcelain bowl and silver spoon were not only uniquely shaped but also had exquisite carvings, clearly expensive and obviously prepared by Fang Mengyao on purpose. Such refinement was harmless before the apocalypse. It was a matter of lifestyle. But in this situation it seemed a bit too deliberate. He looked up at Fang Mengyao, and the woman smiled gently when her eyes met his. It must be said that she was a very beautiful woman, a woman who could make many men's hearts flutter. However, when such beauty was deliberately and arbitrarily altered, it became unsettling. Cosmetic surgery is no longer uncommon. He'd seen many men and women undergoing it. However, even with the best surgeons, the face still often looked distorted and unnatural after makeup removal. Fang Mengyao's situation was clearly different. Her appearance had undergone many subtle changes compared to before, barely noticeable at first glance, easily overlooked unless one had a particularly good memory. However, he noticed. It was from that moment that he realized Fang Mengyao was hiding a secret. Later, Fang Mengyao mentioned awakening her spatial abilities, which surprised him but also made him suspicious. He didn't know what other spatial ability users were like, but Fang Mengyao's spatial ability was too strange. This made him suspect that Fang Mengyao must have obtained something extraordinary by chance. He could vaguely sense its mysterious power, which for the first time ignited a strong desire in him to possess it. Unfortunately, Fang Mengyao was very cautious, and he dared not probe too obviously to alert her, so to this day, he had made no progress. Thinking about this, Qiu Yiming became frustrated again. He gripped the slender silver spoon handle, stirred the contents of the porcelain bowl, then simply grabbed the bowl and drank it down in one gulp. The almost rude action made Fang Mengyao frown slightly, but she quickly recovered and when Qiu Yiming looked over, considerately asked, "How does it taste? Do you like it?" This cautious manner filled Qiu Yiming with a sense of pride, but thinking of the stubborn Fang Yuxin, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. If only Fang Yuxin could be as compliant as Fang Mengyao. So he couldn't help but praise. "It tastes good." And indeed it did taste good. He was telling the truth. Fang Mengyao was clearly very happy. She laughed heartily, her tone light and cheerful. "If you like it, I can make it for you often." "Okay, it's getting late, Yiming, don't work too late. Remember to rest early. We have to get up early tomorrow, so you must take care of yourself." She winked playfully, her lively eyes making Qiu Yiming's heart flutter. He couldn't help but stare at Fang Mengyao, his gaze sweeping over her body inch by inch. The close-fitting fabric outlined her alluring curves perfectly, like a silent invitation. The zipper at her chest was slightly pulled down, revealing her slender neck and beautiful collarbone. At that moment, Fang Mengyao was bending over to tidy up, and from Qiu Yiming's angle, he could see the breathtaking view beneath her clothes, half concealed, half revealed. The sweet scent in the air grew stronger. But it was this very scent that felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over Qiu Yiming, extinguishing the unspeakable heat within him. He continued to gaze at Fang Mengyao without speaking, his once fiery gaze gradually cooling. Fang Mengyao couldn't understand why he had suddenly changed, and couldn't help but want to ask, yet a vague unease lingered in her heart. She wisely kept her mouth shut, no longer lingering, picked up the tray and turned to leave. Just before reaching the door, she twisted her waist and turned around, a posture that perfectly showcased her advantages. A perfect S-curve, a slender waist and full breasts. A huge temptation for any normal man. She smiled at Qiu Yiming, softly said good night, then turned back, opened the door and left. Qiu Yiming looked at the closed door, a cold smile playing on his lips. Fang Mengyao was very beautiful, and he liked her submissive nature, but if she thought such simple seduction could hook him, she was underestimating him. However, he also felt a pang of regret. But his regret wasn't about not keeping Fang Mengyao, but rather that Fang Yuxin wasn't as submissive as Fang Mengyao. He was a strong and domineering man. Although he liked Fang Yuxin, he disapproved of her assertive manner in front of him. He admired Fang Yuxin's personality, but didn't want her to approach him with such assertiveness. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, suddenly realizing he'd made a mistake dealing with Fang Yuxin. Zheng Tianhe's predicament might be his opportunity, but with Zhou Fanghua he'd have to think of a different approach. Fang Mengyao carried the tray directly to her room, which was beautifully decorated and quite spacious. She was currently living in the Qiu family's villa, which had already been renovated. After unpacking, she went into the bathroom and unzipped her pants in front of the bright mirror. Her movements were slow, and as she watched her reflection gradually emerge, Fang Mengyao smiled with satisfaction. But then that satisfaction turned to resentment. She tossed her clothes aside, took clean water from her bag, filled the bathtub to about 8/10 full, and then added fresh rose petals. The bright red petals floated on the water, exuding a delicate fragrance under the light. She stepped in barefoot, slowly sat down, and the cool water enveloped her body, gradually soothing her inner anxiety. She muttered to herself, Fang Yuxin, what's so great about you? How come Qiu Yiming can't forget you? She thought she had done her best. Qiu Yiming was clearly aroused just now, yet she managed to restrain himself and ignore her advances, leaving her feeling defeated and humiliated. These past few days she had met many outstanding men, all of whom were smitten with her. Even Qiu Yiming, who had initially fallen for her, had all been ruined by Fang Yuxin's appearance. How could she not care? How could she not resent? If it weren't for Fang Yuxin, she would have already won Qiu Yiming's heart. Thinking of the rumor circulating in the safe zone, Fang Mengyao smiled coldly. Fang Yuxin, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. I hope you'll still be laughing after tomorrow. Remembering the argument she had overheard, Fang Mengyao's eyes gradually brightened again. She suddenly realized that her previous arrangements weren't enough. She could do more. Once the Qiu family's protection was gone, Fang Yuxin would be unable to cause any more trouble. Chapter 102 Advancement in Sealing. Fang Yuxin was unaware of Qiu Yiming and Fang Mengyao's plans. After saying goodbye to Zhou Yan, she went straight home with Fang Yuyang. On the way back, Fang Yuyang remembered something and told Fang Yuxin that he had collected his mission rewards while registering his identity with Chan Xiao and the others that day. They had received a very generous reward for killing the leader of the psychic zombies, with tens of thousands of credit points and contribution points. Fang Yuxin didn't seem to care much about these rewards and didn't say anything after hearing them. Fang Yuyang, however, seemed to be preoccupied, glancing at Fang Yuxin frequently with a worried expression. He seemed to have some reservations, remaining silent and appearing hesitant. Fang Yuxin felt uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Just say what you want to say. You're my brother, what's there to worry about?" To her surprise, Fang Yuyang replied, "Let's talk about it when we get back. Be careful, walls have ears." Fang Yuxin chuckled, but her smile quickly faded. Since Fang Yuyang said that, what he wanted to say must be something important. The two returned home without encountering any further trouble, only occasionally meeting a few survivors along the way, whose gazes towards them were strange. This reminded them of the rumor, but since others weren't bothering them, they didn't bother with it. Back home, Fang Yuxin set up the 5-wood array again, and led her family into the Azure Wood spiritual mansion. After healing Zhou Yan's teammates today, she had a vague premonition that she was about to advance. If she hadn't had something to say to Zhou Yan, she wouldn't have accepted his invitation and would have rushed back long ago. Just as they went to see Zhou Yan, Bai Qianqian cut open some more yuan stones and obtained 10 yuan crystals. Some of them were compatible with their attributes, so they planned to continue absorbing them. Therefore, Fang Yuxiang didn't mention his worries anymore, and instead focused on absorbing the yuan crystals. Since he wouldn't say, Fang Yuxin didn't press him. Actually, she had already guessed what Fang Yuxiang wanted to say. His concern for the Qiu family. However, in Fang Yuxin's view, the deed was done, and there was no need to dwell on it. It was better to quickly improve their strength to better deal with what came next. Perhaps Fang Yuxiang thought the same way, which is why he changed his mind. Fang Yuxin didn't disturb her family, but chose a corner of the main hall to sit down and cultivate. The main hall was set up with an ingenious array. At first glance it didn't seem particularly large, but once you sat down to cultivate, you felt completely isolated from everyone else. It was as if you were divided into two unrelated spaces. So, although several people were cultivating here, they wouldn't affect each other. It was quite wondrous. Because her family members had already experienced absorbing elemental crystals, Fang Yuxin wasn't worried this time. She sat cross-legged, arranged the purified crystal core around her, and closed her eyes. Calming her mind, she began circulating the Azure Wood technique. The Azure Wood technique was an extremely powerful cultivation method. As the technique circulated, a vast amount of energy emanated from the crystal core, forming a mist-like spiritual energy. This energy was then absorbed by Fang Yuxin. The spiritual energy entered through her pores and, due to the technique's effects, flowed continuously through her meridians, being refined and absorbed little by little, eventually converging into her dantian. In her dantian was a thumb-sized green vortex. After entering the dantian, the spiritual energy swirled around the vortex, dispersing as it spun, only to be drawn back in. After an unknown amount of time, a cracking sound seemed to ring out, and the invisible barrier blocking her path was finally broken. At the instant the barrier shattered, a large amount of spiritual energy was absorbed and refined by her, and her dantian could now hold almost twice as much spiritual energy as before. Fang Yuxin's tense mind finally relaxed. She exhaled a breath of stale air, opened her eyes, and a flash of green light appeared in them. A mysterious aura of springtime vitality emanated from her, instantly inspiring goodwill. Frowning slightly, Fang Yuxin concealed the energy fluctuations around her, and the mysterious feeling faded, becoming completely imperceptible. This concealment technique was now even more refined than before. Then she suddenly realized that her family was all watching her, including her ragdoll cat, Angela. Seeing that she had stopped cultivating, Angela meowed and leaped into her arms, much faster than before. Fang Yuxin reached out and ruffled its head, sensing that its energy fluctuations were stronger than before. Bai Qianqian ran up to Fang Yuxin after it, excitedly asking, "Mommy, are you stronger than before?" Fang Yuxin nodded. After entering the mid-stage of qi refining, she could learn and use many more techniques, and her strength had increased significantly. Bai Qianqian was overjoyed after hearing this, and then said even more excitedly, "Mommy, Qianqian is stronger than before. If any bad guys bully you, Qianqian will fight them for you." Fang Yuxin knew that he had just absorbed the yuan crystal, making his aptitude even better than before, which was why she said this. She was naturally very happy about Bai Qianqian's improved strength. Their current situation was almost like walking on thin ice. Only by becoming stronger could they survive. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at her parents and brother. Upon looking, she discovered that the three of them had also improved significantly, as evidenced by the stronger energy fluctuations around them. She carefully recalled the scene in her dream and realized that at this rate, they should be able to advance soon. The cultivation of supernatural abilities is very mysterious. After the initial awakening, the energy in the body will operate according to a mysterious rule. And this rule varies depending on each person's aptitude. The better the aptitude, the closer the rule is to perfection, while the worse the aptitude, the more superficial the rule is. This leads to the fact that the better the aptitude, the faster the cultivation speed, And the worse the aptitude, the slower the cultivation speed. Ultimately, the strong grow stronger and the weak grow weaker. In the dream, Fang Yuxiang's aptitude was quite good, but unfortunately he was implicated by her and couldn't find more yuan crystals to absorb. In the end, he was even surpassed by those whose aptitude was once inferior to his. Thinking of this, Fang Yuxin's heart ached. Then she couldn't help but laugh. No matter what, their fate had changed. Everything in the dream was long gone and would never happen again. However, if she could find a way to make her family stronger, she would never give up. Perhaps because her will was too strong, something suddenly appeared in Fang Yuxin's mind. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the inheritance she had once received also had a seal. The inheritance originally contained a lot of knowledge, but when her strength reached a certain level, this knowledge would be sealed to prevent her from being unable to absorb it. As her cultivation improved, the seal in the inheritance would gradually be broken. The extra information that had appeared earlier was precisely what appeared after a part of the seal was broken. Fang Yuxin quickly browsed through it. Most of the records contained common knowledge about cultivation and an introduction to the Azure Wood spiritual mansion. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the scripture pavilion contained numerous cultivation techniques. There were both primary and secondary techniques, exactly what her family needed. To enter the scripture pavilion, the seal on it had to be broken. Her current strength was just right for that. This was a tremendous help. Fang Yuxin was overjoyed. Although breaking the seal would require a large amount of energy, undoubtedly consuming many crystal cores, she could always hunt zombies if she ran out. The cultivation techniques in the scripture pavilion were far more important than these crystal cores. With this discovery, Fang Yuxin didn't hesitate any longer and said to her family, "Dad, Mom, I'll go try to break the seal on the scripture pavilion. You wait here for me." She didn't mention the cultivation technique, lest she disappoint her family if she failed or couldn't find a suitable one. Fang Jintang and the others naturally had no objections but asked worriedly, "Won't it be dangerous to break the seal?" Fang Yuxin felt a warmth in her heart and shook her head, explaining, "I am now the master of the Azure Wood spiritual mansion, and the seal here won't attack me, so there will be no danger." In other words, if someone who wasn't the master of the Azure Wood spiritual mansion attempted to break the seal, they would be attacked by it. Fang Jintang and the others nodded, understanding Fang Yuxin's meaning. She walked to the door representing the scripture pavilion. The door was carved with complex runes. Fang Yuxin knew that this was the seal of the door, and also its protection. The runes wouldn't disappear after the seal was broken, but no one but her could push open the door. She extended her right hand and placed her palm on the center of the runes. Mid-stage qi refining wood-type spiritual energy continuously overflowed from her palm and was absorbed by the runes. Then the runes lit up at a visible speed, little by little, until finally, the entire rune glowed with a green light representing life. After the runes lit up, the erase core was revealed. Fang Yuxin inserted the crystal cores she had prepared beforehand into the erase core. Because they were low-level crystal cores, they contained far less energy than the spirit stones commonly used in the cultivation world. It took her inserting hundreds of crystal cores for the entire rune to be fully activated. As the runes activated, a layer of water-like green light rippled across the door. The light flickered briefly before quickly receding, all the light sinking into the runes. The runes, which were not very obvious before, instantly became clear. Fang Yuxin could clearly feel that the aura of the door had changed. Knowing that the seal had been broken, she pushed hard, and the door opened silently. After the door opened, what she saw was not the scripture pavilion, but a flat white jade wall. The jade wall was 3 meters long and 2 meters high like a screen, completely blocking her view. However, upon seeing this white jade disc, Fang Yuxin's mind automatically conjured up its name, the spirit testing disc. As the name suggests, it could be used to test one's spiritual root. And spiritual roots were essential for cultivation. Chapter 103 Spiritual Root. Upon seeing the spirit testing wall, Fang Yuxin instantly realized that to choose cultivation methods for her family, she first needed to test their spiritual roots. Only by knowing their spiritual roots could she select the most suitable cultivation methods. So she turned around and said to her family, "Dad, Mom, Brother, and Qianqian, come here quickly." The four of them had been curious since she opened the door, and upon hearing her voice, they hurried over. Even the ragdoll cat Angela followed them curiously. Fang Yuxin's mind started working again when she saw Angela. In the cultivation world, there are demon beasts and demon cultivators. Many demon beasts have their own innate talents and mostly cultivate according to their inheritance. Demon beasts can transform into human form, and after acquiring human appearance, they break free from the shackles of beasthood and become demon cultivators, thus being recognized by human cultivators. Angela is a mutated cat, which in theory is already considered a demon beast, but it has no innate talent inheritance, so its cultivation can only proceed slowly according to the laws of supernatural abilities. Such a speed would definitely be very slow, unless she could find a suitable beast-type cultivation technique for it. However, firstly, she didn't know if the scripture pavilion had any beast-type cultivation techniques, and secondly, although Angela was much smarter than before after its mutation, it hadn't truly awakened its sentience. Even if she found a suitable technique, getting it to cultivate it would be extremely difficult. Thinking of this, Fang Yuxin couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Fang Jintang and the other three had already reached her side. Bai Qianqian, being a child, was incredibly curious about the white jade disc in front of him, and was also the most impatient. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the white jade disc and couldn't help but ask, "Mommy, what's this?" Seeing his curious expression, Fang Yuxin suddenly didn't know how to answer. As far as she knew, spiritual roots were divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as mutated spiritual roots of wind, thunder, and ice. Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuyang's awakened abilities all corresponded to their spiritual roots, but Bai Qianqian's awakened spiritual power was a problem for her. She couldn't think of any spiritual root that could correspond to spiritual power. But Bai Qianqian was so young. If everyone else could cultivate, why couldn't he? How could she bear to tell him this cruel truth? Bai Qianqian noticed Fang Yuxin's troubled expression and suddenly became uneasy, cautiously asking, "Mommy? What's wrong? Can't I tell Qianqian?" Fang Yuxin's heart softened at his expression. Just then Chu Qianhe also asked, "Xin, what's wrong? Is there some taboo?" Of course there was no taboo. Fang Yuxin explained to them, "This white jade disc is called the spirit testing disc. It can be used to detect spiritual roots. Once you detect your spiritual root, you can choose a suitable cultivation method from here, and officially embark on the path of cultivation. While those with supernatural abilities are powerful, they can't compare to orthodox cultivation." Now that their family members had the opportunity to cultivate immortality, Fang Yuxin naturally didn't want them to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Except for Bai Qianqian, the other three knew that Fang Yuxin possessed a cultivation technique, following a different path from theirs. Hearing that they also had such an opportunity, they were naturally very excited. Before the apocalypse, they might not have cared so much about cultivation, but the arrival of the apocalypse, the rampage of zombies, and the threats from Zhang Tianhe and the Zhou family made them desperately want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could they protect the most important people and survive. Thus Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Fang Yuyang's expressions instantly changed, their faces filled with excitement. Although Bai Qianqian wasn't entirely clear on the situation and had never heard of cultivation, he was clever enough to tell from the three's expressions that it must be good news. However, thinking of Fang Yuxin's previous hesitation, he felt uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder if Fang Yuxin didn't want him to cultivate immortality as well. But he didn't dare ask this question aloud. Fang Yuyang asked impatiently, "Xin, how do we test it?" His question made Fang Yuxin forget about Bai Qianqian's expression, and she instinctively replied, "The method is simple, just place your palm on it, but we have to do it one at a time." Fang Yuyang immediately offered, "Then I'll go first." He wasn't particularly eager, but he was unfamiliar with this kind of spirit testing wall and unsure if it was dangerous, so he didn't dare let Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe go first, intending to try it himself. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe knew his concerns, so they weren't angry at all, but rather a little worried. Although Fang Yuxin was also seeing a spirit testing wall for the first time, she had received the inheritance, so she knew that testing spiritual roots wouldn't be dangerous, and therefore didn't stop him. Fang Jintang stepped forward, extended his right hand, and placed his palm on the spirit testing wall. The moment he touched it, he felt a cool sensation seeping into his palm. At first he thought it was his imagination because the white jade wall itself was cool. But then he realized that wasn't the case. Indeed, a cold wave emanated from the white jade disc, passing through his palm, along his arm, and into his body. This discovery instantly tensed him, yet he dared not show it on his face and worry his family. Fortunately, the wave was not hostile. It circulated within his body before retreating back into the white jade disc. At the same time, the white jade disc instantly turned a bluish-green color, which quickly spread. The bright and vibrant color indicated that Fang Yuxin possessed a wind elemental spiritual root and had exceptional talent. Fang Yuxin was unsure of what this meant, so he turned to look at Fang Yuxin. Simultaneously, Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Bai Qianqian all looked at Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin excitedly exclaimed, "Brother has a single wind spiritual root." Wind spiritual roots are mutated spiritual roots, and single spiritual roots are considered celestial spiritual roots in the cultivation world. Such a person is considered a genius, even in the cultivation world. Of course, there are even more geniuses, such as her pure wood spiritual body. The cultivation world is vast, and while many people possess celestial spiritual roots each year, pure wood spiritual bodies are extremely rare. Innate pure wood spiritual bodies are incredibly difficult to find, appearing only once every few hundred years. Acquired pure wood spiritual bodies are even rarer, almost impossible to find without an extraordinary stroke of luck. Fang Yuxin originally possessed a single wood spiritual root. Had she not absorbed the chaotic green lotus formed from that energy, she would never have become a pure wood spiritual body. However, since she herself was a pure wood spiritual body, Fang Yuxin felt there was no need to flaunt it to her family. Upon learning of Fang Yuxin's extraordinary abilities, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe were naturally overjoyed, while Fang Yuxin himself was quite uncomfortable with Fang Yuxin's praise. He simply said, "All right, Dad, Mom, you two should take the test too." Bai Qianqian stood obediently beside Fang Yuxin, looking at Fang Yuxin with envy. He too longed to become a genius. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe took turns testing, and unlike Fang Yuxin, they weren't so lucky. Both tested with dual spiritual roots. Fang Jintang had both water and earth elements, while Chu Qianhe had both fire and wood elements. However, Fang Jintang's water element was weaker than his earth element, while Chu Qianhe's fire element was stronger than her wood element. Therefore, when they awaken their special abilities, they only awaken one. Cultivating with dual spiritual roots is naturally slower than cultivating with a single element, because cultivating only one element requires avoiding absorbing the other's spiritual energy, making it much more complicated. Cultivating both elements simultaneously is even more troublesome, unless a technique that balances both is found. Fang Yuxin, however, thought of something. Since absorbing yuan crystals can help ordinary people awaken special abilities and improve their aptitude, perhaps Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe could try absorbing water and wood elemental crystals to see if they could strengthen their water and wood spiritual roots. If the two spiritual roots can be balanced, the aptitude will be much better than one being strong and the other weak. She shared her guess, and Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe both decided to try it first. They acted decisively, leaving the scripture pavilion to avoid disturbing others, and sat cross-legged in the main hall, taking out water and wood elemental crystals to absorb. Fang Yuxin was a little worried and planned to go and watch over them, but Bai Qianqian tugged at her hand at that moment. "Mommy, I want to test my spiritual root too." Fang Yuxin instantly remembered her previous worries, but looking at Bai Qianqian's eager eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. So she simply said, "Okay, Qianqian, go try it too." Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian visibly relaxed, then walked expectantly to the spirit testing wall and placed her palm on it. Fang Yuxin then said to Fang Yuxin, "Brother, why don't you go and look for a suitable cultivation technique? There are many here. You should find one that suits you." Fang Yuxin was actually a little worried about Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe. He thought for a moment and said, "There's no rush with cultivation techniques. I'll go keep an eye on Mom and Dad, just in case something happens to them." Fang Yuxin thought it made sense and didn't insist, nodding in agreement. After Fang Yuxin strode out, she turned to look at Bai Qianqian. Upon looking, she noticed a change on the white jade disc. 5 colors, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, were evenly spread across the jade disc, bright and vibrant, more dazzling than a rainbow after the rain. Because Bai Qianqian had awakened spiritual power, she had always worried that he didn't have spiritual roots, but she hadn't expected him to have a 5-elemental root constitution. 5 elemental roots are almost considered useless spiritual roots in the cultivation world, because although such spiritual roots can be used for cultivation, the progress is extremely slow, and they basically achieve nothing. There is only one exception. When the 5 spiritual roots are exactly the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and all 5 are evenly distributed. Such 5 spiritual roots are called 5-element spiritual roots. As long as the correct cultivation method is found, allowing the 5 elements to continuously generate each other, the cultivation speed can even surpass that of heavenly spiritual roots. Furthermore, the methods of cultivation using 5-element spiritual roots are more numerous than those using heavenly spiritual roots. Therefore, if the right cultivation method is found, the strength of 5-element spiritual roots can surpass that of heavenly spiritual roots, making them a heaven-defying existence, comparable to Fang Yuxin's pure wood spiritual body. Chapter 104: Choosing a Cultivation Technique. Bai Qianqian's possession of the 5 elemental roots was an exception for Fang Yuxin, and also a pleasant surprise. Initially, she was worried that Bai Qianqian lacked spiritual roots, as this would be too much of a blow to a young child. It's not scarcity that's the problem but inequality. Everyone has a tendency to compare themselves to others. If Bai Qianqian were the only one without spiritual roots, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable cultivation method. A child wouldn't necessarily develop extremely dark thoughts, but sadness would certainly be inevitable. Moreover, he always wanted to improve his strength, and if he couldn't find a suitable cultivation method, he might develop inner demons. Fang Yuxin had always been pampered and didn't know the hardships of ordinary people. She couldn't imagine how wicked people's minds could be before. After experiencing that dream, she understood many things, but her mind wasn't clear enough. Now that part of the seal in the inheritance had been broken, she realized that once a person becomes obsessed with something, it's easy to develop inner demons. Once inner demons arise, a person might become extreme, impulsive, and blinded by them, unable to see the truth of things. Bai Qianqian was still a child, not yet fully understanding the world, and remained innocent and naive. Fang Yuxin didn't want him to develop inner demons one day, tormenting himself endlessly. Now that she knew he not only possessed spiritual roots, but also the extremely rare 5-elemental spiritual roots, Fang Yuxin felt that this couldn't be better. After confirming Bai Qianqian's spiritual roots, Fang Yuxin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't rush to take Bai Qianqian to find cultivation techniques, but instead pulled him around and went out to see how Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhao were doing. Perhaps her luck was indeed very good. She had only mentioned it casually, not being entirely certain, but unexpectedly, this method actually worked. When they went out, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhao were absorbing the yuan crystal. However, probably because their spiritual roots were weak, they were absorbing it much more difficult than before, and their expressions looked more pained. Fang Yuyang stayed by their side, watching them worriedly. Seeing Fang Yuxin leading Bai Qianqian out, he lowered his voice and asked, "How did it go? What kind of spiritual root does Qianqian have?" Fang Yuxin briefly mentioned the 5-element spiritual roots, and Fang Yuyang immediately perked up, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle Bai Qianqian's hair. He looked very happy. Then he said, "I'll stay here with Mom and Dad. You take Qianqian to choose a cultivation technique." As he said this, he noticed that Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian were both frowning, clearly worried. He smiled again. "Don't worry with me here, Mom and Dad will definitely pull through." Actually, he didn't want Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian to see their parents suffer. He could sense that although Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhao were able to absorb the yuan crystal this time, the situation was much more dangerous than before. The solution was Fang Yuxin's idea, and he knew she meant well and wouldn't blame her. He was only worried that she would blame him if she saw their parents suffering. Rather than that, it was better to let her choose a cultivation technique out of sight, out of mind. Seeing Fang Yuxin hesitate, he added, "Xin, it's getting late. It'll be dawn in 2 hours. You should hurry and choose a cultivation method. I'll look after Mom and Dad. They'll be fine." Fang Yuxin carefully sensed their movements and realized that although Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe looked to be in pain, their life force was very strong. She breathed a slight sigh of relief and then channeled 2 streams of spiritual energy into their hearts. As a pure wood spirit, her body possessed abundant spiritual energy, which was perfect for helping Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe. She had only discovered this after helping Zhou Zheng and Huang Yu awaken their abilities. Therefore, she had actually lied to Zheng Tianhe and Zhou Fanghua. Although the zombie virus was key to awakening abilities, without her spiritual energy to increase their life force, they definitely wouldn't have survived in their condition. With the spiritual energy she infused, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe's condition improved slightly, and Fang Yuxin finally felt relieved. She then took Bai Qianqian to search for cultivation techniques. Because heavenly spiritual roots are so rare, most people with spiritual roots possess dual, triple, quadruple, or even 5 elemental roots, making cultivation extremely difficult. Gradually, people created cultivation techniques for multi-elemental roots. As these techniques were practiced, new techniques gradually evolved. It was a continuous cycle of 1 leading to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to an endless cycle. However, even with countless cultivation techniques in the world, finding one suitable for oneself is incredibly difficult. An unsuitable technique, even if helpful in the early stages, will become increasingly difficult later on. Many people initially lack the necessary foundation and can only practice techniques unsuitable for them. Later, with an opportunity, they can exchange for a suitable technique. However, time is wasted and some powerful techniques often have many restrictions. For example, the greenwood technique that Fang Yuxin practices requires a pure wood spiritual body to cultivate, making its conditions extremely demanding. Therefore, even if many cultivators later obtain opportunities to cultivate techniques suitable for them, very few ultimately achieve anything significant. Fang Yuxin was lucky to receive such a great opportunity, allowing her family to have the chance to cultivate techniques suitable for them from the beginning. However, there are at least 1,000 techniques in the scripture pavilion, and whether they can find the most suitable one is unknown. After pulling Bai Qianqian back into the scripture pavilion, Fang Yuxin instructed him, "Qianqian, you have a 5-element spiritual root, so the technique you choose must encompass the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Also, when you choose, pay attention to wind type, water-earth dual element, and fire-wood dual element techniques. Pick out the suitable ones, and then let your grandparents and uncle choose for themselves." Fang Yuxin was a little frustrated as she said this. Although she knew some basic knowledge about spiritual roots, she was completely unfamiliar with the various techniques in the cultivation world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to search for a needle in a haystack with Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian nodded earnestly after hearing her instructions, promising, "Mommy, don't worry. I'll choose carefully." Although he didn't quite understand what cultivation was, he knew that as long as he chose a suitable cultivation method, he could become stronger and stronger, and he would no longer have to worry about bad people bullying his mommy. The scripture pavilion was vast. After passing the white jade wall, the first thing they saw was a dense array of wooden shelves, each holding a jade slip. However, when Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian stepped out, the wooden shelves vanished, and even the entire scripture pavilion hall disappeared without a trace. They seemed to be stepping into an infinite void, where twinkling stars shone brightly. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that those stars were actually clusters of spiritual light. Each cluster of spiritual light contained a jade slip. Sealed within the jade slip were various cultivation methods. Fang Yuxin, holding Bai Qianqian's hand, couldn't help but look back. They could only see a large, blurry, and seemingly real white light in the distance behind them. Upon closer inspection, the white light was the white jade disc they had used to test their spiritual roots. This scripture pavilion was clearly set up with an array. They had only taken one step, yet now looking back, the white jade disc seemed as distant as the horizon, truly wondrous. Fang Yuxin pulled Bai Qianqian forward. Beneath their feet was endless void. Yet their feet felt grounded and solid. She had originally planned to choose separately from Bai Qianqian, but after this unexpected turn of events, she dared not do so. Although the array hadn't shown any killing intent yet, she vaguely knew it was extremely complex and contained a killing array. If anyone attacked the array, the killing array would be activated, utterly annihilating the attacker. Bai Qianqian was, after all, a child. She worried he might accidentally trigger the killing array, which would be dangerous. Although she is the master of the Azure with Spirit Mansion, her current strength is too weak to control the formation at will. Once the killing formation is activated, even if she is unharmed, she cannot guarantee that she can protect Bai Qianqian. She led Bai Qianqian towards the nearest ball of light. The moment her hand touched it, ripples of light spread across the surface like water. After a slight resistance, her fingers grasped the jade slip and pulled it out. Qianqian, remember, channel your spiritual energy into the jade slip, and you'll see its contents. She carefully instructed, simultaneously channeling her spiritual sense into the slip. However, she immediately realized she had miscalculated. In the cultivation world, jade slips were read using spiritual sense, so she instinctively assumed the jade slips here would be the same. However, after channeling her spiritual sense, she discovered that the jade slips were sealed, making it impossible to view their contents. The probing of her spiritual sense disturbed the seal, and a faint intent emanated from it. She then understood that only those with a destined connection could read these jade slips. Those with a destined connection were those whose cultivation methods resonated with the techniques within. Thus, although there were thousands of jade slips here, sealing thousands of cultivation methods, each person could only see the one suitable for them, unable to glimpse the others. If Fang Jintang and the others are unlucky and there's nothing suitable for them here, they'll end up not being able to cultivate anything. Fang Yuxin couldn't help but feel frustrated. But she quickly adjusted and realized that this was actually quite good. Newcomers to the path of cultivation know nothing and can't distinguish which technique is most suitable for them. Seeing too many techniques would actually hinder their cultivation. This way they can focus without distractions and only study the one that suits them best. Fang Yuxin sighed and handed the jade slip to Bai Qianqian. Qianqian, try to see if you can see the contents. There's a seal inside the jade slip, so be careful. Just test it, don't overdo it. Bai Qianqian carefully took the jade slip, probed it with his spiritual energy, and then shook his head at Fang Yuxin. Mommy, I can't see anything. Fang Yuxin narrowed her eyes. Keep looking. I don't believe we can't find a suitable technique among so many. She then casually put the jade slip back. Chapter 105. Everyone has their own plans. Fang Yuxin led Bai Qianqian through the selection process, each time retrieving a jade slip from her spiritual light and handing it to him for examination. They examined a total of 352 slips before Bai Qianqian finally found the cultivation method that suited him. This time, the moment he held the jade slip in his hand, Bai Qianqian sensed something different. He then skillfully probed it with his spiritual energy, discovering that the seal within the jade slip wasn't as immovable as before. Instead, it rippled with light before dissolving like snow. Immediately afterward, he saw the name of the cultivation method, the 5 elements reincarnation technique. The essence of this technique was the endless cycle of the 5 elements, a method perfectly suited for those with 5 elemental roots. Even though Bai Qianqian couldn't yet understand the obscure descriptions, he vaguely grasped that this was the one for him. He couldn't help but grip the jade slip tightly, his face flushed, his expression excited. However, just as his mind was reeling, a blinding golden light suddenly shot from the jade slip, piercing his sea of consciousness. He instinctively tried to block it with his mental power, but to no avail. The mental barrier crumbled completely in the golden light the moment it appeared. He panicked at first, then realized that the golden light was the sealed cultivation technique within the jade slip. After the golden light entered his sea of consciousness, many obscure characters instantly appeared in his mind. However, those characters only flashed by, and he couldn't remember a single one. When the golden light disappeared, the seal within the jade slip reappeared, and the jade slip returned to its original appearance. At the same time, the first volume of the 5 elements revolving technique appeared in Bai Qianqian's mind. The subsequent contents, however, were sealed, and the seal would only be broken when one's cultivation level reached a certain point. This was actually a protection measure taken by the powerful being who had absorbed the technique into the jade slip for his successor. The full text of the technique was too much for Bai Qianqian, who was still young. His sea of consciousness simply couldn't support it, so the contents after the first volume were sealed. Although it was only the first volume, Bai Qianqian was incredibly excited. He reluctantly placed the jade slip back into Fang Yuxin's hands, And before he could even speak, Fang Yuxin excitedly asked, Qianqian, did you find it? Bai Qianqian nodded hurriedly, his soft voice earnestly saying, Mommy, it's the 5 elements revolving technique. The technique has entered my consciousness, but I can only see the first volume. The rest is sealed. Fang Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief. She had been searching with Bai Qianqian all along, but hadn't found it, and she was starting to panic. Hearing the name 5 elements revolving technique, she vaguely felt it must be a very good technique. She was overjoyed. Holding the jade slip, she solemnly placed it back into the ball of light. Fang Yuxin then pulled Bai Qianqian to bow towards the ball of light before leading him outside. Both of them discovered that this was truly a magical place. After they turned around, the balls of light they had touched earlier had vanished, yet they had a feeling that they were still there. It hadn't disappeared. They just couldn't see it anymore. The white light remained distant. Yet, the distance seemed no different from before. It was as if they had walked so far, but in reality they had only been standing still. Fang Yuxin knew this was the wonder of the formation and didn't delve into it. Instead, she pulled Bai Qianqian towards the white jade wall. They had only taken one step when the scene before them changed. The surrounding infinite void shattered little by little, disappearing without a trace, and what appeared before them was the white jade wall. It stood there truly within reach of their hands. Bai Qianqian, still a child, innocent and carefree, couldn't help but exclaim, Wow! Mommy, that was amazing! Fang Yuxin nodded in agreement. She too found everything that had just happened incredibly magical. The next moment, she and Bai Qianqian couldn't help but turn around. Turning back, they found that there was no void behind them. It was still the wooden frame and jade slips, exactly the same as before, looking utterly ordinary. Bai Qianqian exclaimed again, Wow! Fang Yuxin pulled him out and quickly walked towards Fang Jintang and the other two. The two, recovering from the strange illusion, instinctively looked at Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe. Seeing they were all right, they breathed a sigh of relief. They had spent a considerable amount of time selecting the jade slips, and when they came out, they had just caught Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe finish absorbing the spirit crystals. Fang Yuxin came over and first checked them over, then eagerly urged them to test their spiritual roots again to see if it was truly effective. The two naturally agreed. After the test, their previously weak water and wood spiritual roots had strengthened slightly, but still couldn't compare to their earth and fire spiritual roots. This result was already very good for them. Fang Jintang said, It seems we need to continue absorbing water and wood spirit crystals to balance the two spiritual roots. He then asked Fang Yuxin, Xinxin, is that right? Fang Yuxin nodded and briefly explained what had happened in the scripture pavilion. Then she checked the time. It was already 5 in the morning and dawn was breaking. She said, Mom and Dad will absorb the yuan crystal first to balance their spiritual roots, and then go to the scripture pavilion to find a suitable cultivation method. Qianqian, now that you've obtained a suitable cultivation method, try to comprehend it now. Brother, we still have some time. I'll take you inside to choose a cultivation method. Although it was already getting light, they didn't need to rush out. They could use the remaining time to try their luck and see if they could help Fang Yuxiang choose a suitable cultivation method. However, at this moment, Chu Qianhe suggested, Xinxin, do you still have the marrow cleansing fruit you gave us last time? Your dad and I want to try it again to see if it works. Although we successfully absorbed the yuan crystal just now, we both found that this time it was much more difficult than before. If we continue to absorb yuan crystal, it will probably be even more difficult, so we want to try the marrow cleansing fruit. The marrow cleansing fruit has the effect of cleansing the marrow, and after eating it, it can remove impurities from the body and improve aptitude, but it is different from the yuan crystal. It does not have the effect of tempering the spiritual roots. After Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe discovered their difficulty in absorbing water-type and wood-type elemental crystals, they didn't intend to give up. They decided to try the marrow cleansing fruit to see if it would be effective. Fang Yuxin happened to have some remaining marrow cleansing fruits, which she kept in a jade box. Hearing their conversation, she took out the fruits and gave one to each of them. The marrow cleansing fruit was much safer than elemental crystals. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't cause any harm. So Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang didn't worry too much. They simply reminded the two to be careful as usual before heading to the scripture pavilion. Bai Qianqian obediently found a place to sit cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began reading the 5 elements reincarnation technique in his sea of consciousness. Interestingly, this technique was originally sealed in a jade slip by a powerful being. After the golden light entered his sea of consciousness, it transformed into a golden book, which could be read with willpower. However, the later parts of the first volume were sealed, so the golden pages were blank. Only the first volume had writing on them. The words didn't seem to be written with a pen, but rather etched, each stroke seemingly containing a hidden intention. Bai Qianqian slowly comprehended them, quickly becoming immersed in them. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe also sat cross-legged. Since this wasn't their first time consuming the marrow-cleansing fruit, they had the experience from the first time. Furthermore, they possessed supernatural abilities, so this time they didn't need to soak in hot water. Using the stimulation of heat, they could guide the medicinal power of the marrow-cleansing fruit with their abilities. The two sat facing each other, both nodding cautiously. Fang Jintang said, "Qianhe, be careful." Chu Qianhe echoed, "Jintang, you be careful too." They smiled at each other, all their affection contained in that exchange of glances. Then, without hesitation, they swallowed the marrow-cleansing fruit, closed their eyes, and guided the medicinal power with their abilities. Soon a dense, throbbing pain began and spread. Yet the two endured it willingly. Though they looked young, they were actually quite old, long past the ambitions of their youth. But for their children, they were willing to bear the burden to fight, simply so their children wouldn't be bullied and could live with dignity and peace. After Fang Yuxin re-entered the scripture pavilion, she first told Fang Yuxiang about the illusion, preparing him mentally. Then she took a step forward, calmly accepting the changes in the space. When she left with Bai Qianqian before, the activated orbs of light had disappeared. But this time with Fang Yuxiang they reappeared, exactly the same as before. Fang Yuxin had already experienced this once, so she remained calm. Fang Yuxiang, having already been warned by her, wasn't surprised either. She had Fang Yuxiang try to retrieve the jade slips from the orbs of light, but because Fang Yuxin was the master of the place, Fang Yuxiang's hands couldn't touch the orbs at all. They simply passed right through them, unable to feel anything. Fang Yuxin had no choice but to use the same method as before, personally retrieving the jade slips and handing them to Fang Yuxiang. Fortunately, this time they were lucky. Perhaps because the 5 element spiritual roots were so rare, they only touched 178 jade slips before finding a suitable cultivation technique for Fang Yuxiang. The technique was called the chaotic wind origin technique. Just hearing the name evoked an ancient and domineering aura, as if it could tear a person apart. Fang Yuxin was very happy for Fang Yuxiang. Although she hadn't seen the contents of the technique, she knew it must be incredibly powerful. Fang Yuxiang was clearly also very happy. Although he had never been exposed to cultivation before, upon seeing this technique, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the technique itself was calling to him. This is a very mysterious sense of affinity, and only cultivators who have chosen the right cultivation method can experience this feeling. This is an immense opportunity. With this mysterious sense of intimacy, Fang Yuxiang will be able to comprehend the cultivation method more efficiently in the future. However, at this moment, Fang Yuxin suddenly sensed that someone had triggered the array she had set up outside. Who was it? Chapter 106. Someone has broken in. Fang Yuxin's expression changed the moment she realized the formation had been disturbed. Fang Yuxiang, standing beside her, quickly noticed the change in her expression. After a moment's thought, he guessed the reason. What's wrong? Did someone break in? Fang Yuxin nodded with a grim face. Seeing this, Fang Yuxiang's face also darkened, his earlier joy at finding a suitable cultivation technique vanishing. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who it was?" Fang Yuxin, who was currently contacting the 5-wood formation outside, sneered upon hearing this. "Brother, you know them too. They're the very people we saved." Fang Yuxiang's face became even more unpleasant upon hearing this. He wasn't a saint, nor did he want to be a good Samaritan who got bitten by a snake. Fearing something might happen outside and someone might break into the house, he immediately said, "Let's get out of here right away." Fang Yuxin nodded and followed him out of the scripture pavilion. Then she channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into the door, and the door of the scripture pavilion slowly closed. When the two went outside, Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe had already absorbed the medicinal power of the marrow-cleansing fruit and were making their final exhalations. Startled by the malevolent aura surrounding the siblings, they immediately opened their eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Bai Qianxian was also startled. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang's pale faces, and his brows immediately furrowed. He wondered which rascal had upset his mother again. Chu Qianhe and Fang Jintang exchanged a glance, their brows also furrowing. Chu Qianhe asked, "Xinqianyang, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" As she said this, a sudden thump struck her, a bad premonition forming in her mind. Could it be that they haven't found a suitable cultivation method? Her voice was hesitant as she said this, clearly unwilling to accept such a possibility. Hearing this, Fang Jintang's brows furrowed even more deeply. After hearing Fang Yuxin's explanation, he and Chu Qianhe already understood that although the scripture pavilion contained thousands of cultivation techniques, obtaining one depended on fate. Without the right opportunity, one couldn't find a suitable technique, and even if one wanted to force themselves to learn another, it would be impossible because the content was inaccessible. However, at the time, they were overjoyed to learn that Bai Qianxian had found a suitable technique, and subconsciously overlooked this possibility. Now, seeing Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang's grim expressions, they felt uneasy, remembering the matter. The siblings were somewhat amused and exasperated that they hadn't expected them to guess this possibility. They dared not let their parents worry. Fang Yuyang said, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I found a suitable technique. It's just that Xinxin suddenly discovered someone had disturbed the formation she set up. That's why we're so angry." Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe initially breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his explanation, but then their expressions darkened. Someone had disturbed Fang Yuxin's formation. What did this mean? It meant someone wanted to break into their home. They really think they're easy to bully. Fang Jintang said, "Let's go out now. I want to see who's bullying us." Fang Yuxin said, "Dad, after we go out, you and Mom should stay inside with Qianxian. You were just ordinary people before. If people find out you've suddenly awakened your powers, things will get complicated. Let me and my brother handle things outside." Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe were furious and wanted to stand up for their children, but they knew Fang Yuxin was right. If people found out they had suddenly awakened their powers, things would be even more complicated. Although Fang Yuxin had told Zhou Yan about Yuan Jing, this couldn't be publicized immediately. It seemed Zhou Yan's backers didn't want the news about Yuan Jing to spread so quickly, as that would put them at a disadvantage. Therefore, the fact that Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Bai Qianxian had awakened their powers had to be kept secret for now. It wasn't appropriate for them to show their faces. To be honest, although the ability users had only recently awakened their powers and their sensitivity to energy fluctuations wasn't very strong, they wouldn't have been able to hide it for so long if Fang Yuxin hadn't taught them a small spell to conceal their energy fluctuations. However, even with such a spell, it wasn't foolproof. For example, psychic ability users like Zhang Tianhe had extremely sharp senses. If they saw Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, and Bai Qianxian, they would definitely detect the subtle energy fluctuations on them. Ever since that strange dream, Fang Yuxin had been extremely cautious. This time they were destined to have a falling out with the Chou family, and with Zhang Tianhe watching them like a hawk, she had to be even more careful. As she spoke, she had already led her people back home. Although Fang Jintang and the other two were very unwilling, they could only stay inside. Rather than supporting Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang, they didn't want to be a burden to them. Because of the formation, the entire villa was enveloped in ivy vines, and the yard was planted with many dandelions, their white fluffy seeds quite beautiful, creating a dreamlike scene. Looking at this vibrant life, the visitors felt a pang of envy thinking about their own homes. What made them even more envious was the abundance of vegetables and fruits in the yard, each one lush, green, and juicy, constantly tempting their taste buds. In the post-apocalyptic world, most survivors had essentially said goodbye to fresh vegetables and fruits. Even if they were lucky enough to find some, they were always wilted and stale. Many things, when abundant, lose their value and are no longer appreciated. But once lost, once their numbers drastically decrease, they become incredibly precious. This is why we have phrases like rare and precious and extremely rare. The lower the survivors were, the more miserable their lives were after the apocalypse. They ate instant noodles and biscuits or plain rice and porridge with hardly any side dishes. Seeing the Fang family's vibrant vegetable garden, how could they not feel envious and jealous? Most of those who came to the Fang family's house were ordinary people. They came with only one purpose: to force Fang Yuxin to help them awaken their superpowers. This idea was undeniably fanciful. Even if someone had such a thought, they would never dare to do it alone, unless they were someone in a high position like Zhou Fanghua. But once such thoughts were stirred up and manipulated by those with ulterior motives, once they united, their numbers increased, and their courage grew. People have a herd mentality. With many people, they are more prone to taking chances. Just as these people were staring intently at the Fang family's vegetable garden, itching to rush over and steal it, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang emerged from the house. Fang Yuxiang was holding a pistol. Seeing the men's eyes glowing green like hungry wolves, he fired a shot into the air. Bang! The loud gunshot jolted everyone awake. They were frightened when they saw the still smoking pistol in Fang Yuxiang's hand, but then they realized they outnumbered them and had no reason to fear Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin. Because of the array's obstruction, although they had unlocked the gate, they couldn't enter the courtyard. They could only crowd at the entrance. The brother and sister looked at the sea of people and immediately spotted Lin Fein at the front, and 7 familiar faces hidden behind her in the crowd. Fang Yuxin raised an eyebrow, sizing everyone up. Suddenly, she felt the situation wasn't too bad. Standing next to Lin Fein was Tai Chong, the big guy who had stood up for her before. Tai Chong was a strength-type awakened individual, incredibly strong but not very bright. The brother Liu I had met once before, along with a few of his men, did not come, nor did that impulsive little girl Tian Tian. Besides Lin Fein and Tai Chong, there were 7 other ability users present. However, Fang Yuxin could tell from their energy fluctuations that these 7 were of average strength. Apart from these 9 ability users, everyone else was an ordinary person. Their purpose in being here was quite obvious. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang had gone to the university with Zhou Yin yesterday to rescue many people. What comforted the siblings was that, apart from the 7 girls they had almost abandoned, none of the ordinary people had come. Whether they were clever or grateful to the siblings, their absence at least prevented the siblings from feeling too disheartened. The 7 girls, however, hid in the crowd, their eyes gleaming with greed, their faces utterly hideous. Lin Fein's eyes lit up when she saw the brother and sister. She called out, "Miss Fang, we have something we'd like to discuss with you. Could you let us in?" Fang Yuxin, seeing their greedy gazes as they looked at her vegetable garden, sneered, "Let you in? What are you going to do here? Rob my vegetable garden?" Lin Fein blushed instantly, as if she had been greatly humiliated. Then she said defiantly, "Miss Fang, you're wrong. We're all compatriots and we should help each other. We sincerely came to ask for your help. We were just curious and took a look at your vegetable garden. How did that become robbery? You can't make false accusations." Fang Yuxin glanced at the damaged lock and said disdainfully, "You say you're here to discuss something with me? I think you're here to interrogate me. Lin Fein, I want to ask you, is this your politeness and attitude? You brought people, broke the lock, and forced your way in." Lin Fein was speechless, her gaze instinctively turning to Tai Chong beside her. She didn't break the lock. Tai Chong did. When they arrived and found the door locked, Tai Chong, being impulsive, simply broke the lock with his bare hands. She didn't have time to stop him. How could she be blamed? Thinking this, Lin Fein regained her confidence and found her voice. "It was an emergency, we didn't do it on purpose. Why are you being so petty?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, Fang Yuxin swung her hand and slapped her across the face. "Slap!" Lin Fein screamed. "Ah!" She covered her face, looking at Fang Yuxin in disbelief. "You? How could you?" Fang Yuxin laughed. "It was an emergency, I didn't do it on purpose. You're always so generous, you shouldn't hold a grudge against me, right?" Chapter 107, Fear. In front of everyone, Fang Yuxin slapped Lin Fein across the face, causing Lin Fein to lose face completely. Her next words only fueled Lin Fein's rage. Lin Fein covered her face, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Fang Yuxin. She was truly enraged this time, her voice unusually sharp and menacing. "Fang Yuxin, I think you did this on purpose. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. She tried to continue, but Fang Yuxin impatiently interrupted her. I never expected that when my brother and I kindly help someone, we would always be bitten in return. Lin Feiyin, why don't you be a good person? Why do you have to be a treacherous snake who repays kindness with enmity? Lin Feiyin trembled with anger, pointing at Fang Yuxin and saying, A snake? You call me a snake? How did I repay kindness with enmity? Fang Yuxin, don't try to slander me. Compared to her agitation, Fang Yuxin was noticeably calmer. She smiled slightly, her gaze as if looking at a clown. Whether you're slandering me or not, you know perfectly well in your heart. Chew. Back then, you and the others were trapped in the movie theater with zombies blocking the way outside. My brother and I happened to be passing by, killed the zombies and rescued you. She spoke casually, then her tone suddenly turned stern. But how did you repay us? The day before yesterday in the mission hall, you came and blocked my and my family's path, harassing us relentlessly, and even allowing your companions to attack my brother. I taught you a lesson, and only a day later you actually brought people to my house. Lin Feiyin, is this how you treat your saviors? Lin Feiyin's face flushed red and then paled, and the several ability users beside her also changed color. They had come to the Fang family mainly because Lin Feiyin had persuaded them to help Fang Yuxin awaken the abilities of these ordinary people. They had all heard the rumor. Naturally, they had their own selfish motives, so they agreed as soon as Lin Feiyin made the suggestion. However, they hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to be so difficult to deal with. They opened the villa's iron gate but couldn't step inside. Clearly, it had been tampered with. Realizing this, they felt uneasy. But looking at the yard full of fresh, vibrant vegetables and fruits, they couldn't bear to leave. Seeing Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang emerge, their aura not particularly strong, and the fact that there were only two of them, gave them some confidence. They thought that since they outnumbered Fang Yuxin, they wouldn't be afraid of him not yielding. But they hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to be so sharp-tongued. In just one exchange, she not only arrogantly slapped Lin Feiyin in public, but also rendered her speechless with just a few words. They had originally followed Lin Feiyin because they thought she was a good person and quite respected in their circle, so they wanted to get a share and also give her face. Who knew that Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang had actually saved Lin Feiyin's life? Although they all had their own ulterior motives, after hearing Fang Yuxin's words, they felt a growing sense of contempt for Lin Feiyin. This filled them with regret. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have followed her. Fang Yuxin's wood-based abilities seemed formidable. Offending her now was a complete loss. Lin Feiyin keenly sensed the change in the way the people around her were looking at her. But the hesitation was fleeting. They quickly reaffirmed their resolve. No one was willing to back down. So what if Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang were Lin Feiyin's saviors? Since she possessed such abilities, why didn't she help them? Why shouldn't she help them? Lin Feiyin was right. In the face of disaster, they as humans should help each other. Fang Yuxin should help them. They were right. Fang Yuxin was too selfish. Lin Feiyin keenly sensed the change in the way the people around her were looking at her. A pang of panic shot through her, but she quickly regained her composure and said loudly, Yes, you saved me and I'm very grateful. What happened the day before yesterday was a misunderstanding. Tian is young and impulsive. She didn't mean it. The misunderstanding was cleared up at the time. I didn't expect you to still be holding a grudge about it. Fang Yuxiang interrupted her. Enough. We don't want to hear your nonsense. If you're here because of that message in the safe zone, then let me tell you now, my sister doesn't have that ability. Don't waste your time. I'll count to 3, and if you still don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. 1. Lin Feiyin cried out anxiously. Captain Fang, why are you being so selfish? 2. Tai Chong, already seething with anger from seeing Lin Feiyin being beaten, roared. Stop talking nonsense. Just attack. He then clenched his fist and charged towards Fang Yuxiang with a furious roar. Fang Yuxiang's gaze instantly turned icy. With a flick of his right hand, several wind blades appeared, shooting towards Tai Chong, slicing through his limbs and leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds, but deliberately avoiding his major arteries to prevent him from bleeding to death. Tai Chong howled in pain like a maddened beast. He glared at Fang Yuxiang and roared. You actually ambushed me. You despicable scoundrel. Fang Yuxin sneered. You tried to fight my brother without a word and my brother fought back. What's wrong with that? If we're talking about despicable, are you more despicable than me? My brother has already shown mercy. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't push your luck. Tai Chong roared again, ignoring his injuries, clenching his fists and continuing to charge forward. This time Fang Yuxiang didn't make a move. Fang Yuxin channeled a burst of spiritual energy towards the array's core where the dandelion was located. Immediately afterward, the beautiful white fluffy balls suddenly dispersed, releasing a dense swarm of tiny dandelion seeds that shot towards Tai Chong. Though small, the seeds, amplified by the array, seemed to transform into sharp needles, easily piercing Tai Chong's defenses with their speed, turning him into a pincushion in the blink of an eye. Such an attack wouldn't be fatal, but the sheer number of tiny seeds embedded in the skin and deep into the muscle was extremely painful. Even more terrifying was the possibility that once Fang Yuxin activated these seeds, they would sprout and take root, guaranteeing Tai Chong's death. He would become nourishment for the dandelions, tortured to death. The apocalypse had only just begun, and many were still unaware of the terrifying nature of wood-type ability users. But even if they couldn't foresee the consequences of Fang Yuxin activating the seeds, watching Tai Chong being turned into a pincushion filled them with dread. They stared at Fang Yuxin in terror. All their greed and desire vanished, leaving only boundless fear that spread unchecked through their hearts. Tai Chong didn't rush forward. Although he was brave but reckless and not very bright, he was still afraid of death. The others only saw the dense seeds covering his body, but he felt it much more clearly. Those seeds were deeply embedded in his muscles, like sharp thorns in his flesh, causing excruciating pain. What terrified him even more was that after being pierced by the seeds, he found that his supernatural abilities seemed to be restricted, and he couldn't muster any strength. The day before yesterday, he hadn't had time to act because Brother Lu had stopped him, and he had complained to Brother Lu about it for a long time afterward. But now he understood that Brother Lu hadn't stopped him out of cowardice, but to save him. Tai Chong was filled with regret. He shouldn't have made an enemy of this woman surnamed Fang. The fear she instilled in him was even stronger than that of zombies. Apart from when the apocalypse first occurred, this was the first time he had felt death approaching with such clarity. If he attacks again, he'll definitely die. Thinking this, Tai Chong silently took a step back. His face was pale. The cuts from the wind blades were deep, and blood flowed continuously, making him even more ashen. His once strong and tall body was now swaying precariously. Gone was his previous dominance and arrogance. Seeing his pitiful state, the other ability users were even more terrified. They had all witnessed Tai Chong's strength and knew he was powerful. Yet this man had been so easily injured by the Fang siblings, without any power to retaliate. The apocalypse has only just begun. Strength-based ability users have a clear advantage over nature-based ability users. Their strength is immense. They don't need to painstakingly develop skills, or even use weapons. Their fists alone can inflict massive damage. Lin Feiyin is only a water-based ability user, not very strong, and hasn't even mastered a single offensive skill. The remaining 7 ability users are even weaker than Tai Chong. They initially thought their numbers would force Fang Yuxin to compromise, but they didn't expect that although the Fang siblings only number 2, they are far beyond their ability to contend with. These people are simply freaks. However, despite their jealousy, fear has taken deep root in their hearts, making them unable to even muster the will to fight when facing Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang. Lin Feiyin, however, is exceptionally gifted. Although she is equally surprised by the strength displayed by Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang, she miraculously feels no fear. She supported Tai Chong, her eyes fixed fearlessly on Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang, and said righteously, "We're all survivors. We just came to discuss something with you. Why make things like this? In this time of great calamity, shouldn't we all help each other and get through this together?" Fang Yuxiang had long disliked Lin Feiyin, and upon hearing this, he didn't bother arguing with her and was about to attack. Fang Yuxin stopped him. Lin Feiyin wasn't strong enough, and she hadn't even made a move herself. There was no need to ruin Fang Yuxiang's reputation for such a woman, accusing him of bullying a woman. She looked at Lin Feiyin and said, "Lin Feiyin, stop with your high-sounding rhetoric. I remember you're a water-based ability user, right? Since you keep saying there's a disaster looming, let me ask you this. How much have you contributed to the safe zone? I remember the safe zone is currently recruiting water-based ability users. I wonder if you applied? And how much water resources have you contributed? Lin Fang didn't expect her to ask this and was momentarily speechless. Chapter 108 Hypocrisy. Fang Yuxin interrupted her. Don't use you or me. I just asked you a question, so just tell the truth. Didn't you have something to discuss with me? As long as you answer my question, I'll discuss it with you. She looked Lin Fang up and down with a half-smile. What a joke. She wasn't even afraid of Zhang Tianhe, so why would she be afraid of this woman who only spouted platitudes about morality? Lin Fang's eyes began to flicker. She knew Fang Yuxin was doing it on purpose. The question seemed simple, but it was actually quite difficult to answer. She was indeed a water-based ability user, but in actual combat she wasn't good at it. She didn't have enough strength and skill, and even if she held back, she couldn't possibly kill a zombie. She hadn't applied for the safe zone's recruitment of water-based ability users because the pay was too low, so she preferred to go out hunting zombies with the team, but most of the time, others did the fighting. With her teammates' help, she could often kill some zombies and even get a decent share of the rewards. Unwilling to answer Fang Yuxin's question, she said, Miss Fang, are you really going to do this? Fang Yuxin sneered. Lin Fang, don't act like I'm bullying you. If you think I'll give in if you do this, you're wrong. Answer my question, don't beat around the bush. Lin Fang glanced at her companions, but none of them would speak, not even Tai Chong. She could only say, It's true I'm a water-type ability user, but I didn't apply. In my opinion, humanity's biggest enemy right now is the zombies outside the safe zone. Every survivor has a duty to go out and hunt zombies, instead of hiding in the safe zone and relying on others for protection. So I chose to go out with my teammates to hunt zombies and alleviate humanity's burden with practical actions. Miss Fang, are you satisfied with my answer? What Fang Yuxin despised most were the high-sounding reasons Lin Fang always used. She didn't intend to argue with her any further on this matter, because it was pointless. She bluntly asked, Fine, let me ask you another question. Was it your own idea to bring people into my house today? Or did someone else tell you? Upon hearing this, Lin Fang instantly thought of someone. She hesitated for a moment, then decided against it. She only said, It was my own idea. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Miss Fang, I've heard you can help ordinary people awaken their superpowers, and many survivors are still ordinary people. So I hope you can help them awaken their powers, considering we are all human. Fang Yuxin glanced at her with a half-smile, then quickly turned her gaze to the ordinary people behind her, raising her voice. You all came here today hoping to awaken and become superpowered individuals, is that right? Having witnessed her methods, these people no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. They were filled with fear. However, Lin Fang and Fang Yuxin's words rekindled their desire. They thought about it and concluded that even if Fang Yuxin was arrogant, she probably wouldn't dare to attack them. Then someone said, Yes, Miss Fang, since you have this ability, please help us. Miss Lin is right. Survivors should work together to overcome the disaster. Although we are ordinary people, we all hope to do our part. Unfortunately, we don't have the strength, and if we go out, we will only be killed by zombies. We hope Miss Fang can help us. Yes. Miss Fang, please help us. Help us. Help us. At first, only one or two people were talking, but then someone said, Help us. And all the ordinary people shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Fang Yuxin looked at their self-righteous appearance, but her mind was filled with the dream. In the dream, she was always an ordinary person, but she didn't hide in the safe zone just because she was an ordinary person. Instead, she followed Fang Yuxian everywhere to hunt zombies, search for supplies and yuan crystals, and force herself to become stronger. Not only her, but many other ordinary people were also like this, forcing themselves to become stronger step by step. But these people, many of them were young men, strong and capable, yet they shamelessly used the excuse that they couldn't hunt zombies because they were ordinary people. Based solely on a rumor, they brazenly stormed into her house, trying to force her to submit. How dare they? Remembering the greedy eyes she'd seen when she first came out, if she hadn't taken precautions, Her vegetable garden would probably have been completely ransacked. Speaking of the vegetable garden, Fang Yuxin was helpless. Because of the array, a large amount of spiritual energy had flooded in, causing the normally growing vegetables and fruits to grow wildly, directly reaching maturity. With such a large, gleaming display here, it was no wonder these survivors were envious. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. This was certainly not a good thing. As she was thinking, Fang Yuxin sneered. To awaken superpowers, you have to be infected with the zombie virus first. My sister doesn't have that ability. Since you're so eager, why don't you try getting infected with the zombie virus? If you survive, you might successfully awaken as superpowered individuals. His words were extremely impolite, immediately angering many people. However, remembering the previous wind blade incident, even though they were angry, they didn't dare to oppose him, only whispering, "How could you be like this?" "Exactly. That's too much. I think he has no good intentions." While they were arguing here, someone had already discovered the situation and secretly relayed the news back to the ears of the various leaders. Almost all the high-ranking officials in the safe zone knew about this. Fang Yuxin had helped Zhou Yan a lot yesterday, and after learning about this, he went to ask General Song for permission. After receiving General Song's approval, he led people to the Fang family to mediate this dispute. Qiu Yiming also received the news. The instant he heard it, he felt an urge to help Fang Yuxin resolve this trouble. However, he hesitated after taking just one step, remembering his plans from yesterday. Fang Yuxin had been becoming increasingly assertive in his presence lately. He hadn't cared much about this before, but after the comparison, he couldn't help but notice. Although he didn't like Fang Mingyao, he had to admit that her submissiveness had touched him. He instantly thought how wonderful it would be if Fang Yuxin could be so submissive in his presence. Furthermore, he had another selfish motive. Although Fang Yuxin denied having such abilities, he didn't completely believe her. Ultimately, he was still influenced by Zhou Fanghua, subconsciously hoping that Fang Yuxin truly possessed such abilities. This would be highly beneficial to the Qiu family's future plans. However, he dared not test Fang Yuxin. Their relationship had already become strained, and he didn't want to make things worse. These troublemakers provided him with an opportunity. He wanted to use this incident to see if Fang Yuxin truly possessed such abilities. If Fang Yuxin compromised and admitted her abilities, he would have a reason to have her help Qiu Hongshang and Zhou Fanghua awaken their superpowers. This incident could also teach Fang Yuxin a lesson, making her understand his importance. However, Qiu Yiming's plan was well thought out, but he hadn't anticipated Zhou Yan's intervention. In his view, the various high-ranking officials in the safe zone were certainly skeptical of Fang Yuxin's abilities and would likely share his wait-and-see attitude regarding this matter. He didn't know that Fang Yuxin had told Zhou Yan about the Yuan crystal and taken the opportunity to do General Song and General Li a huge favor. Now was the time for General Song to express his stance. How could he stand idly by? For General Song, who already knew about Yuan Jing, whether Fang Yuxin possessed any miraculous abilities was no longer of great significance. He only needed to cultivate a good relationship with her and offer appropriate assistance. Fang Yuxin had already extended an olive branch, so why should he push it back? He wasn't as foolish as Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua. They had a winning hand, yet they played it terribly. Besides General Song, Zhou Yan also owed Fang Yuxin a huge favor. Yesterday he had asked Fang Yuxin to help heal his teammates, and Fang Yuxin not only revived all his seriously injured teammates, but 5 of them even successfully awakened their special abilities. Even if Fang Yuxin hadn't told him about Yuan Jing, he would have gone through fire and water for this one thing alone. So while others were still observing, Zhou Yan led 20 soldiers directly to the Fang family's gate and surrounded the troublemakers. When he arrived, the ordinary people were whispering amongst themselves because of Fang Yuxiang's impolite words. Upon seeing them, not only the timid ordinary people, but even the several superhumans turned pale. They were all ordinary citizens, subconsciously fearful of soldiers with guns. The apocalypse was still in its early stages, and the soldiers' advantages were obvious. They were the strongest, and many citizens hadn't yet grasped the situation, daring not to confront them. Moreover, even if superhumans possessed superpowers, how could they compare to the power of bullets? These people were already afraid, and seeing Zhou Yan's menacing aura only intensified their fear. Zhou Yan glanced at them expressionlessly and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? What are you all doing here?" Miss Fang and Captain Fang risked their lives yesterday to kill a zombie leader, making a huge contribution to the safe zone. "You're not here to cause them trouble, are you?" These people hurriedly shook their heads and retreated, exposing Lin Feiying and the others standing in front. They had initially been grateful for Lin Feiying's righteous assistance, but times had changed. Seeing that Zhou Yan was clearly supporting Fang Yuxin, they feared offending him and harbored resentment towards Lin Feiying. If it weren't for her, why would they have come to the Fang family to cause trouble? Lin Feiying stared blankly at everything, instinctively feeling that the situation was very unfavorable to her. Chapter 109 Punishment. Seeing the situation was turning against her, Lin Feiying decided to take the initiative. She said, "Sir, my name is Lin Feiying. We're not here to cause trouble, but simply to discuss something with Miss Fang. I didn't expect Miss Fang to react so strongly. It was my oversight." Fang Yuxin looked at Zhou Yan and instinctively thought of Qiu Yiming. She was disappointed that Qiu Yiming hadn't come, but at the same time she felt relieved. She hadn't been able to find an opportunity to break off her engagement with Qiu Yiming, and now that he had chosen to stand by, it gave her the chance. However, dealing with this annoying woman Lin Feiying was the most important thing right now. So she sneered. "My reaction was strong? Lin Feiying, you're quite the smooth talker. You've managed to shift the blame onto me with just empty words. You broke in with your men, and your companion attacked my brother. Did you expect me to treat you like a guest?" Lin Feiying had initially thought that Tai Chong breaking the lock was a bit excessive, but seeing him injured and Fang Yuxin's aggressive stance and refusal to help, she realized that Tai Chong was in the right. She couldn't help but say, "Tai Chong acts impulsively, but if you hadn't been so rude, how could he have even made a move? Besides, he was only about to attack. He didn't hurt your brother at all. On the contrary, you injured him quite badly. What more do you want?" Fang Yuxin laughed. "So according to you, if a robber breaks into someone's house and tries to attack the homeowner, and the homeowner, because of their superior strength, injures the robber, is it the homeowner's fault?" Lin Feiying was furious. "Why are you talking so rudely? How is Tai Chong a robber?" Fang Yuxin wouldn't back down. "You led people to break into my house, attacked my brother, and forced me to agree to your demands. What else are you but a robber? A bandit? Lin Feiying, have you forgotten what I told my brother the day before yesterday? We'll pretend we never saved you, and we don't expect any repayment. We don't want to see you. Are you taking advantage of the fact that I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you?" Lin Feiying was incredibly angry. Her cheek was still burning. Fang Yuxin said he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her? Did he think the slap mark on her face was just for show? Before she could speak, Zhou Yan said, "Miss Lin, please apologize to Miss Fang and Captain Fang. No matter what, you broke in with your men and even attacked Captain Fang. Forcing Miss Fang to agree to your demands is wrong. These are special times. As a superhuman, you should shoulder your responsibilities, hunt more zombies and help survivors, instead of causing trouble for your fellow countrymen." Lin Feiying looked at Zhou Yan in disbelief, never expecting him to say such a thing. It was practically collusion with Fang Yuxin. Her chest heaved with anger. It took her a long time to find her voice. "Sir, since you also say that superhumans should shoulder their responsibilities, and Fang Yuxin possesses the ability to awaken ordinary people, shouldn't she shoulder her responsibility and help ordinary people awaken? How can you protect her?" She spoke with righteous indignation, while Zhou Yan and his 20 soldiers stared at her like idiots. Zhou Yan already thought Lin Feiying's actions were simply unreasonable. After hearing her words, his impression of Lin Feiying worsened. His face darkened as he asked, "How do you know Miss Fang can awaken ordinary people? And how can you be sure Miss Fang can really awaken ordinary people? Just because of a rumor, you led people into the Fang family, and when you were reprimanded, you blamed them. Miss Lin, is this how you treat your fellow countrymen?" He believed Fang Yuxin didn't have such miraculous abilities, but if someone was infected with the zombie virus, Fang Yuxin's help would greatly increase the chances of awakening superpowers. However, he wouldn't tell anyone this. Since his comrade had awakened, it meant Fang Yuxin was willing to help. If another comrade was infected with the zombie virus in the future, and he asked her for help, she probably wouldn't stand idly by. Therefore, why bother revealing this matter, only to displease Fang Yuxin and make others pay more attention to her? He was a soldier, not a fool. Zhou Yan's aggressive questioning made Lin Feiying grit her teeth in anger. She didn't answer Zhou Yan's question but looked at him and said, "It seems this officer is planning to protect Fang Yuxin? I just wonder what benefits Fang Yuxin gave you to make you go this far." As soon as she finished speaking, one of Zhou Yan's soldiers roared, "Insolence! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Captain Zhou like that?" Lin Feiying glared at him, still self-righteous. "This is an equal society, everyone is equal. If Captain Zhou is wrong, why can't I say so?" Zhou Yan narrowed his eyes at Lin Feiying. He finally understood, this was a weirdo. Although he didn't know where Lin Feiying got the confidence to speak to him so self-righteously, he didn't intend to continue arguing with her. He waved his hand. "Lin Feiying is causing trouble and is stubborn. Arrest her." Saying this, he looked at the people around Lin Feiying. "Are you with her?" As soon as he said this, the superhumans around Lin Feiying quickly retreated, distancing themselves from her, showing with their actions that they were not with her. One of them even said, "Lin Feiying instigated us to come. We didn't mean to cause trouble for Miss Fang." Another said, "Tai Chong broke the lock on the Fang family's door. It has nothing to do with us." They all tried to deny everything, avoiding Lin Feiying like the plague. Lin Feiying was both heartbroken and furious. She glared at Zhou Yan. "Why are you arresting me? I haven't done anything wrong." But no one paid her any attention. Two soldiers rushed over and grabbed her arms, immobilizing her. Seeing that these people were clearly serious, the other ability users scattered even further. Lin Feiying instinctively looked at Tai Chong, pleading, "Brother Tai, save me." Tai Chong smiled bitterly. He had been stung by Fang Yuxin's dandelion seeds and couldn't even muster the strength. He had also lost too much blood. How could he possibly save Lin Feiying? Besides, even if he hadn't been injured, he was no match for these soldiers. However, he felt he was a man and shouldn't run away, so he said in a low voice, "Captain Zhou Fein meant well, she didn't mean any harm, please let her go." How could Zhou Yan easily let someone go? Lin Feiying had instigated a disturbance. If she wasn't taught a lesson, how could the stability of the safe zone be maintained? Moreover, the aggrieved party in this matter was Fang Yuxin, so he had to ask Fang Yuxin's opinion. So he looked at Fang Yuxin and asked, "Miss Fang, what do you think?" Soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feiying's angry gaze shot towards Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin glanced at her coldly, not taking her anger seriously at all, and said directly, "Lin Feiying instigated a disturbance and forcibly broke into my home. According to the regulations of the safe zone, her behavior should be punished with 3 days of re-education through labor, a fine of 1,000 credit points, and a deduction of 500 contribution points. Captain Zhou, am I right?" The fine and the deduction of contribution points were easy to understand. The so-called re-education through labor was actually equivalent to voluntary labor. The safe zone was currently short-handed and wouldn't easily kill anyone. Therefore, most people who make mistakes are punished with re-education through labor, fines, and deduction of contribution points, depending on the severity of the offense. Lin Feiying's face turned pale upon hearing her words, and she couldn't bear it any longer, saying, "Fang Yuxin, how can you be so vicious? What have I done to offend you that you're treating me like this?" Before Fang Yuxin could retort, Fang Yuyang said, "I also want to know, what has my sister done to offend you that you're so deliberately trying to harm her?" Zhou Yan spoke up at the opportune moment. "Miss Lin, what Miss Fang just said is indeed the rule of the safe zone. She's not wrong. It's a fact that you instigated a disturbance and let people into the Fang family home. According to the rules of the safe zone, you should indeed accept such punishment. This isn't Miss Fang intentionally making things difficult for you. Besides, if you hadn't instigated a disturbance, why would you be punished?" He glanced at Tai Chong as he spoke. "Judging from what you just said, you're in cahoots with her? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you really are in cahoots, you'll receive the same punishment as her." Tai Chong's face was already pale, and upon hearing this, it turned ashen. However, after hesitating for a moment, he nodded with difficulty. He had come with Lin Feiying and couldn't abandon her. he said in a muffled voice. Yes, arrest me too. Zhou Yan sighed and waved for the soldiers to arrest Taichung as well. He admired Taichung to some extent. At least he had a sense of responsibility, unlike Lin Feiyin, who tried to justify herself even when she was clearly wrong. But regardless, Taichung was indeed at fault and deserved the punishment. Upon hearing about the punishment, the others also turned pale, and their gazes towards Lin Feiyin became hostile. They had no idea that things were so serious. If it weren't for Lin Feiyin, they wouldn't have come at all. Zhou Yan noticed their attitude and felt utterly disdainful. Although Fang Yuxin's instigation of a disturbance was unreasonable, how could these people have been swayed by her if they weren't greedy? Moreover, she was already a superhuman. If Fang Yuxin agreed to help, these people would receive tangible benefits. Now they were even resenting Lin Feiyin. It was truly disgusting. However, upon closer inspection, he spotted 7 girls hiding in the crowd. He had led the rescue yesterday and knew about these 7 girls, but he hadn't paid them any mind at the time. He hadn't expected them to be so ungrateful. If it weren't for the Fang siblings, they would have been dead long ago. But because of their greed, they followed others to the Fang family to cause trouble. Even if they were misled, this kind of thing was unforgivable. However, he didn't do anything in the end, only giving them a cold glance before looking away. Then he nodded to Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang and said loudly, "Don't worry, these 2 troublemakers will definitely receive their due punishment." The brother and sister thanked him. Fang Yuxin glanced at the vegetables and fruits in the garden, planning to send some to Zhou Yan when she had time. Anyway, she was a wood-type ability user. She had plenty of vegetables and fruits. Chapter 110, Blocking the Road. Before taking Lin Feiyin and Taichung away, Zhou Yan gave the others a stern verbal warning. While they might not have completely given up after his warning, they dared not easily cause trouble for the Fang family. They were originally just small fry, greedy but cowardly, not particularly bright and impulsive. That's why they came so eagerly at Lin Feiyin's urging. Unfortunately, things didn't go as smoothly as they had imagined. The Fang siblings' difficulty surprised them, and Zhou Yan's appearance terrified them even more. Ordinary citizens dared not confront the military. This was true before the apocalypse, and it's even more so now. These people had little ability to protect themselves and were now completely dependent on the military. If they angered the military, even if they didn't die, their fate would be absolutely miserable. Aside from anything else, the fines and deductions of contribution points were enough to terrify them. They had no strength, few credit points in their accounts, and were barely making ends meet, struggling to even eat. If their credit points were deducted, they feared they wouldn't even be able to afford food. Compared to them, Lin Feiyin and Taichung were in a slightly better situation, but their credit points were still not much, just enough to get by. Unlike the Fang siblings, who could earn large sums of credit points and contribution points just by doing a mission. Fortunately, these people didn't know about the savings on their identity cards, otherwise they would be even more envious. The Fang family was completely self-sufficient, with no problem with food and clothing, so having a large amount of credit points was like having a chicken bone in their hands. If Zhou Yan hadn't given each of them a pistol and a submachine gun, those credit points would have been completely useless. Yesterday, when Fang Yuyang took Chen Xiao and the others to register their identities, they also collected their rewards. Because they killed the leader of the psychic zombies, they had made a great contribution, and the reward was very generous. After collecting the reward, Fang Yuyang simply went to the security store to buy bullets. Unfortunately, while the safe shop supplied bullets, it was limited. Each person could only buy a maximum of 1,000 rounds. Even including by Chanqian's quota, they only managed to buy 10,000 rounds. These 10,000 rounds practically emptied all their credit points. The price was exorbitant. Before leaving, Zhou Yan specially gifted Fang Yuxin a special medal. The medal represented a status. With this medal, she was a meritorious figure in the military, and if anyone dared to cause trouble in the future, she could act leniently. Of course, the premise was that no one could kill. Not only that, she could also receive a large sum of credit points and contribution points with this medal. In the future, when shopping at the safe shop, not only would her bullet purchase limit be increased, but she could also enjoy discounts, which was quite good. The Fang siblings understood. The people behind Zhou Yan gave them this special medal to thank her for providing information about yuan crystals, and it was also a gesture of goodwill. However, once they accepted this medal, it was equivalent to being tied to the people behind Zhou Yan. If Zhou Yan were to ask her for help treating his comrades again in the future, she wouldn't be able to refuse. Leaving aside the complex thoughts of the Fang siblings, Zhou Yan had only been away from the Fang family for a short time when he encountered Qiu Yiming, who had rushed over after receiving the news. The two groups met face to face. Neither side had a car. To conserve resources, they had minimized their driving, and since their residence wasn't far from the Fang families, driving would be too wasteful. As soon as Qiu Yiming saw Lin Feiyin and Taichong being escorted, he knew Zhou Yan had helped Fang Yuxin. When he received the news, he still held onto a sliver of hope, hoping Zhou Yan was there to cause trouble for Fang Yuxin. That way, his appearance with his men would be a good opportunity to help Fang Yuxin and make her realize the importance of him as her fiancé. However, Zhou Yan had ruined everything. Qiu Yiming walked up to Zhou Yan with a gloomy face, so angry he wanted to punch him. But thinking of the people behind Zhou Yan, he ultimately only clenched his fist tightly, not letting his fist fall freely. This left him feeling stifled and humiliated. His masculine pride crumbled at that moment. He couldn't help but recall Zhou Fenghua's words from yesterday. Fang Yuxin is your fiancé. Instead of helping you, she's helping that Zhou guy. What kind of behavior is that? Does she even care about you? I used to think she was a good girl, but now I realize I was blind. The Qiu family will never want such an unfaithful woman. If she doesn't repent, she can forget about ever stepping into the Qiu family again. Zhou Fenghua said a lot, her harsh words echoing in his ears like a magical curse. Hearing these words, Qiu Yiming's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. The string of reason in his mind snapped completely, and he clenched his fist and swung it forcefully at Zhou Yan's face. His movement was too fast and too ruthless. His fist slammed into the air with a whistling sound. The instant Zhou Yan retreated, he raised his arm, his palm enveloping Qiu Yiming's fist, while his other hand clenched into a fist and slammed it towards Qiu Yiming's abdomen. This punch too was blocked by Qiu Yiming. Without using their special abilities, their strength was evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows several times, the air whistling, yet neither could gain the upper hand. His fist struck flesh, and Zhou Yan winced in pain, his expression contorted. He knew the spot where he had been hit was definitely bruised, perhaps even fractured. Qiu Yiming's ruthlessness had ignited his fury, and he seized the opportunity to punch Qiu Yiming squarely in the cheek. Watching Qiu Yiming's cheek quickly swell and turn purplish-blue, Zhou Yan laughed with satisfaction, shouting, "Major Qiu, what are you doing?" His angry shout successfully brought the irrational Qiu Yiming back to his senses. In that instant he regretted his actions. Things were truly terrible. Qiu Yiming was inwardly annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued his attack, closing in on Zhou Yan, and said in a low voice, "I just want to warn you, Fang Yuxin is my woman. You'd better stay away from her." He said this deliberately to frame the attack as a love triangle, to avoid being used by someone and having a conspiracy theory developed. Although he would still suffer the consequences in the end, it was much better to avoid trouble. After saying this, Qiu Yiming took the initiative to step back, creating distance between himself and Zhou Yan, and gestured for a truce. Although Zhou Yan was furious, he couldn't continue to chase after Qiu Yiming now that he had stopped fighting, lest he give Qiu Yiming a pretext to retaliate. He rubbed the wound on his arm, looking at Qiu Yiming with a sneer. "Major Qiu, I don't understand what you mean. I only met Miss Fang yesterday. I'm the captain, and she's my temporary team member. Our relationship is nothing more than ordinary. Don't make false accusations. It's fine if you wrong me, but Miss Fang is a girl after all. Don't tarnish her reputation." Zhou Yan looked at Qiu Yiming with disdain. He wasn't stupid. He knew perfectly well that Qiu Yiming was just using Fang Yuxin as an excuse. However, he also knew that Qiu Yiming's anger was probably related to Fang Yuxin. But so what? Qiu Yiming had brought it upon himself. What did it have to do with him? When he took his men to the Fang family today, he intended to take the opportunity to repay Fang Yuxin's favor, but he also harbored a sliver of hope. He never expected that Qiu Yiming would be so composed. He didn't even step in to help his fiancée when she was being bullied. The fault lies with Lin Feiyin for inciting the disturbance. Even if Qiu Yiming's actions of bringing people to help were suspected of abusing his power, no one else could find fault with it. Yet, he did absolutely nothing. Zhou Yan would never believe there wasn't some ulterior motive involved. Zhou Yan had never liked Qiu Yiming. Firstly, he felt the Qiu family was too ambitious, and secondly, he thought Qiu Yiming was a petty person, always appearing shrewd and calculating, the kind of person who was overly calculating and scheming. Now, Fang Yuxin had specifically told him about Yuan Jing, clearly indicating a rift with the Qiu family. Obviously, the Qiu family had done something to anger her. But regardless, Fang Yuxin was still Qiu Yiming's fiancé. That he wouldn't even show his face when she was in trouble, instead just watching from the sidelines, only made Zhou Yan more disdainful. He didn't think Qiu Yiming was wrong for scheming, but scheming against his own fiancé was simply unmanly. At this point he had a pretty good idea of why Qiu Yiming was angry. Qiu Yiming's choice to watch from the sidelines was probably to wait for the fire to burn brighter before making a move, but Zhou Yan had beaten him to it. This would inevitably disappoint the Fang family. Whatever Qiu Yiming's previous schemes had been ruined by his intervention. No wonder Qiu Yiming was furious. However, Zhou Yan knew this, but he didn't regret it at all. In fact, he was overjoyed. The Yongsheng team, including 5-year-old Bai Qianqian and 5 reserve mercenaries, only had 10 people at most. Yet these 10 had killed thousands of zombies, including the psychic zombie. This made him suspicious of Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang's true strength. When his comrades successfully recovered with Fang Yuxin's help, and even awakened their special abilities, he understood that befriending Fang Yuxin was definitely beneficial to him. It was a pity the Qiu family didn't see Fang Yuxin's value and offended her, allowing him to reap a huge benefit. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan looked at Qiu Yiming with a hint of schadenfreude. Qiu Yiming's gaze darkened. He had been too impulsive, attacking Zhou Yan in front of everyone. But Zhou Yan was far too arrogant. How dare he look at him like that? What's there for Zhou Yan to be proud of? Fang Yuxin is Qiu Yiming's woman. For the sake of the bigger picture, Qiu Yiming suppressed his surging anger and didn't make another move, but warned again. It's best if you two have no relationship. Anyway, I don't care what you think of her. I just hope you remember one thing. Don't even think about making a move on her. Chapter 111, The Troublemaker. Zhou Yan snorted coldly, gloatingly saying, I have official business to attend to, so I won't keep you company. But I think instead of telling me all this, you should go explain to Miss Fang. I just don't know if she wants to hear your explanation now. His words were clearly malicious, and Qiu Yiming's face instantly turned ashen. Qiu Yiming couldn't help but say, Major Zhou, please show some respect. My business with Xin is none of your concern. If you hadn't interfered earlier, things wouldn't have become so complicated. Zhou Yan suddenly felt that Qiu Yiming was quite similar to Lin Feiyin. Both liked to argue illogically. He was clearly just observing from the sidelines, yet he had the nerve to accuse him of meddling. He was too lazy to argue with Qiu Yiming and was about to take Lin Feiyin and Tai Chong away when, unexpectedly, the previously quiet Lin Feiyin suddenly cried out. She loudly proclaimed, Major Qiu, Tai Chong and I are innocent. Please help us. She sensed the animosity between Qiu Yiming and Zhou Yan, and saw it as an opportunity, so she decided to take a gamble. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't good, and she gambled wrong. Qiu Yiming had initially targeted Zhou Yan, but Zhou Yan was, after all, of the same rank and had General Song backing him. He didn't dare offend him too much, so even though his anger was churning, he could only verbally retaliate and didn't dare to physically confront Zhou Yan. But when Lin Feiyin spoke, he remembered her as the culprit. He didn't dare offend Zhou Yan too much, so why should he be afraid of a woman with no background? Initially, when Lin Feiyin led people to cause trouble at the Fang family's house, he intended to teach Fang Yuxin a lesson and didn't immediately help. However, he didn't do nothing. He sent people to investigate the matter thoroughly and learned Lin Feiyin's background. He was originally confident that even if he arrived late, he could appease Fang Yuxin, but Zhou Yan's sudden intervention completely ruined his plan. He was angry with Zhou Yan, and equally angry with Lin Feiyin the culprit. Lin Feiyin's shout had walked right into his line of fire. Lin Feiyin, however, was completely out of it. Seeing Qiu Yiming turn his gaze to her, She thought things had taken a turn for the better and said again, "Major Chiu, we're truly innocent. We were just going to discuss something with Fang Yuxin. We really weren't causing trouble." Fang Yuxin had the ability but refused to help, and she even seriously injured my comrade. This officer arrested us without even asking questions, clearly protecting Fang Yuxin. He must have taken bribes from Fang Yuxin to deliberately frame us. Lin Fein firmly believed she was innocent. Therefore, she spoke with righteous indignation, completely ignoring the fact that those were just her speculations. She had no evidence to prove everything she said. She felt that Zhou Yiming and Zhou Yan were at odds, and if he found fault with Zhou Yan, he wouldn't let him off the hook. This was her and Tai Chong's opportunity, so she spoke up. She even thought that if Zhou Yiming wanted to deal with Zhou Yan, she and Tai Chong could serve as witnesses to accuse him, perhaps even gaining an advantage in befriending Zhou Yiming. However, she overlooked the fact that Zhou Yiming and Zhou Yan had mentioned Fang Yuxin earlier. Moreover, judging from their conversation, Fang Yuxin and Zhou Yiming clearly had a close relationship. She didn't notice. Tai Chong, however, did. Tai Chong was rather simple-minded, or to put it bluntly, single-minded. He thought Fang Yuxin was a good person, so after being swayed by her, he followed her to cause trouble for Fang Yuxin, without seriously considering whether this was right or wrong. In the past, although he acted impulsively, he wouldn't have been this impulsive. The awakening of his supernatural abilities had made him somewhat complacent. He thought his strength was quite good and didn't take Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang seriously. Therefore, when he went to the Fang family, he didn't consider the consequences at all, let alone expect to lose so miserably. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang's attack not only seriously injured him but also served as a wake-up call, instantly waking him from his complacent state and making him realize his shortcomings. This made him unusually calm and more cautious. He had overheard Zhou Yiming and Zhou Yan's conversation. Although not particularly bright, his male intuition told him that Fang Yuxin and Zhou Yiming had an unusual relationship. Lin Fein lived in her own world, always believing she was right. No matter what others said, she interpreted it in her own way. Therefore, despite being much smarter than Tai Chong, she didn't understand things as clearly as he did. Upon hearing Lin Fein's words, Tai Chong's face paled. However, his injuries left him very weak, and before he could stop her, Lin Fein spoke again. Seeing her words becoming increasingly outrageous, Tai Chong's face grew paler. He took a deep breath and forced himself to interrupt Lin Fein. "Fein, what happened today was indeed our fault. We shouldn't have gone to cause trouble for Miss Fang. Please stop talking. Major Zhou did nothing wrong." He had a feeling that angering Zhou Yiming would be detrimental to them. Lin Fein, however, failed to grasp his tension and fear. She stared at Tai Chong in disbelief, her eyes filled with disappointment, and exclaimed, "Brother Tai, how can you say that? We did nothing wrong. Major Zhou framed us. Have you forgotten who injured you like this?" Tai Chong was incredibly frustrated. He couldn't understand why Lin Fein, who was clearly much smarter than him, was so oblivious. They knew they shouldn't get involved in this matter. Continuing to argue would only bring them no benefit. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Fein quickly added, "Brother Tai, don't say anything more. I don't care why you say that, but I won't compromise. I didn't do anything wrong." Tai Chong cautiously glanced at Zhou Yiming and Zhou Yan's expressions, only to find them both sneering, their gazes towards Lin Fein and him as if they were mocking a joke. He was frantic. How could Lin Fein be so unreasonable? Just then he heard Zhou Yiming say, "Major Zhou, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and take these two away." Lin Fein's words caught in her throat. She stared at Zhou Yiming in disbelief, unable to understand how things had suddenly turned out this way. Didn't Zhou Yiming and Zhou Yan have a conflict? How did they suddenly reconcile? She frowned, looking at Zhou Yiming with displeasure, and said, "How can you be like this? I already said we're innocent. Why didn't you stop him? Instead you colluded with him." Zhou Yiming's face instantly darkened, and he said with barely suppressed anger, "Lin Fein, is it? Do you know what punishment you receive for falsely accusing a superior?" Although he asked this, he clearly didn't intend to continue arguing with Lin Fein. After speaking, he looked at Zhou Yan and said with annoyance, "Major Zhou, it's getting late. You should take her away quickly. This woman is spouting nonsense. Gag her." Otherwise it won't be long before the whole safe zone knows you've bent the law for personal gain. Zhou Yan smiled. Likewise, Major Chiu, don't be so rude, she even said you colluded with me. After he finished speaking, he gave a wink, and a soldier knocked Lin Fein unconscious with a chop to the neck. Although he didn't like Qiu Yiming, what Qiu Yiming said earlier was indeed true. This woman was too noisy and too self-righteous. Tai Chong watched helplessly as Lin Fein was knocked unconscious, but wisely remained silent, even feeling a sense of relief. He had a premonition that if Lin Fein continued to cause trouble, things would only escalate, and he would definitely be dragged down with her. Initially, he had overestimated himself by joining Lin Fein in causing trouble. At the time, he genuinely thought Lin Fein was good, although he preferred Tian Tian. Later, when he came to his senses, he realized he had been too impulsive and felt some regret. Although he chose to stand with Lin Fein out of loyalty, deep down, he wasn't without resentment. Although he had a considerable amount of credit points and contribution points in his account, they couldn't withstand such deductions. He still had to support Tian Tian. After the fine, he would be destitute, barely able to make ends meet, let alone support Tian Tian. However, out of loyalty, he still took the blame, considering it repayment for her past favor. But he hadn't expected Lin Fein to be such a troublemaker. In the blink of an eye, she had offended two majors, Zhou Yan and Qiu Yiming. If she continued to cause trouble, not only would he be implicated, but their teammates would likely suffer as well. Thinking of this, his resentment towards Lin Fein grew even stronger. Qiu Yiming and Zhou Yan only glanced at him casually, ignoring him completely. Qiu Yiming was busy appeasing Fang Yuxin and didn't want to get entangled with Zhou Yan, so he simply left with his men. Zhou Yan also had things to do and naturally didn't want to waste any more time, so he also left with his men, but in completely opposite directions. Zhou Yan took his men back for questioning and punishment, while Qiu Yiming hurriedly went to the Fang family. Because of the delay on the road, when he arrived, the Fang family had just finished breakfast and were preparing to leave. As soon as Qiu Yiming saw Fang Yuxin, he asked anxiously, "Xin, are you all right?" His expression was genuine, but the redness and bruises on his cheeks ruined the beauty of his face, making his expression look somewhat unnatural and even a little ferocious. Fang Yuxin stood at the door, raised an eyebrow upon seeing him, and asked with feigned ignorance, "Yiming, what brings you here?" Qiu Yiming felt a sudden unease, but he suppressed it and said, "I heard something happened here, so I brought some people over. I didn't expect to run into Zhou Yan on the way, and only then did I learn that the matter had already been resolved." Fang Yuyang, too lazy to look at his face, crossed his arms and sneered. "Since you know the matter has been resolved, why did you come here?" His tone was sharp, and Qiu Yiming's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He suppressed his anger and said, "I was worried something might have happened here, so I came to check on things. Is there anything wrong with that?" Chapter 112. Don't make me angry. Fang Yuxin stopped Fang Yuyang, who was about to speak again, and said to Qiu Yiming, "Yiming, you're late. There's nothing left here. Take your people and go back." Qiu Yiming felt even more flustered and subconsciously said, Xin, I can explain." Fang Yuxin shook her head. "I don't want to hear your explanation now. You don't need to say anything. Why you came so late is obvious to both of us. Saying it aloud would be pointless." Qiu Yiming felt that Fang Yuxin's attitude was very wrong. He thought of what Zhou Fanghua had said yesterday and felt that Fang Yuxin was definitely angry about this matter. His mood became complicated. He knew that what Zhou Fanghua said was excessive, but if Fang Yuxin hadn't always refused, why would his mother have said those things? He had always known his parents' sacrifices for him, and that they were very filial to Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Fanghua. Although he liked Fang Yuxin emotionally, he leaned more towards his parents. So, although he rationally understood that Zhou Fanghua was wrong, emotionally he felt that Fang Yuxin was more at fault. He had deliberately arrived late today to teach Fang Yuxin a lesson. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong, but Fang Yuxin's attitude was unacceptable to him. It wasn't that he didn't intend to come. He was just a little late. Did Fang Yuxin have to treat him like this? However, he didn't say what he was thinking directly. Instead, he sent the people he brought back. He had brought these people just to make a show of things, and now that they were useless, there was no need for them to stay. Besides, what he was about to say couldn't be heard by these people. After they had gone some distance, he said, Xin, I have something to say to you, but this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside. Fang Yuxin didn't agree. Her reaction was cold. No need. If you have something to say it here. We're in a hurry. Qiu Yiming frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction, and his tone became more intense. Xin, is it necessary for you to be like this? Fang Yuxin narrowed her eyes slightly. This made her look even more sharp. Like a drawn sword. Yiming, your mother implied yesterday that I'm not worthy of being your daughter-in-law. I think I really am not worthy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have deliberately waited until now to come. I don't believe you know nothing about what happened here. Since you didn't come then, why come after things were resolved? I didn't. Qiu Yiming subconsciously explained. I didn't deliberately wait until things were resolved to come. I heard something happen here, so I brought people over. But I encountered something on the way and was delayed, which is why Zhou Yan got there first. Fang Yuxin smiled, looking at Qiu Yiming with sarcasm. So you encountered something and were delayed. I wonder what it was. Something that could delay you for so long? Don't lie. It's pointless to say such an easily exposed lie. Don't make me look down on you. Because of her words, the words Qiu Yiming had prepared were completely stuck in his throat. Looking at Fang Yuxin's resolute attitude, the unease in his heart grew stronger, and he felt a little regretful. He suddenly felt that he had miscalculated. He shouldn't have had that idea in the first place. He had watched Fang Yuxin grow up since she was a child, and knew better than anyone how smart she was. He shouldn't have used such methods against her. That wasn't a lesson. It was shooting himself in the foot. However, what was done, and even if he regretted it, it was too late. Qiu Yiming understood this, so he said, I was inconsiderate in this matter, Yuxin, please forgive me, okay? Don't worry, I won't let those two culprits get away with it. I promise you no one will bother you anymore. Fang Yuxin found it ridiculous. Now that things had already happened, what was the point of saying anything more? Yesterday, Qiu Yiming had made the same promise to her, that he wouldn't let anyone hurt her. And what was the result? The ones who hurt her the most were him and his mother. Today, Lin Fein brought quite a few people, not to mention how many others were secretly observing and plotting. If she hadn't taken the initiative and directly intimidated those greedy survivors with force, leaving Lin Fein speechless, and later had Zhou Yan's help, who knows how badly things would have turned out today. What was Qiu Yiming's so-called protection? Is this his way of protecting her? Every time she needs him most, he chooses to play it safe and stand by and watch. She understands that Qiu Yiming might have his own plans. Perhaps he believes that even if he arrives late, he can guarantee her safety. But in reality, his hesitation and observation already reveal his attitude. If that's the case, why should they maintain this marriage in name only? Thinking this, Fang Yuxin took out a jewelry box she had prepared beforehand from her purse and tossed it to Qiu Yiming. Qiu Yiming caught it instinctively, opened it, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly upon seeing what was inside. He almost gritted his teeth and said, Xin, don't be so willful, okay? Take it back. Although he said this, he didn't dare to throw it back as casually as Fang Yuxin. Instead, he walked towards her step by step, reaching out his hand to put the jewelry box back in her hand. Then, in an instant, he changed his mind. He looked down at Fang Yuxin's slender white fingers, which were bare. The things that should be there were rarely visible on them. A surge of anger welled up within him, and he decided to personally put the ring back on Fang Yuxin's finger. However, the moment he reached out, Fang Yuxin took a step back, clearly not intending to give him the chance. Fang Yuxin seemed oblivious to his dark expression, saying, Although this thing may have no value to you anymore, I still think I should return it to you. They had exchanged engagement rings at their engagement banquet. The ring Qiu Yiming gave her was set with a 10-carat heart-shaped pink diamond, while the ring she gave him was set with a square emerald of the same weight. Qiu Yiming hadn't expected Fang Yuxin to be so resolute. He looked at her incredulously, his eyes burning with rage, and shouted, Xin, don't make me angry, okay? Give me your left hand, let me help you put the ring on, don't be so stubborn. Okay? He struggled to suppress his anger. His handsome face contorted as if he were about to explode. Fang Yuxin frowned. She hadn't expected Qiu Yiming's reaction to be so strong. In her dream, Qiu Yiming abandoned her without hesitation. She remembered his feigned disappointment and decisiveness back then. He had given up on her so easily then, so why was he putting on this act now? Fang Yuxin was dazed, suddenly realizing that none of what happened in the dream had actually occurred. But she couldn't forget what Zhou Fanghua had said yesterday. Ever since leaving the Qiu family, she had been thinking that Zhou Fanghua must have had a problem with her for a long time. Otherwise she wouldn't have ignored her so soon after the apocalypse, and then acted so hysterically after she refused to help. She couldn't understand what kind of persistence could make Zhou Fanghua completely abandon her once proud elegance, and instead act like a vulgar woman, speaking veiled sarcasm and biting words. It was all of this that made her think their relationship was no longer worth maintaining. But Qiu Yiming clearly didn't think so. Seeing that Fang Yuxin refused to extend her hand, he finally couldn't suppress his anger any longer and angrily grabbed at her left hand. But just then a flash of black light appeared, the sharp blade grazing his fingers. Had he not dodged quickly, his hand would likely have been severed. Qiu Yiming withdrew his fingers, clenching them tightly, and glared angrily at Fang Yuxiang standing beside Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxiang held a black miao sword in his hand. Clearly, he was the one who had just attacked. Fang Yuxiang! Qiu Yiming shouted angrily. You actually attacked me with a knife. Tell me, did you bewitch Xinxin, causing her to quarrel with me? Fang Yuxin frowned unhappily, not wanting Qiu Yiming to take his anger out on Fang Yuxiang, and said, Qiu Yiming, this has nothing to do with my brother. It was my own idea, don't blame others. I don't believe it. Qiu Yiming said stubbornly. If he hadn't bewitched you, how could you have done such a thing? It's impossible. Xinxin, don't be willful, okay? I'm your husband, why do you listen to your brother? He has no good intentions at all. Fang Yuxiang couldn't bear it any longer. He didn't care if Qiu Yiming was taking his anger out on him, but he couldn't let Qiu Yiming ruin Fang Yuxin's reputation. He roared. Qiu Yiming, what nonsense are you spouting? You and Xinxin aren't even married, so what kind of husband are you? Don't try to make yourself look good. You know what your mother said yesterday. You weren't there when that woman surnamed Lin brought people to cause trouble, and now you have the nerve to blame Xinxin for being willful? Are you even a man? Qiu Yiming's fists clenched tighter and tighter, his face growing increasingly grim. The expensive jewelry box in his hand was deformed from his grip. He took out the ring from inside and carefully put it away, then casually tossed the box aside. Suddenly, a thunder whip as thick as an adult man's thumb appeared in his hands. The whip was purple, shimmering with a tear-like light, and emitted a violent crackling sound. He gripped one end of the whip with his right hand, the tip hanging to the ground, scorching the surrounding area black. He didn't attack directly but looked at Fang Yuxin and said, Xinxin, I just told you not to be willful, not to make me angry, why didn't you listen? He then looked dangerously at Fang Yuxiang. And you, Fang Yuxiang, why do you always try to ruin my relationship with Xinxin? If you're a man, fight me. If you lose, you can't interfere in my relationship with Xinxin anymore. Qiu Yiming. Fang Yuxin, seeing Qiu Yiming becoming increasingly frantic, finally couldn't take it anymore and said, That's enough. I said, this is my decision alone. It has nothing to do with my brother. If you want to fight, I'll fight you, but don't target my brother. Chapter 113. You can forget about it. Qiu Yiming frowned, looking at Fang Yuxin with displeasure. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Xinxin, step aside. I don't want to hurt you. This is between your brother and me, don't interfere. Fang Yuxin felt he was being completely unreasonable. Breaking off the engagement was clearly a matter between her and Qiu Yiming. What did it have to do with her brother? Fang Yuxiang, however, was worried that Qiu Yiming would hurt her, so he grabbed her arm and said, Xinxin, step aside first. I've wanted to have a good fight with him for a long time. To be precise, he had wanted to teach Qiu Yiming a lesson for a long time. Fang Yuxin refused to agree. She could tell that Qiu Yiming was truly enraged this time, and if Fang Yuxiang really fought him, he might be seriously injured. She stubbornly stood in front of Fang Yuxiang, saying to Qiu Yiming, you know very well that this is between you and me. Don't drag my brother into this, okay? If you're angry, take it out on me. Qiu Yiming glared at her, his crazed gaze mixed with deep sorrow. He said, Xinxin, are you deliberately trying to force me? You know perfectly well that I would never lay a hand on you. Looking at him like this, Fang Yuxin's heart ached. She couldn't help but think that if it weren't for that bizarre dream, if it weren't for the apocalypse, she and Qiu Yiming wouldn't have ended up like this. They might have gotten married as planned, had children, and lived like that forever. But there are no ifs in this world. She no longer had feelings for Qiu Yiming. A rift had formed, and they could never go back to the past. She lowered her eyes, avoiding Qiu Yiming's gaze, and said coldly, "If you don't want to fight me, then go back. It's getting late, and you must have a lot of things to take care of, right?" These words successfully brought Qiu Yiming back to his senses. As a major and the captain of Thunder, he indeed had many matters to attend to. Moreover, if he made a scene at the Fang family, it would greatly damage his reputation. Thinking of this, the anger surging within him gradually subsided. He glanced coldly at Fang Yuxiang and Bai Qianqian, then turned his gaze to Fang Yuxin. He said to her, "Xinxin, I'm going back now. I know you've been in a bad mood lately, so I'll keep the ring for now. I'll come back and put it on your finger when you're in a better mood." He paused, a dangerous glint in his voice. "I won't agree to break off the engagement. You are my fiancé now, and you will be my wife in the future. That will never change." Fang Yuxiang was furious at Qiu Yiming's threat and shouted, "Qiu Yiming, don't be delusional. Xinxin will not marry you." Qiu Yiming didn't answer him, only gave a cold laugh and turned to stride out. Fang Yuxiang gripped the hilt of his knife, wanting to rush up and kill him, but Fang Yuxin grabbed his wrist tightly and shook her head disapprovingly. Now that she had brought it up, there was no going back. Regardless of whether Qiu Yiming accepted it or not, she had nothing to do with him anymore. Although they were currently on good terms with General Song behind Zhou Yin through Yuan Jing's information, this relationship was not unbreakable. If they really angered the Qiu family, General Song would never stand up for them. Let's take it one step at a time. At least Qiu Yiming, though power-hungry, is still a gentleman when it comes to matters of the heart and wouldn't force her. Fang Yuxiang watched Qiu Yiming stride away, his eyes darkening, a storm raging within them. He lowered his gaze, a decision forming in his mind. Bai Qianqian walked over and took Fang Yuxin's hand, his eyes also fixed on the direction Qiu Yiming had gone. Being young, even though he'd overheard the conversation, he didn't quite understand what had happened. He only knew that Qiu Yiming was incredibly annoying, and had tried to steal his mom while his stupid father wasn't around. He instinctively clenched his little fists, determined to train hard. That way, if Qiu Yiming came again, he could beat this annoying uncle away. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe walked up to them, both sighing. They knew Qiu Yiming wouldn't let this go easily. This wasn't over yet. Fang Yuxin didn't want her family to worry about this, so she said, "It's getting late. Let's hurry up and go." Because of yesterday's experience, they didn't rush to drive this time and walked to the mission hall. Upon arrival, they found a new announcement. Yesterday's mandatory conscription order was cancelled. Mercenaries no longer needed to accept missions and could form teams to rescue people in the city or hunt zombies, receiving rewards based on the number of people rescued and the crystal cores obtained. To encourage more rescues, the reward for each person rescued was significantly higher than a single crystal core. This was a free mission, and in addition, a patrol mission had been added. After the establishment of the safe zone, as the number of survivors inside increased, the number of zombies gathering outside also increased accordingly. The zombie leader had alerted the safe zone's higher-ups, and to prevent a large-scale zombie gathering outside the safe zone, this patrol mission was specifically issued. The mission involved patrolling the perimeter of the safe zone, with a certain number of mercenaries stationed at each section. If zombies appeared, they were to kill them to prevent the zombies from forming a large number. The rewards for patrol missions differ from those for free missions. There's a fixed salary, plus an extra reward for each zombie killed. These missions are best suited for mercenaries who aren't too strong, as they're close to the safe zone and not too dangerous. However, the pay isn't very high. The Fang family opted for free missions. This new military regulation was a boon for them. Searching for the Yuan crystal wouldn't have been easy if they were with others. After meeting up with Chan Xiao and his group of 5, they prepared to head into the city to find the Yuan crystal and hunt down more zombies. For convenience, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuxiang rode motorcycles, while the others rode in 2 off-road vehicles. After leaving the safe zone, they sped towards the city. Thanks to her dream, Fang Yuxin was familiar with the severely affected areas of the city, and she planned to visit one of the closer ones. It was an old neighborhood that had once been very prosperous, with towering buildings. Later, as other areas were developed, that old neighborhood deteriorated significantly, becoming a gathering place for low-income people and migrant workers. Fang Yuxin chose this location because of its remote location, believing the military wouldn't discover it for the time being, and planned to find more yuan stones before they did. Chen Xiao and the others almost blindly followed her and Fang Yuyang's opinions, offering no objections whatsoever. As they got closer to the city, more and more zombies appeared on the road. This time with guns, dealing with them would be much easier. However, their luck seemed to be running out, as they encountered 3 mutated zombies. Watch out! Seeing a significantly larger zombie charging towards the SUV carrying Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe, Fang Yuxin instinctively cried out. At the same time, a bullet struck the mutated zombie between the eyebrows. Unfortunately, the bullet didn't penetrate the bone but embedded itself in the skin, looking somewhat comical. Those watching this scene couldn't laugh at all. The bullet didn't cause the mutated zombie further damage. It continued its relentless charge towards Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe's car, closing the distance rapidly. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe got out of the car at the same time. Fang Jintang placed his palms on the ground, while Chu Qianhe stood behind him, watching the approaching mutated zombies with bated breath. 30 steps. 20 steps. 10 steps. 5 steps. Just then Fang Jintang suddenly said, "Now's the time. Swamp." As soon as he finished speaking, a circular swamp suddenly formed beneath the mutated zombie's feet. The swamp wasn't large, only a meter in diameter, but Fang Jintang's timing was perfect. The swamp formed precisely beneath the mutated zombie's feet. The mutated zombie was enormous, its muscles bulging, clearly indicating its immense strength. If Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe were to fight such a powerful mutated zombie head-on, they might not be a match. Fang Jintang knew this, so he cleverly chose the swamp. As soon as the swamp appeared, the mutated zombie sank in. It struggled frantically but only sank deeper. Taking advantage of this moment, Chu Qianhe shot a beam of fire from her hand, aiming at the mutated zombie's head, completely engulfing it. The flames burned, and the mutated zombie struggled even more violently. It desperately pounded its head with its mud-covered hands, and with each pound, the flames gradually began to die down. Fang Jintang seized the opportunity and fired at its head. Bang! 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 3 shots extinguished the flames completely. A white shadow swept past the mutated zombie's head. It was incredibly fast, its sharp claws gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Using the zombie's head as leverage, it leaped, its white form tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing in front of Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe. A white crystal core clutched in its claws. Meow! Angela squinted, meowing ingratiatingly as if seeking praise. Chu Qianhe ruffled its round head, picked up the crystal core, and put it in her pouch. Looking at the mutated zombie again, she saw its skull had been ripped open. It was undeniably dead. She breathed a sigh of relief and instinctively glanced at Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang. Both of them faced mutated zombies. Fang Yuxin encountered a mutated zombie with enhanced defense. Its skin was noticeably different from other zombies, exhibiting a metallic texture. Even sharp blades could only leave shallow marks on it, unable to penetrate its defenses. Fang Yuyang encountered a speed-enhancing mutated zombie. To prevent others from getting hurt, he could only use wind blades to entangle it, but killing it wasn't easy. Chapter 114 Ambush. The defensively enhanced zombie Fang Yuxin encountered this time was clearly very troublesome. If anyone else had met it, killing it would have taken considerable effort. Unfortunately for them, it had encountered Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin was initially at a loss, but soon she had an idea. This mutated zombie was shrouded in a dense aura of death, while the pure vitality within her wood elemental spiritual energy was the nemesis of death aura. Thinking of this, Fang Yuxin gripped the hilt of her sword tightly with both hands. Wood energy flowed from her palms into the hilt, gradually spreading towards the blade, instantly enveloping the entire blade. A thin layer of green wood energy covered the black blade, making it look extremely eerie. The moment the wood energy appeared, the mutated zombie instantly retreated, its lifeless gray eyes glaring at Fang Yuxin as if facing a formidable enemy, clearly showing great fear of her. Fang Yuxin smirked, and the instant the mutated zombie attacked again, she swung her knife forcefully. The blade sliced upwards across the zombie's arm, and simultaneously, she kicked it hard in the abdomen, sending it staggering backward. This time the blade easily sliced through the mutated zombie's defenses. It let out a shrill howl. Had it not retreated so quickly, Fang Yuxin would have severed both its hands. Fang Yuxin clicked her tongue in regret, intending to press her advantage, but unexpectedly after its howl, the mutated zombie's body suddenly swelled up, its entire body swelling. Its clothes, already filthy, were stretched taut by the swelling, tearing more dramatically than beggar's clothes, like a performance art piece. Fang Yuxin noticed that its skin had turned into a strange gelatinous substance, the wounds on it tightly sticking together, appearing as if they were healing. She frowned, and the wooden aura enveloping the knife thickened. The mutated zombie's lifeless eyes flickered. Seeing the wooden aura emanating from the blade, it took a step back in fright. But then its eyes turned to Fang Yuxin, a greedy gleam in its deathly pale eyes, clearly unwilling to let its meal slip away. Soon it charged at Fang Yuxin again, its claws sharper than those of ordinary zombies, mercilessly clawing at her. Those claws were extremely sharp, gleaming with a dark light. Fang Yuxin was certain that if she were caught by those claws, a chunk of flesh would be easily torn off. So before the mutated zombie could reach her, she swung her knife, this time using all her strength, combined with the wooden aura's restraint on the zombie's deathly energy. She easily sliced through the zombie's outer defenses. However, as the blade penetrated deeper, the resistance she felt increased. Fang Yuxin gritted her teeth, gripped the hilt, and swung the knife down forcefully, severing both of the zombie's claws. The zombie was severely wounded, its howls becoming even more piercing, yet it ignored its injuries. The broken bone continued to stab at Fang Yuxin. Fang Yuxin dodged to the side, using the momentum to leap up from the ground. This time she didn't hesitate at all. She used all her strength to swing the knife at the zombie's head. With the previous experience, this time it went much more smoothly. The blade, wrapped in wood energy, successfully cut through the zombie's skin. Then with a flick of her wrist, she extracted the crystal core. The zombie, now devoid of its crystal core, was dead beyond any doubt. Its heavy body crashed to the ground, but without much of a sound. The peculiar gelatinous skin was highly elastic, weakening the force of the zombie's fall. She put away the crystal core and subconsciously looked towards her family. Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe had finished off the mutated zombie, and were hunting the remaining ordinary zombies. At the same time, Fang Yuxiang had also finished off his opponent. Although the speed-mutated zombie was fast, its defense was not much of a threat. Once its speed advantage was lost, it would be much easier to deal with. Soon all the zombies were dealt with, but they did not completely relax. Looking at the 3 mutated zombies on the ground, everyone's expression turned grim. Yesterday they had only encountered 2 mutated zombies, but today, before even entering the city, they had already encountered 3. Was it just bad luck? Or were there simply more mutated zombies appearing? Chu Qianhe silently burned the zombie corpses. Chan Xiao and the other 4 glanced at the Fang family, their hearts heavy. Their current strength was insufficient. If they encountered more mutated zombies, they feared they wouldn't be able to handle it. Fang Yuxin noticed their unease and made 10 golden armor talismans from leaves, sending them out. Now that she had entered the mid-stage of qi refining, the golden armor talismans she made were more powerful than before, capable of blocking 5 fatal attacks. With the golden armor talismans, Chan Xiao and the other 4's expressions improved considerably, and Fang Jintang and Chu Qianhe also breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't linger for long and quickly continued on their way. Although they encountered several small groups of zombies afterward, they didn't encounter any more mutated zombies. This brought a sigh of relief to everyone. The mutated zombies were incredibly troublesome. If they appeared in large numbers, not only would they be in danger, but even the safe zone might be lost. The old town was severely damaged, but not the entire area was ruins. Some areas escaped unscathed. These were all old, dilapidated houses, and after the zombie outbreak, Dried blood and severed limbs were inevitably left on the streets, the air thick with the smell of blood, adding to the desolation and bleakness. There wasn't a single zombie on the ruined streets. It was eerily empty. A collapsed building on the street blocked the road, making it impossible for cars to pass. Fang Yuxin released her spiritual sense and quickly located the Yuan stone. After sensing that no one was around, she gestured to the others, and everyone got out of the car. The others remained on guard. While Fang Yuxin was responsible for digging for the Yuan stone, there was only one Yuan stone in this area, so Fang Yuxin was very fast, finding it in less than 2 minutes. Upon seeing it, Chen Xiao and the other four's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Without a word, Fang Yuxin put away the Yuan stone, and everyone got back into the car. They turned around, took a different route, and continued on. Fang Yuxin followed the location of the ruins from his memory, but they hadn't gone far when a woman's cries suddenly came from a building nearby. "Please save me." The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes. Fang Yuxin turned his head and saw a disheveled woman standing on the 5th-floor balcony of a building facing the street, waving frantically at them for help. Chen Xiao rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and looked at Fang Yuxiang, asking for his opinion. "Captain, what should we do? Should we rescue her?" he asked nervously. Deep down, he didn't want to rescue her. Although the reward for rescuing her was high, their main purpose was to find the Yuan stone. Bringing this woman along would not only be troublesome, but would also expose the Yuan stone's location. He knew this thought was selfish, so he hesitated, wanting to know what Fang Yuxiang would choose. Fang Yuxiang glanced at the woman but didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at Fang Yuxin and asked, "Xinxin, what do you think we should do?" This question, seemingly asking for her opinion, was actually a way of asking if she had discovered anything. Fang Yuxiang was wary. In his view, this woman was highly suspicious. Judging from her disheveled appearance, she was clearly not doing well. Her pleading for help meant she was trapped inside. However, although her voice sounded pitiful, it wasn't weak, meaning her physical condition wasn't as bad as it appeared. How could a woman trapped in a house maintain such a state? Fang Yuxin shook her head and whispered, "Ignore her, it's a trap." She had already used her spiritual sense to investigate when she discovered the woman. The room where she was hiding contained 8 people, all poised to attack. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from them, 5 were superhumans, and the remaining 3, though ordinary people, each carried a machete and had bulging muscles, clearly possessing some strength. Not only that, there wasn't a single zombie in the stairwell outside. Even if she were alone, there was no way she could be trapped inside. These people had clearly laid an ambush, using the woman's cries for help to lure them in. Hearing her words, Fang Yuxiang's face quickly darkened. He glanced coldly at the woman on the 5th-floor balcony, ignored her, and gestured for them to continue on their way. However, just as they were about to continue, a van suddenly sped out of the alley ahead, and at the same time, another van rushed out from behind them. The 2 vehicles blocked their path. A window opened a crack, and a dark gun barrel protruded from inside, aimed at them. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man walked from the house onto the 5th-floor balcony. A cigar dangled from his mouth, a submachine gun in his hand, and he looked down at the people with a smug grin. "Your cars are nice," he said. "If you obediently surrender to me, I might spare your lives. How about it?" Fang Yuxiang and Fang Yuxin, who were riding motorcycles, didn't have their submachine guns with them. The windows of the other 2 SUVs were specially modified, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Thus, these people had no idea that the people inside were armed. Fang Yuxin smiled coldly and called out, "Qianqian, do it!" Her words startled the men. They hadn't expected them to be so reckless. But then their minds jolted, and they suddenly felt dizzy. Bai Qianqian and Fang Yuxin acted simultaneously, using their spiritual sense and mental power to shake their consciousness. At the same time, Fang Yuxiang released a wind blade. The crescent-shaped wind blade sliced across the necks of the 2 men on the balcony, severing their heads. Fang Jintang, Chu Qianhe, Chen Xiao and others fired simultaneously. A burst of bullets rang out, and everyone in the van was killed. It all happened almost instantly. These people had no time to react before they were already dead. Those inside the house also perished. Bai Qianqian and Fang Yuxin's attacks were almost entirely aimed at them. easily shattering their consciousness. The entire battle was over in less than a minute. Chapter 115 being targeted. Although the enemy was completely defeated, everyone's expression was grim. Especially Chen Xiao and his group of 5. They all knew they had almost been killed. No one had expected the enemy to have guns. If Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian hadn't used their spiritual sense to interfere with the enemy's consciousness, giving them the upper hand, they would likely have been seriously injured if not killed. Chen Xiao and his group of 5 were relatively lucky. Not long after the apocalypse, they encountered the army and safely reached the safe zone, avoiding major hardships and the bloody looting among survivors. This encounter left them bewildered. Now, with zombies rampant and mutated zombies constantly appearing, human survival conditions were extremely harsh. They couldn't understand why some people, instead of hunting more zombies, would ambush and intercept their own comrades. This chilled them and filled them with lingering fear. Seeing their grim expressions, Fang Yuxian worried that their lingering resentment would affect the upcoming battle, so he said, "All right, Chen Xiao, you guys go clean up the battlefield. Put away the guns and see if there's anything else usable." With something to do, the 5 of them no longer had time to think about what had just happened, focusing their attention on clearing out the spoils. Fang Yuxin nodded to Fang Yuxian, then used the momentum to leap from the ground, like a martial arts novelist scaling walls. She used the wall for leverage mid-leap, rising even higher, grabbing the balcony railing and flipping over, landing lightly on the balcony. Lying on the balcony were 2 corpses, a man and a woman, their eyes wide open, the light still lingering, clearly showing resentment, surprise, and fear. The man's right index finger was still on the trigger, but unfortunately, there was no longer a chance to press it. Fang Yuxin took the gun from his hand and stored it in her spatial storage. They searched him again, finding a pistol, a dagger, crystal cores, bullets, and other items. There weren't many crystal cores and bullets. It was unclear whether they were scarce or hidden elsewhere. Fang Yuxin didn't think much of it and finished searching the man. She then searched the woman, finding only cosmetics and candy, nothing of value. There were 7 more men in the house, all dead. Fang Yuxin quickly went inside, deftly taking what was usable, then returned to the balcony and jumped down. When she landed, Chen Xiao and the others had already collected the usable loot. The people in the cars didn't seem to be soldiers, they were probably gangsters. No wonder they had guns. It was a pity there weren't many crystal cores and bullets. Fang Yuxian didn't care for these things and let them divide them among themselves. The 2 vans were moved aside, and the gasoline inside was drained by Chen Xiao and the others. The group quickly left the place, leaving everything that had happened far behind, without anyone looking back. They all knew this was just a minor incident. However, such things are likely to happen frequently in the future. Human survival conditions are now harsh. Resources are scarce, and in order to survive, some people have turned their attention to their own kind. Perhaps in their eyes, the zombies, which have become monsters, are far more terrifying than their own kind. What just happened too quickly. Judging from the skill of those people, this was clearly not their first time. Countless people have died tragically at their hands, but this time they were unlucky. They thought they had found easy prey, but instead they kicked a hornet's nest, gaining nothing and losing their lives. The car wasn't moving fast. Along the way, Fang Yuxin and Bai Qianqian were searching with their spiritual sense. This was undoubtedly tiring, but the benefits were significant. After Fang Yuxin released her spiritual sense, the entire area within a 1-kilometer radius was under her monitoring. Whether there were supplies, spirit stones, or survivors was immediately clear, and they no longer had to worry about anyone digging traps for them. Occasionally, they would encounter zombies on the road, as well as mercenary groups also out hunting zombies or searching for supplies. Many people looked disheveled, and compared to them, Fang Yuxin and his group were practically an anomaly in their cleanliness. Soon they were being watched again. It was a short, shifty-eyed man who stared enviously and greedily at Fang Yuxin and his group's car. Watching the vehicles drive away, he spat on the ground and muttered, "This world is fucking unfair. It's the end of the world, and people are still showing off their wealth. So high profile, aren't they afraid of being seen by Master Meng?" He paused, his tiny eyes flashing with malice. "Those cars are really nice, and the girl in them looks like a movie star. If I tell Master Meng this, even if I don't get any, I should still get a lot of tips. He rubbed his fingers together, becoming increasingly excited. He then memorized the direction Fang Yuxin and his group had gone, grabbed his iron rod, and ran quickly in that direction. Fang Yuxin and his group were already far away. He weaved through the old alleyways and quickly rushed into a residential area. The area was surrounded by barbed wire, and guards stood watch at the entrance. As he entered, a tall, burly man stopped him. The man grabbed his thin arm forcefully, pulled him aside, and squinted at him with an extremely rude attitude. Hey Skinny Lee, why are you back so early today? Did you hit the jackpot? Got something good? Hand it over. The thin man was clearly afraid of him. His face changed the moment his arm was grabbed. Then he gritted his teeth, pulled an open pack of cigarettes from his dirty bag, poured out one and offered it to the tall man with a forced smile. Brother Yong, have a smoke. Have a smoke. A glint flashed in the tall man's eyes, and he snatched the pack of cigarettes from the thin man's hand. Seeing that most of the cigarettes were still inside, he contentedly stuffed them into his pocket. Then he took the cigarette from the skinny man's hand and asked arrogantly, Did you bring a light? Yes. Brother Yong, wait a moment. I'll light it for you right away. As he spoke, he took out a lighter from his pocket, but failed to light it after several attempts. The tall man, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, impatiently snatched the lighter, lit it with a snap, and then, instead of returning it to the skinny man, casually stuffed it into his own pocket. The skinny man looked miserable but dared not resist, instead forcing a smile. Brother Yong, I'm not feeling well today. If I stay outside any longer, I'll probably end up in a zombie's stomach. Please have mercy and let me in. This was a small safe zone. The entire residential area had been occupied by Lu Meng, and the survivors living there had to pay rent and protection money every day, or they would be evicted. To survive, many survivors had to go out to hunt zombies or search for supplies. Those with less strength dared not go far and could only search nearby, but the nearby areas had been almost completely searched. Unless they were lucky, it was impossible to find any supplies. To hunt or forage in more distant areas, a vehicle is essential. However, gasoline is controlled by Lu Meng, and its price is exorbitant. Many survivors are living in dire straits, struggling to even afford basic necessities. Some have even resorted to selling meat to survive. The tall man didn't let the thin man off the hook. He snatched the dirty bag from the thin man's arms, rummaged through it, and found only a packet of instant noodles inside. He glared at the thin man, took the packet of noodles and said, All right, look at you. I'll take pity on you today. Consider this packet of noodles your entrance fee. The thin man was furious. He had brought this packet of noodles with him, intending to eat it for lunch. He pleaded with a mournful face. Brother Yong, please have mercy. This is all I have left. It's my only food. If I lose it, I'll have nothing to eat. You already took it. Before he could finish speaking, the tall man slapped him across the face. He hit hard with a loud smack. The thin man's right cheek swelled up, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The tall man snorted coldly and warned in a low voice. Let me tell you, don't talk nonsense. What did I take from you? This bag of instant noodles was the entrance fee according to regulations. I didn't take any more than what you asked for. He then disdainfully threw his dirty bag at the thin man. The thin man flinched in fright, not daring to continue the argument, and quickly left with the bag. After leaving, his face quickly darkened. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and as the taste of rust spread in his mouth, his gaze became vicious and ruthless. Feng Daong, you wait. Having silently said this to himself, the thin man strode towards the central area where Lu Meng lived. Before the apocalypse, Lu Meng was a gangster in his 30s, of medium height, slightly overweight, and not particularly handsome but extremely ruthless. He used to be a lowly thug working for others, but after the apocalypse, he luckily awakened a fire-based superpower. His former boss, who used to swagger over him, was unlucky enough to become a zombie. So he gathered the surviving members of his gang and recruited another group of men, taking over this residential area and using it as his base. After initially robbing a nearby supermarket, he devoted more time to cultivation. He kept most of the crystal cores his men found, and through continuous training, His fire-based superpower was nearing the peak of the initial stage, almost ready to advance. His ruthless methods instilled fear in his men, making him very satisfied with his current life, wishing the apocalypse would last forever. Unfortunately, he didn't know that zombies could also advance. Their strength would only increase. If he continued to cower in this small safe zone, once a zombie horde appeared, he would have no way out but certain death. Chapter 116 Ruins. The central area where Lu Meng lived was guarded. No one except the residents were allowed to approach. Before the thin man even got close, a dark gun barrel was pointed at him. Someone shouted, "Halt! Who are you? What are you doing here?" The thin man, seeing the dark gun barrel, turned pale with fright and quickly said with a forced smile, "No, no, no. Let's talk this out. Could you please put your gun away?" Seeing no reaction from the other party, he had no choice but to say, "It's like this, my name is Li Fugui. I have something very important to discuss with Master Meng. Could you please do me a favor?" The man remained unmoved, only asking rudely, "What do you want?" After saying this, seeing Li Fugui hesitate, he moved the gun barrel forward slightly, simultaneously pulling the trigger with his index finger, and warned unhappily, "Master Meng doesn't have time to see you. Whatever you want, just tell me." Li Fugui had come here specifically, enduring the search by the security guards at the entrance of the complex, all to personally see Lu Meng and tell him the news. But when he got here, he discovered that the people here would never let him see Lu Meng. Realizing this, he was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have just told the gatekeeper the news directly. Now he not only lost his things but his credit was also being stolen. With the dark muzzle of a gun pointed at his heart, he didn't dare to resist and obediently said, I'll talk about it. It's like this, I just spotted a big fat sheep outside. So I came to inform Master Meng." "Oh." The man with the gun's eyes lit up, clearly interested. "Go on, who came? Can you tell where they're from? Are they from outside? Or from another safe zone?" There was more than one safe zone in the old city. There were several others, but they were all small, nothing like the one occupied by the military in the suburbs. They had been in the old city for a few days and knew a little about the people in the other safe zones. This man was asking this question specifically, clearly intending to rob them, but worried that they might be from another safe zone and cause unnecessary trouble. Li Fugui was also aware of some of the unspoken rules here. He chuckled lewdly. "Don't worry, I've checked everything. They're definitely from outside. Those cars are gorgeous. They're easy prey." The man with the gun's eyes lit up even more. He eagerly asked, "How many of them are there? Do you know their strength? Are there any superhumans among them?" Li Fugui was an ordinary person and couldn't sense energy fluctuations, so he naturally didn't know if the other side had superhumans. He thought for a moment, a wicked idea forming in his mind. He said, 2 SUVs and 2 motorcycles, all top brands. You can tell they're high performance. I can't see the people inside, but I think there aren't many. There's a pretty girl on the motorcycle. She looks like a movie star." He paused, rubbed his hands together, chuckled a few times and winked at the man with the gun. The man's gaze also became fiery. Luxury cars and beautiful women. He liked this combination. Li Fugui looked at the fervor in his eyes. Growing increasingly smug, he continued, "I don't know if there are any superhumans, but even if there are, so what? As long as Master Meng makes a move, it'll be a piece of cake." The man with the gun nodded, agreeing with his statement. The man asked even more urgently, "What else did you see? Do you know where they went?" Li Fugui had already observed everything and replied without hesitation, "Don't worry, I saw everything. Judging from their direction, it seems they're heading towards the ruins of the commercial street area." The man asked a few more questions and seeing that he couldn't answer, he said, "All right, go back and wait. If the information is true, you'll get your share." After saying that, the man ignored him and strode towards Lu Meng's residence. Li Fugui knew immediately that his contribution was lost. He felt frustrated and hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay and wait. If Lu Meng came out, he would volunteer himself. Otherwise, he would truly have lost both his efforts and his reputation. Soon, an SUV drove out from inside. The car was driving fast, and Li Fugui didn't dare to stop it, only waving and calling out, "Master Meng! Master Meng!" The car stopped quickly, the door opened and someone shouted at him, "Get in!" Li Fugawei was overjoyed and rushed onto the car. Once inside, he discovered there were no seats left. Lu Meng had taken up 2 seats and showed no intention of giving up. He had a cigar in his mouth, a pistol in his right hand, and looked down at Li Fugawei with narrowed eyes, asking, "Is this the fat sheep you saw?" With no seat, Li Fugawei could only sit pitifully on the carpet, tilting his thin head and forcing a smile, saying, "Yes, I saw it, Master Meng. I can give you directions." Lu Meng stared coldly at him, his sharp gaze like a knife cutting into him. Li Fugawei suddenly felt a pang of regret. He suddenly felt that Lu Meng was a ferocious tiger, someone he couldn't possibly provoke. The regret only lingered for a moment before being quickly replaced by greed and ambition. More than the danger Lu Meng posed, he was concerned about the benefits Lu Meng could bring him. He was fed up with this life of being bullied and living in constant fear. As long as he could curry favor with Lu Meng through this incident, he would be willing to be his dog. Having made up his mind, Li Fugawei dutifully gave directions. After leaving the residential area, the car turned a few times in the alleys and soon arrived at the place where Li Fugawei had first met Fang Yuxin and the others. Li Fugawei pointed excitedly in one direction and said, "That's it. They went that way." Lu Meng glanced in another direction and couldn't help but ask him, "Did you see which direction they came from?" Li Fugawei was puzzled but still obediently pointed in the direction Fang Yuxin and the others had come from. His gesture immediately changed the expressions of the others in the car. Lu Meng asked the person next to him, "Is third brother handling things over there?" The person nodded and said, "Looks like these people were lucky. They didn't run into third master, otherwise they wouldn't have needed you, Master Meng, to intervene." Lu Meng narrowed his eyes, looking suspiciously in that direction, a sudden unease creeping into his heart. However, after considering his subordinate's strength, he realized he was overthinking things. While the third brother wasn't as strong as him, he was still a formidable figure, armed with guns and leading a large group. Unless they encountered the military, who could possibly be their match? This old town was remote, and no celebrities or dignitaries lived there. The military couldn't possibly have intervened so quickly. With this in mind, he calmed down. He had spent most of his time cultivating these past few days, but recently he had encountered a bottleneck. He had a premonition that once he broke through this bottleneck, his strength would advance to a higher level. But he just couldn't overcome it, which made him anxious. So, after hearing the news, he decided to go there himself. Didn't novels always say that you can't just cultivate? If the protagonist encountered a bottleneck, wouldn't they always advance by fighting a single battle? From the beginning of the apocalypse until now, Lu Meng's luck had been consistently good, which subconsciously instilled in him a sense of mission and pride. He thought he must be the kind of protagonist in novels. If things went according to the plot, he would definitely be able to dominate the world. Recalling the action-packed novels he had once read, Lu Meng grew increasingly excited, completely banishing his unease. This good mood lasted until they approached the ruins. The ruins here were severely damaged, but despite this, people still came here to search for supplies. Initially, no one came, but after searching other areas, the survivors had no choice but to turn their attention to these ruins. This area happened to be a commercial street, lined with shops, so supplies were naturally plentiful. Unfortunately, everything was buried under the bricks, making it difficult to find. When Fang Yuxin and his group arrived, because others were present, they couldn't put their vehicles into their spatial storage, and driving inside the ruins was impossible. They had to split into 2 teams. Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang rode their motorcycles in directly, while the others found another route, searching for elemental stones around the ruins. When Lu Meng arrived, Fang Yuxin and Fang Yuyang had already ridden their motorcycles into the ruins, while the remaining 2 SUVs stood out conspicuously. The drivers drove over, and the dark muzzles of guns protruded from their open windows, aimed at the 2 SUVs. Lu Meng greedily eyed the 2 SUVs, warning, "You better watch out. Anyone who fires and damages these 2 vehicles, I'll skin them alive." He frowned, his displeased gaze piercing Li Fugawei. "Didn't you say there were 2 more heavy motorcycles? Where are they?" Li Fugawei turned pale with fright, his eyes darting around frantically. Finally, he spotted some traces and quickly pointed to them, saying, "Brother Meng, look. Those tire tracks must be from those two heavy motorcycles. They must have gone inside. As long as we catch these people outside, they'll surrender without a fight." Lu Meng carefully examined the tire tracks, agreeing with him, and said, "That's for the best." Then he waved his hand, signaling to someone. The man understood and shouted to the people in the SUV, "Listen up, you guys. I've got my eye on your car. If you don't want to die, get out and surrender, or don't blame the bullets for being blind." He finished speaking and laughed smugly, but just then, he heard the sound of an engine coming from behind. He wondered, why are there more people? Not only him, but everyone else in the car was also puzzled. They turned around warily and saw two more SUVs approaching from behind.